40% questions in GS3 mains come from Indian economy. And towards your understanding of the Indian economy, macroeconomics is absolutely critical. And this exam is a very issue-centric exam. So most questions will be around issues facing the Indian economy. Now Lionel Messi playing football makes 13 crores every week. This is the kind of money I'm struggling for. We can show this relationship graphically also with the help of something which we call the supply curve. Which policies are good for an economy, which policies are bad for an economy, how will we ever know? This is going to help us calculate the value of GDP through a method which is what we call the production method. There is one very important economic activity which is that of distribution and exchange, which also has to happen. On the basis of these two properties, we can classify goods into several types. One type is what is called. This is exactly what happens in any economy. There will be three major agents: households, firms, and the government. Well, hello dear learners. Indian economy is one of the most important subjects to ensure your success in UPSC Civil Services examination. Roughly 16 to 20% questions in prelims, 40% questions in GS3 mains come from Indian economy. And towards your understanding of the Indian economy, macroeconomics is absolutely critical. We at PW Only as English have compiled all the concepts of macroeconomics in just one video for your consumption. It's not just Indian economy, we are also covering all the essential concepts from NCERTs, from Indian history, from geography, from polity, economy, and science and tech. You will not only be getting a video content, you will also be getting the notes for the same classes. Only thing you have to do is click on the link given in the description and enroll in this free batch to enjoy the notes as well. Also, at PW Only IS, we are very happy to announce our Pinnacle program for 2027 students. This is a program which will be in English medium, and we will take care of your requirements for prelims, mains, as well as personality test. So hurry up and click on the link given in the description and enroll in our batches right now. We will take care of all your requirements for your success in this examination. Now what I've decided to do in this series is I'm going to be covering all NCERT books starting from class 6th itself. Class 6th to class 12th. Right from the book that talks about understanding the Indian society to introductory macro and introductory micro economics. I will be covering everything which is relevant from an exam's perspective for you guys. So you don't have to go back to these books and start reading them or rereading them over and over again. So in my compilation, everything from class 6th to class 12th which is necessary for your examination will be covered. Now what all is necessary for your examination? Mind you, the syllabus is Indian economy. And this exam is a very issue-centric exam. So most questions will be around issues facing the Indian economy. For you to have a good grip on the issues facing Indian economy, you have to have a decent understanding of economics as a subject, because that is the language of this subject, the vocabulary, the grammar of this academic discipline, which is going to help you understand multiple issues as may show up in the news for you to make your notes out of, for you to develop some understanding, some analysis, and also write your answers down. Now, Indian economy will require you some foundational aspects. These will be from what we call microeconomics and macroeconomics. This is the music of the song. This is the vocabulary, the grammar of the subject. Between macro and microeconomics, you will find that there is two NCERTs that belong to class 12th. The book's name is Introductory Microeconomics and Introductory Macroeconomics. If you look at the syllabus for this examination, if you look at the questions which have been asked in the last 12 to 13 odd years since 2013, which is when the exam changed fundamentally, you will find that out of all these topics, the most relevant for civil services examination is introductory macroeconomics. There is an NCERT for introductory micro also, but every year they ask you around 18 to 20 questions from economics in the prelims examination and 8 questions from economics in the mains examination. Now, since 2013, consider that on an average they have asked us 15 questions from economics every year. That will be roughly a total of 180 to 190 questions that they have asked in prelims itself. And out of a total of 180, 190 questions, only 2 questions have been asked from microeconomics, and those 2 questions were so basic that even if you had read, you did not have a sufficient background in microeconomics, you would have gotten those questions right. So in terms of our effort, in terms of our focus, we have to selectively read items. We have to selectively pick up our sources and decide that these are the sources that we are going to read, understand, revise, make notes out of, and test ourselves on. You do not want to be investing your time across a range of books, across a range of multiple sources, because something that you cannot read again, something that you cannot revise, you're going to forget it in a week's time, or if you have great memory, in a month's time. So what we cannot revise, we should not pick in the first place itself. So what my task was, firstly, to solve this problem for you, which was, what books to read, what NCERTs to read. Ideally speaking, in my classes, I tell people that, even if you are good enough to understand introductory macroeconomics, then this is a great foundation to begin with. But in my experience, especially at PW, I've seen a lot of kids who start very early, who are in the first year of college. Some kids are still out of school. Some of them are in the second year of college. In fact, those people who are also graduates for that matter, who are starting their preparation for the first time, they tend to get confused a lot. They tend to think that if they skip the NCERTs from class 6th to class 10th, they are going to lose out a lot. So there's nothing I can do about this fear of missing out, the FOMO that gets created. So what I decided to do was, I scanned through all social science books since, you can say, from class 6 to class 12th, and I went through the table of contents. I even went through the chapters, and then I picked out all the relevant bits which are necessary for you to form a decent understanding of Indian economy, because this is where the meat of the matter lies. In your prelims examination, around 60% questions will be around issues facing the Indian economy. At max 40 to 50% questions will be on applied macroeconomics. In your mains examination, you will only be asked questions on Indian economy and issues facing the Indian economy. There will be no questions based on concepts of economics at all. Right? So if you know that your syllabus or the bulk of questions which are going to come will come from Indian economy, why do you want to waste your time reading up sources which are only going to eat up on the limited amount of time that you have, right? And they are going to bear no results for you. In fact, the return on investment is so poor that you will regret having gone through all NCERTs since class 6th. Which is why what I have decided to do here is to create a compilation of a series of lectures which is going to take up all the important and relevant bits which are going to form a very strong foundation for you to pick up Indian economy, the syllabus for mains, and start reading it. Before reading that, which you will also find notes for in my Telegram channel, I request you to just go through this entire series so that you do not fear what you're going to be appearing for. Now, moving forward, what is the sequence of this series going to be like? I will, in the first 2 YouTube lectures, here I will be covering 2 important aspects, which is introduction to what is meant by an economy, plus foundational microeconomics, which is sufficient for you to move on and progress to bigger and better things. The next series of around 6 lectures, it could be 5, it could be 6 lectures, may even stretch to 7 or 8 depending upon how the progress goes. The remaining 6 lectures will be solely and solely focused on macroeconomics. Here we'll be covering national income accounting, we'll be covering money and monetary policy. Here we'll be covering fiscal policy, which is essentially speaking budgeting and taxation. We will also be covering the external sector. And if time permits, I will also take up a lecture, an introductory lecture on what is called developmental economics. We'll discuss what poverty means, what inequality means, what unemployment means, what growth means, and what development means. How are they all different from each other? After a series of 8 odd lectures, then you will have sufficient ground to start reading my notes, which are there on my Telegram channel itself. So if you want to, you can prepare Indian economy entirely for free, just from the resources that we are providing you here itself. Right? This would be the sequence. Introduction to what an economy means, fundamentals of microeconomics, first 2 lectures, right? And thereafter, we'll be picking up the most important bit for your understanding, which is the macroeconomics part of it all. Let's begin our lecture now, which is Introduction to Economy. I'll begin this lecture by asking you a question, and the question is, sometimes when you feel hungry at night, you have late night cravings, you go onto your mobile phone, you find this app, it could be Zomato, it could be Swiggy, depending upon your preference. You're browsing through multiple restaurants, you're browsing through multiple dishes, and then you add some of those items to your cart, you place an order, 20 minutes in, boom, you find hot cooked food welcoming you at your doorstep. Now, what makes all of this possible? Isn't this some sense of magic? That you know what, you were craving food at night, it was around 2 a.m., you placed an order on an app, on a mobile device, and then this food appears at your house. How does this all work? It all works fundamentally from what we call economic activities and the magic of what is called markets. All that it takes for things to just show up is these 2 things, economic activities and markets. The mobile phone over which you are placing an order for food, this has a long history behind it. It is the product of somebody's imagination who designed this phone, who thought of the features that could go into this phone. Thereafter, numerous resources were sourced from countries ranging from Africa to China, and these resources were then put together, were then assembled, and this phone was manufactured. This phone was then brought to you in the nearest location. You might have placed an order on Amazon.com, or you would have gone to your nearest iPhone store and bought this particular phone. Same is the case with food that you ordered at night. If you ordered a pizza, the bread that goes into the pizza, the sourdough bread, the cheese, the tomato, the basil leaves, all of those things were produced by some person else, were put together by another entity. You placed an order and that entity made sure that this food was received by you. Everything that you find around you, in fact, most things that you find around you are things which are the result of economic activities. They are things which are a result of the magic of markets. Now, what are economic activities? When you start your day, let's say you're a college student, you start your day, right? You take a bath, somebody gets food for you, your mom cooks your food, You find that there is a housemaid who comes and cleans or does the cleaning. You find there are many people running around doing errands, right? You take a bath, you get your breakfast, and then you start. You sit in an auto, the auto takes you to the college, right? In the college, you find there are many teachers. Teachers teach you, the day is over, you come back home, and then you do whatever you want to. In the pursuit of the first half of your day, you find many people who are working. There are people who are cooking for you. There are people who are cleaning for you. There are people who are doing household chores. There is a person who helped you get transported from your house to the college and back. And in the college, you found there were many teachers committed to making you understand reality as it exists. Many people do many kinds of activities. Some activities they get paid for, while other activities they do not get paid for. If you think of work per se, you can divide work into broadly two categories. There are many different types of work. Some work that you get paid for, and some work that you do not get paid for. Such work that you get paid for, or such work where the consideration is money, and by default also such work which has some monetary value, this work, this kind of activity, we call them economic activities. While all that work which you are doing for any reason other than money, all such work for which you do not expect to get paid is going to be called non-economic activities. There is a significance of both of these kinds of activities, economic as well as non-economic. What are economic activities? Economic activities are those that are done for money or what is called money's worth. For instance, the auto driver who took you from your house to your college and dropped you off did not do that for free. He was expecting to get paid in return. You had to pay him something, and this is the reason why he agreed to drop you off from your house to your college. In the college, you find there are many professors, some senior, some junior. All of those are engaging in some activities, they are working. The output of their work concerns your education. But all of these people working for these colleges, these universities, these schools are doing this not because they want to do this purely. They are primarily doing it because they expect to get paid in return. Such work which is done for money is called an economic activity. But sometimes the consideration may not be money. Sometimes the consideration may be what is called money's worth. For instance, this auto driver is working, is trying to earn money. Why? Because he wants to feed his children. Now, if this auto driver dropped you off from your house to your college in exchange for something like, let's say, a pizza for that matter, the pizza would serve the same use as the money would, because at the end of the day, he would have used that money to buy food articles for himself and for his family. What you did was not pay him in money. What you did was that you gave him a big slice of pizza that he could directly eat. Provided he agreed to get paid in terms of pizza, the transaction was still successful. He agreed to drop you off from home to your college. Which means the consideration is not just money, the consideration could also be money's worth. For instance, the money that you would have taken from you was rupees 100, and this rupees 100, rupees 70, rupees 60, many auto rides that he is going to engage in throughout the course of the day eventually will total up to some of his revenues, which he is eventually going to serve, or which he is eventually going to spend on food itself. So what if people decide to just pay him food in exchange for this service that he is offering to people? Which is to say, the same money could be used to buy food. And if he agrees to drop you off for food, it is still an economic activity because he is doing it in exchange for money, or what is called money's worth. Money's worth would be the value of food expressed in monetary terms. At the end of the day, money is just a symbolic notation for other things. Such activities are what we call economic activities, activities done with the intent of producing something which will be sold in the market. Activities which are done primarily for the consideration of money, or what is called money's worth. The remaining activities are what we call non-economic activities. Non-economic activities are those which are done for any consideration other than money. In simple terms, you can tell yourself that non-economic activities are such activities which are done not for you to get some money out of it. They can be done for any other reason. There is no economic value of these activities. For instance, when you study, you are studying to achieve your goals. But studying is also work. Is somebody paying you to study? Are you getting paid for it? Absolutely not. When you see your mom making the choicest of vegetables, dishes for you, she is doing it because probably she loves you. Is she getting paid for it? Most likely not. When your father helps your family in terms of cleaning the household, does he expect to get paid after cleaning the entire house? Probably not. Such work for which you are not paid is going to be called non-economic activities, which means this is work which is done for any consideration, any benefit other than money. It could be love, it could be respect, it could be a sense of responsibility, it could be any other consideration, just not money. Which means that economic activities are such activities which have a certain monetary value. The auto driver took you off from home to your college, drove you from your home to your college. He performed some activity, and in return he took 100 rupees from you in the form of the fare. This 100 rupee is the monetary value of the activity that he engaged in, which was to take you from your home to your college. While when your mom cooks for you, when she does the cleaning for you, when she, assists the elderly members of your household, she does not get paid for it. Because she does not get paid for it, there is no way of establishing what the monetary value for a non-economic activity would be. There is no such thing as monetary value for non-economic activities. So when you look around yourself, you find people working. Work fundamentally can be divided into two types of activities. Activities which you get paid for, they are called economic activities, and activities which you do not get paid for, they are called non-economic activities. In our subject, economics and economy, we are concerned mostly with economic activities or such activities which have a certain monetary value. Fundamentally, there are three core economic activities which are performed across the world. What are these three core economic activities? The first core economic activity is called production. The second is called consumption, and the third is called distribution. Across the world, there are many types of economic activities, but at the core of it all, economic activities fundamentally would be about these three things: production, consumption, or distribution. Let us try to understand each of these one by one. I will begin by going a little into depth here. Human beings have needs, human beings have wants. What are needs? Needs are things without which survival is difficult or impossible. There are things that we genuinely need for our survival. For instance, you require to stay somewhere, you require some safe shelter, you require food to survive, you also require water for yourself. You may also require to cover yourself up because we're all humans and civilized, right? You may require clothing as well. These are items which are essential for your survival. All such items which are essential for your survival, we will call them human needs. While there are other things, the absence of which is not going to threaten your survival per se. For instance, diamonds. For instance, gold jewelry. For instance, a mobile phone. For instance, a television. There are many items. Even if you don't have those items, you can still continue to survive and sometimes even thrive for that matter. If there is anyone amongst you who thinks that she genuinely or he genuinely needs a diamond solitaire, he cannot survive without it, send him to me. I will write a book for him on how to survive without a diamond or how to survive without gold jewelry. If there is anyone amongst you who thinks that mobile phone is now a part of his or her body, send him to me once again. I can tell him how to live without one. There are things which are absolutely critical for your survival. They are called human needs. There are some things which make your life convenient, which may add some value to your life, which may make it so much better, but without which you can still survive or sometimes even thrive for that matter. These are things that humans desire. These are what you call wants. Now, not all needs and wants can be satisfied naturally. Some needs can be satisfied through Mother Nature. For instance, if you're feeling hungry and you're walking down to your college, on your way you find a mango tree, right? You can climb the mango tree up, you can pluck a mango, you can eat it, and your survival is ensured or your need gets satiated, right? But when you're going to college, you do not want to go there buck naked. You do not want to show up in the college without any clothes. Now, clothes are not something which you can just pluck from a tree. Clothes are not something which you can dig out of Mother Earth. Clothes are not something which you have to deep dive into the ocean for. You don't have to dive into the aphotic zones of the oceans to find shirts, to find pants, and to find other garments. These are things which are produced by someone else, which means that not all our needs and wants are satisfied by nature. Some of our needs and wants, they will have to be produced. Right? If you are feeling very cold, it's the month of December, you can satisfy this need by having 3 people surround yourself and you can hug them all, right? You can enter into a bear hug of sorts. But what would your boss say? That will be very weird in an office setting. You require a blanket maybe. You require maybe a jacket for that matter. And a blanket or a jacket you do not find in nature. Somebody makes it. The task of transforming what is available naturally into items which can be useful to you, that task is called production. So you begin by asking of yourself that what really is production? Production is a specific type of economic activity which is engaged in terms of production or extraction of natural resources, in terms of transformation of these natural resources into items which are of use to you. So amongst the 3 core economic activities, the first one, production. What kind of an economic activity is this? This is an economic activity which deals with the extraction and transformation of natural resources into items of use. This is what production is. It's a type of economic activity. People engage in production because they expect to get paid in return. This economic activity deals with either the extraction of natural resources or the transformation of natural resources into items which are of use to you. Now, the production is going to always create one or the other output. Any production activity will at the end of it leave you with something called an output, the outcome of that production activity. This output can be tangible. This output may be intangible. Where tangible means something that can be seen, something that can be touched, something that can be stored, something physical, which can be seen, which can be touched, which can be stored. Sometimes production leads to the creation of intangible items, items which cannot be seen, items which can not be touched, items which by virtue of not being able to be seen or touched also cannot be stored. That aspect of output which is tangible, this is called goods. While that outcome of production which is intangible, this is called services. Production is an economic activity which deals either in the extraction of natural resources or in the transformation of natural resources into items of use. The outcome of production processes can be things that you can see, that you can touch, and by that virtue can also store. These are called goods. While sometimes production activities may lead to creation of invisible benefits. The outcome of production could be something that you can't see, that you can't touch, and by that matter can also not store somewhere. the output which is intangible, this is called services. So goods are those physical objects which are the result of economic activities, which can be seen, which can be touched, which can be stored. These are such objects which hold some use value for the end consumer, for the end user more specifically, and these are things which one can own or one can possess. Services, on the other hand, are such physical activities, or more specifically are such economic activities which are beneficial to people, but these are invisible, these are non-storable, and by that matter, or for that matter, these are also non-transferable. These are intangible. We can write it down here. What are goods and what are services? Both of them are outcomes of an economic activity which is called production. This is an outcome of production. It's a physical object. It is tangible in that it can be seen, it can be touched, and can also be stored. And this object holds some use value for another person. For example, a soap is a good. For example, the pen in my hand is a good. For example, this jacket that I'm wearing, this is a good. The spectacle that I'm wearing, this is a good. All of these have some use for me. These are all physical objects. These are things which can be seen, can be touched, can be stored somewhere, and all of them are useful. In comparison with goods, what are services? Services are also the outcomes of production, but services themselves are economic activities which are of some use to others, but these are invisible, these are non-transferable, and also non-storable. For instance, what I am doing for you right now is the production of a service. Something which lies in my head, I am translating that onto the board and I am trying to help you understand things. When you require a haircut, you have to go to a barber. You tell him what your requirements are, you tell him to give you a fade or not, you tell him to keep the top a little voluminous or maybe shave it all off, right? The barber creates the haircutting as a service for you. You at the age of 22 for some reason have developed knee issues. You don't know what's wrong with your knees, but somebody in the economy will know. Some person who has trained himself or herself in medical science. So you go to a hospital or you go to a doctor more specifically, you tell the doctor your concern, the doctor physically examines you or maybe sometimes not, and the doctor prescribes you something on a piece of paper. He has seen many cases like you and he has a lot of information up in his head, stored in his head, which he has to run through to examine your case and subscribe and to prescribe to you something of a medicine of sorts. That is the creation of healthcare as a service. You have education, you have healthcare, you have transportation, you have storage, you have communication. There are many services which are once again the outcomes of production. These outcomes are intangible, invisible, non-storable, non-transferable. Services, remember this, are consumed the moment they are produced. these are not storable, which means you cannot send 300 rupees to your barber and tell him to pack hair cutting as a service so that you can use it later when you come back from college. You have to be exactly where the service is being produced to consume it. They are consumed the moment they are produced. This is also what is referred to as services are intensely local. For you to get healthcare consultation as a service, you and the doctor have to be around each other. This healthcare service is not going to be able to be stored somewhere so you can, get it packed and use it later. This is the fundamental difference between the outcomes of production, between goods and between services. So production is one of the core economic activities which deals in either the extraction of natural resources or in the transformation of natural resources into items of use. These items, which are the outcomes of production, can be of two types. They can either be physical goods or they can be services. The difference has been written on the board for you. Now the second core activity is the core activity of what is called consumption. We began by saying that humans have needs and wants. Not all needs and wants can be satisfied naturally, which means some needs and wants will be satiated by things which are produced artificially, which means these needs and wants will be satisfied through output in the form of goods or in the form of services. The production of this output is the task of what is called firms. These goods and services have a certain use value for you. There is a firm called Physics Wala. We make services, educational services, because these services can be used by aspirants. There is this hospital called Apollo, and Apollo creates healthcare services because that healthcare service could be used by people who are unhealthy, people who are sick, who are infirm, people who have gotten handicapped, who have unfortunately been a part of an accident somewhere. There are goods like soaps being created in the economy in the hopes that some people will find them useful. And you want to keep yourself clean, you want to be smelling good throughout the day, you would want to maintain personal hygiene, towards which soap has a certain use value. The output of production is goods and services which hold some use value, which in economics is also called utility. Consumption is an economic activity which is all about using these goods and services. How do you define consumption? Such economic activities which are about using the output of production. That means producers create output which has some utility for the consumers. When consumers use this output, when they realize the utility of this output, that economic activity is called consumption. And mind you, not all kinds of consumption would be an economic activity. Only such kind of consumption which carries a monetary value would be an economic activity. For example, you have a garden in your house, you feel hungry, you go pluck a guava from your garden itself and you consume it. Now you did not have to pay nobody for that particular guava and you satiated your needs and wants. This activity is also work. This activity is you realizing the use value of a guava because it can satiate your hunger. But this activity does not have any monetary value because you did not have to pay anybody for it. Compare this with you being at your college, you feel hungry, right? You have to go to the college canteen and you want to order a potato puff. This person is not going to give you a potato puff for free. You will have to pay him 20 rupees. Only then does he give you a potato puff back. Which means for you to have consumed that potato puff, you had to spend something, you had to spend some money, which means this activity of consumption also had some monetary value assigned to it. Only those economic activities which deal in using the output of production and which carry a monetary value, only they will be called consumption as core economic activities. The third core economic activity is one that of distribution. What it means is you are very picky about your personal hygiene. You want to smell good, you don't want to appear dirty in front of your classmates. You could really require a deodorant. Now this deodorant is not available naturally. This deodorant is being made by a certain firm, let's call it Axe Private Limited. Now Axe Private Limited, in terms of their output, create something called deodorants which people can find useful. Axe is not going to give you these deodorants, right? These deodorants are not going to reach you magically. These deodorants will have to be brought at your nearest location. That aspect is one that of distribution. Distribution is the third core economic activity which ensures that the output of production, that goods and services are exchanged, or you can say they reach from the producers to the consumers. Which means you would have liked to spray yourself with a lot of deodorant. This deodorant is not going to magically appear in your hands. Whoever makes this deodorant will have to ensure that they build something called a supply chain so that this deodorant reaches from the factory to your nearest location where you can go and buy it. That activity which makes sure that goods and services are transported or they reach from the place of their production to the place of their consumption, that core economic activity is called distribution. And distribution as an economic activity is primarily done at a place which is called markets. You have to go to a market to go fetch that deodorant, right? So all in all, you will find that in an economy, there are consumers presenting with their needs and wants. Some of these needs and wants will be satiated by producers who are going to produce goods and services. These needs and wants will be satisfied through the consumption of goods and services. Producers are going to give you these goods and services provided you give something back to them which is of value to them, money. This process is the process of exchange or is the process of distribution. So, three core economic activities. One economic activity, core economic activity would be consumption. Another is production. And the third is called distribution or exchange. These are your three core economic activities which lie at the heart of any economy across the world. All of these three core economic activities, one that of production, consumption and distribution, when they are associated with a certain territory. When these three core economic activities of production, of consumption, of distribution of these goods and services happening within a territory will form what is called the economy of that territory. For instance, the state to which you belong, you will find that there are many consumers in the state, there are many producers in the state, right? And then there is a market in that place also. There are many markets in the place too. This activity of production, consumption and distribution of goods and services happening within your state will form the economy of your state. At the national level, India has many people who are consumers, India has many producers and consumers are exchanging goods and services in what is called markets throughout the country. Right? This forms the economy of India, or what we call Indian economy. So what is economy? All the three core economic activities of production, consumption and distribution, when they are associated with a territory, will form the economy of that territory. Now, taking the Indian economy into perspective, specifically from the point of view of production of an activity, right? Taking into consideration the various types of economic activities, we have something called sectors of the Indian economy. Depending upon what is the type of economic activity being performed, you can have three sectors of the Indian economy. The first sector is called the primary sector. The second sector will be called secondary sector, and the third sector is going to be called tertiary sector. Fundamentally, this classification is on the basis of the output of each of these sectors, the nature of economic activities performed and the output of these economic activities that leads us to classify any economy or the economic activities in that economy, more specifically the economic activity of production in that economy, into three sectors. This is also what you call sectoral classification of any economy. The primary sector is a sector which is directly dependent on nature. It is that sector of the economy which produces raw materials or extracts natural resources. The output of the primary sector of an economy is natural products. These are products that are made naturally or are extracted from the nature itself. This sector is called primary sector. Why? Because the output of this sector, which is natural products, they will then go into making other items. And in the primary sector, you have two major types of economic activities. One is called agriculture and allied sectors, and the second one is mining and quarrying. Agriculture and allied sector will include within it crop farming, livestock, fisheries, forestry and logging. Mining and quarrying is about mining something out of the Mother Earth. Mining and quarrying you can think of as mining on the surface or shallow mining of sorts, right? While mining more specifically will be about depths into the land itself. Look at the outcomes of these types of economic activities. The pizza that you just ate had wheat in it. Wheat is a natural product, but there are some agents in the economy which produce wheat, although they are dependent on nature but not entirely dependent on nature in the production of wheat. Similarly, the gate that exists right outside your house is made of iron, but iron comes from iron ore, which is a natural resource. Iron ore is not going to automatically transform into an iron gate. Somebody will have to first extract this iron ore, then extract iron and derivative products such as steel out of it, and then use them to make other items. The output of the primary sector is a natural product, and this sector produces raw materials or natural resources. Extraction of natural resources is what the sector is going to be concerned with. Primarily two subcomponents, agriculture and the allied sector, and the second component is mining and quarrying. Remember, the outcome is a natural product. Now, what is the secondary sector, also sometimes called the manufacturing sector or the industrial sector? The secondary sector is one which deals in the transformation of the output of the primary sector per se. Which means in the secondary sector, the economic activities of production will be fundamentally about transforming, or what you can also simply call processing, of the output of the primary sector to produce what we call finished goods that can directly be consumed or may go into further production. The transformation or the processing of the output of the primary sector, this transformation of processing is going to happen at an industrial level, and this transformation is going to produce something which is called finished goods. Here what you produce is a raw material, a material in an unprocessed form, but here what you produce is called a finished good. This finished good can either directly be consumed or may go into further production. For example, mobile phones are being manufactured. Mobile phones we all consume directly. Televisions are being manufactured. We can all consume televisions directly. But from the primary sector, iron ore was extracted, and iron ore was therefore thereafter transformed or processed into iron and steel. Iron and steel, you can use them directly, or iron and steel is going to go into further production of cars, of bikes, of scaffolding around construction. There are many outputs of which iron and steel is going to form a basic part of. This sector, which deals in the transformation of the output of the primary sector into finished goods or into the manufacturing of these finished goods, is going to be called the secondary sector. Fundamentally, what all is a part of the secondary sector? You will have three things here: manufacturing, construction, and the third thing which is going to be involved in the secondary sector is going to be what is called utilities. Water, electricity, and fuel, other types of fuel. The extraction of crude getting converted into petrol, diesel, and related fuel products. Only look at the outcomes of each of these sectors. The third sector is rather important. The third sector of the economy is called the tertiary sector. What does the tertiary sector produce? Remember, the tertiary sector does not produce finished goods. Finished goods. The outcome of the tertiary sector is intangible. They produce services, and these services are going to support. These are economic activities which support the production, the distribution and consumption of other goods and services. Or what you can simply say is that the output of the tertiary sector is going to support the other two sectors, one the primary sector as well as the secondary sector. The important point of distinction here being that the tertiary sector of the economy does not produce finished goods, it produces services. Services such as education. If you have an educated workforce, there is a good chance that you will be able to extract more, you will be able to extract more out of the land, you will be able to extract more out of your natural resources, right? Because those educated people will create better technologies. Healthcare. Not only do you require your workers to be educated, you also want them to be healthy so that they do not lose a lot of man hours. Travel, tourism, trade, repair and maintenance, banking and such financial services, banking and the financial services industry, real estate, not construction, but the sale of the real estate output. You have many sectors that you can think of: communication, public administration, many such services which are supporting the primary and secondary sector of the economy. The outcome of the tertiary sector is not a finished good. The outcome of the secondary sector is what is called services, which is why this sector is also popularly called the services sector. The primary sector is popularly called the agriculture and the allied sector, but please don't make that mistake of thinking that the primary sector only has agriculture and allied activities. It has agriculture and allied activities plus mining and quarrying. The secondary sector of the economy is something which is popularly called the industrial sector of the economy, while you should know that the secondary sector will have not just industries or manufacturing, it will also have construction, it will also have utilities in the form of water, electricity and fuel. The third sector is the tertiary sector, also popularly called the services sector, engages in the production of services which supports the primary as well as the secondary sector of the economy. This was your introduction to any economy. An economy is simply put the three core economic activities of production, consumption and distribution associated with a specific territory. Based on the kind of production which is carried out, any economy can be classified into three sectors depending upon the nature of the output produced: the primary sector, the secondary sector and the tertiary sector. Depending upon how much of each of these sectors contributes to the total output of an economy, or depending upon how much of each of these sectors contributes in terms of employment in the economy, you will have something called the structure of an economy. You have some economies which you call primary economies. These are those where the primary sector contributes the most in terms of the output produced by the economy, or contributes the most in terms of the share of employment. Some economies such as China are manufacturing economies or manufacturing giants, because manufacturing forms a lion's share of the output of those economies. And then we have economies like India, which are service-based economies, where services in terms of the total output being produced by the economy contributes roughly around 55% of it. This is what is called the economic structure of any economy. With that said, the introduction to any economy is over. Now let us begin our lecture. In the last class, we were discussing various types of work, various types of economic activities, which kind of work is called an economic activity, and then what do we mean by an economy, and what is the sectoral classification of any economy. This is what we covered in lecture number 1. Today's lecture is about something very different. Today's lecture is about value. What is it that makes some things more valuable while other things are not as valuable? Consider this with an example. Do you know Lionel Messi, when he was at his peak of his career, how much money was he making? At the peak of his career, in around 2015-16, Lionel Messi was commanding around 1.3 million euros. This is not the money that he was making every year. This is 1.3 million euros he was making every week just by playing football. Now, for the sake of simplicity, 1.3 million euros translates to around 13 crore Indian rupees every week. Now, Lionel Messi playing football makes 13 crores every week. This is the kind of money I'm struggling for. If you give me 13 crores, I will just stop working. In fact, not just me, many teachers like me would struggle to make a corpus like 13 crores. Why is it that teachers do not get paid as much while Messi makes this amount of money in a single week? Is it that what Messi does is far more important and what teachers do is not as important? I'm sure many of you would disagree. Teachers shape the course of nations, while if you don't watch football, you will still survive. Not just survive, you may even thrive. Then what is it that assigns such little value, monetary value, to what teachers do and assigns so much value to what Messi does? The answer to this question lies in what we call scarcity. What is it that assigns value to anything? It is its scarcity. Now consider this. How many footballers do you really know who can decimate 5 to 6 defenders all at once, who can run through them like a hot knife running through butter? If I allow you to think, you may run your mind and you will still not be able to come up with an answer of how many footballers do you think have the same skills as Lionel Messi. Of course, if there are many footballers who could do what Messi does, all of them would have been footballing greats. But if I get you to count the number of footballing greats, you can possibly count them all on your fingertips. There are not as many players with the kind of skills that Messi has. His skills at football are insane. Compare this with the skills of teaching. There are many people like me who can teach at an average or better than average levels. The skills that Messi has, they are very scarce. But the skills required for teaching are not as scarce. This is what assigns value to anybody's work. Now, is it just scarcity? No. It is in reality scarcity relative to use. Two things which assign anything its value. Scarcity in relation to the use of that thing. Consider this with an example. One of the most stable and one of the scarcest elements on Mother Earth is rhenium. The use of rhenium happens in jet engines. Rhenium is also used to make lead-free petrol. It is one of the scarcest elements on Mother Earth. Do you know what is the market price of rhenium? 1 kg of rhenium comes at 1 lakh rupees. Now compare this with gold. In 1 lakh rupees, you're going to get only 10 grams of gold. Now, is it because gold is more scarce compared to uranium? No. The answer is gold is not as scarce as uranium, but in terms of uses of gold, many people find gold useful, while the uses of uranium are far too limited. So what is it that assigns anything its value? It's not just the scarcity of that thing, it is scarcity in relation to its use. Consider another example. Before lithium was used extensively in battery technology, the prices of lithium were not as high. But since 2022, the prices of lithium have increased so much, it's because newer and more uses of lithium were discovered in battery technology. So much so that lithium is today called white gold. So every time somebody asks you, why is it that I am not paid as much while others are? The answer could be in terms of what he does. Maybe what he does, there are many people who can do the same. What you have to remember is, every time you think of value, every time you think of prices, you always have to ask yourself, how scarce is that item compared to how much is the use of that item? Now, scarcity and use in relation to use create two very important microeconomic concepts. The use of an item is going to create its demand, while scarcity is going to determine its availability or its supply. So fundamentally, what gives anything its value? It's scarcity in relation to its use. In economic terms, what gives anything its value? Why are some items high in terms of value, some items low in terms of value, is determined in terms of two forces, one that of supply and the other that of demand. Supply in relation to demand. If there is an item which is available in high supply, but it's not demanded as much, it will be far less valuable. Compare this with an item which is demanded a lot but is not available in as much supply, it will have a far higher value. Supply and demand have to be understood if you have to be a decent student of economics. Now, remember in the last lecture we were talking about human beings having needs and wants. Are all needs and wants going to create demand? For instance, if I ask you, how many of you would want to own a beach property in Goa? On the Mandarin beach in Goa, there is a beautiful palatial bungalow. This bungalow, how many of you want? I'm pretty sure everybody watching this video would like to own a beach property in Goa. And given the number of people that we have as subscribers, I can reasonably say if I ask this question to everybody in India, most probably everyone in India is going to reply in an affirmative. Everybody wants to own a beach property in Goa. In India, I'm pretty sure around 100 crore people would want to buy this beach property, would want to own this beach property. So, if I have to say, is the market demand for this beach property around 100 crore units? Does everyone who wants a beach property in Goa comprise the demand for beach properties in Goa? The answer is a clear no. Now I tell you that this beach property costs 5 crore rupees. How many of you look at this price and think, okay, this is a reasonable price, I am willing to pay this price? I'm very sure amongst these 100 crore people, maybe 10 crore people find this price fair. They have looked at prices of properties in Gurgaon, in Delhi, in other cities, and they believe Goa is a great place to be. So if somebody is asking 5 crores for a beach property in Goa, not as bad a price. I'm pretty sure many people will not find this price fair. Now I follow it up with another question, which is, how many of you will be able to pay this price? Amongst these 10 crore people who find this price to be reasonable, who would pay this price willingly. Now, if I ask of them, how many of you actually have 5 crore rupees to pay for this property? And I'm pretty sure this number is going to drop down drastically. It may run into maybe 10,000 people. 100 crore people want this property. 10 crore people looked at this price and were willing to pay this price. Amongst these 10 crore people, only 10,000 people are also able to pay this price. So what we can say is that the market demand for beach properties in India is only and only this. Not everybody who needs or who wants an item comprises its demand. Demand is very different. What is demand? Demand of a commodity is the quantity demanded of that commodity given its prices that people are willing and able to pay. Remember, for anybody to comprise demand for anything, two things are fundamentally important. One, when you look at that price, you are going to be willing to pay that price. Second, when you look at that price, not only are you willing to pay that price, you also have to be able to afford that particular price. Only then do you comprise the demand of an item. In the previous example, 100 people wanted beach properties. Amongst 100 people, only 10 crore people found that 5 crore rupees for a beach property is something that they are going to be willing to pay. Amongst these 10 crore people, only 10,000 people have the ability to pay that price. Only those people who have both the willingness to pay the price as well as the ability to pay the price will comprise the demand of that item. Demand is very different from needs, from wants, and from desires. In the absence of the willingness to pay, or in the absence of the ability to pay, or in the absence of both, you do not comprise the demand of a specific item. In the absence of the ability to pay, you comprise only the desire of a specific item. Now, the next important thing for you to understand is that certainly there is a relationship between demand and prices. And the relationship between demand and prices is given by what is called the law of demand. Now, what does the law of demand say? The law of demand says, ceteris paribus, which is essentially speaking Latin for keeping all else constant. Keeping everything else constant, the quantity demanded of a commodity varies inversely in relation to its prices. Simply, QD is inversely related to prices. Consider this with an example. iPhone 17, which has been released only yesterday, has been priced at rupees 83,000. Now, many people in India will be willing to pay 83,000 for an iPhone and will also be able to pay 83,000 rupees for an iPhone. All of them comprise the demand for iPhones. The number of people, the number of units demanding those iPhones will comprise the market demand for iPhones in India. Now, what if the price of iPhone 17 was declared not to be 83,000 rupees? Let's say it was 1.5 lakh rupees. Quite obviously, many people will now not be willing to pay this price, because at this price, they may spend this money, or they may think of spending this money on something else. They may find that this price is not reasonable. They may find that this price is too high. They may find that for this technology, iPhone 17, paying 1.75 or 1.5 lakh rupees is not reasonable. You can get far better items at 1.5 lakh rupees. So some people's willingness to pay this price will reduce. Similarly, many people who could afford an iPhone at an 83,000 rupees will not be able to afford an iPhone at 1.5 lakh rupees, which means whatever was the market demand at this price will not be the same at a price of 1.5 lakh rupees. Many people's willingness to pay this price is going to erode. Many people's ability to pay this price is also going to erode, which means that at 83,000 rupees, quantity demanded could have been something, but at 1.5 lakh rupees, the quantity demanded will definitely be lesser than what it was at 83,000 rupees. Now, what is the reason behind this relationship? Why is it that when prices of an item increase, the quantity demanded decreases, or conversely, when prices of anything increases, the quantity demanded, decreases, quantity demanded should increase? What's the real reason behind it? The reason behind it lies in what is called opportunity cost. Now, what is opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is the cost of the next best alternative foregone when a choice is made. Consider this with a simple example. As an aspirant, you have a limited monthly budget. Let's say you have a monthly budget of 20,000 rupees, and in this monthly budget, you have to make so many expenditures. You have to pay for your rent, you have to pay for electricity, you have to pay for food, you have to pay for your coaching material, and some money you also pay for entertainment or leisurely purposes. For example, you go to movies, and you go to movies every week. You spend some money on internet also. Because you're all an aspirant, you cannot study 24/7. Sometimes your brain requires you to take some rest. Sometimes you require to distract yourself. And a good, reasonable, healthy distraction is possibly going and watching a movie. Which means, in this limited budget, there are many things that you have to do. Now, let's say that at a movie ticket price is 250 rupees. Every week you watch a movie, which means you spend rupees 1,000 on watching movies, which means that you are now left with only 29,000 rupees to only 19,000 rupees to spend on other things. What happens when the price of these movie tickets increase? Let's say the price of movie tickets increased not to 250 rupees but to 500 rupees. Now, if you want to watch a movie every day, you will have to spend 2,000 rupees on movies every day, which means that you will now be left with only 18,000 rupees to do other things. And some of the other things would be more important than just watching a movie. Because every time you choose something, you are letting something else go. In this 2,000 rupees, you could have done something else. You could have gotten more coaching material. You could have continued to eat the food that you're doing. But if you spend this 2,000 rupees on movie tickets, that means you now have lesser money to do other things. You will have to let go of some of the other things. Possibly you may have to let go of your favorite meal that you take every Sunday. Possibly you will now spend lesser on coaching material. Now, if the price of movie tickets increases, If you continue to spend on movies, that means you're left with lesser money to do other things. And as rational consumers, every time we have to spend our money, we ask ourselves, could this money have been spent on something else or something better? Because as the price of any item increases, the opportunity cost of spending also increases. Which means, now if you want to buy movie tickets at higher prices, you will have to let go of other things. In your limited monthly budget, you have to make sure that you have to do many other things also. And if the price of one of those things increases and you decide to spend money on an increased price, which means you will be left with lesser money to do other things. And that could be a significant consideration. For example, if you wanted to still go watch movies every week, you may have to give up on one day of meal. If you increase the price furthermore, let's make the price of a movie ticket 1000 rupees, which means if you still want to watch a movie every week, you will now have only 16,000 rupees to do other things, which means that the amount of other things that you have to forego because you are choosing to go to movies is now increasing. As the price of an item increases, the opportunity cost also increases. The same money you could have used on other things. This is the reason why demand and prices are inversely related. Consider another example. What if these movie tickets became half in price? Which means now they cost you 125 rupees only. Which means now if you want to watch a movie every week, you will be spending only and only 1000 rupees. Not 1000 rupees, 500 rupees only. Which means you have 500 rupees extra to do other things. Now your ability to watch movies is going to increase. You now can watch not just 4 but 8 movies every month. This is the simple specific reason as to why quantity demanded and prices are inversely related to each other. This relationship, when expressed in a graph, will look something like this. On this graph, on the y-axis, if we keep the unit price of an item, and on the x-axis, if we keep quantities, the relationship between demand and prices can be shown something like this. This is what is called the demand curve. And what does the demand curve say? It says that at a lower price P1, quantity demanded of an item is Q1. As the price increases from P1 to P2, the quantity demanded decreases from Q1 to Q2. The other way around is also true. If the price of an item decreases from P2 to P1, the quantity demanded of that item increases from Q2 to Q1. And the answer why this happens lies in what is called opportunity cost. As the price of an item increases, the opportunity cost of spending on that item also increases. We are all limited or constrained in terms of the amount of money that we have. If we have to spend more on some items, it means that we may have to let go of many other items from our basket. Conversely, if the price of an item reduces, which means now you will be left with more money to spend on other things. And why not on that? This opportunity cost is the reason as to why the demand curve is downward sloping. The demand curve, like I said, is a graphical representation of the relationship between two things, between price of a commodity and its quantity demanded. And when you look at the demand curve for most items, you will find that the demand curve is downward sloping, negatively sloping, which simply indicates that the relationship between prices and quantity demanded is inverse. Now this relationship is given to us through the law of demand. We now know that normally the items, their quantity demanded and their prices are inversely related to each other, which means as the prices of a commodity increases, its quantity demanded should decrease and vice versa. Another important relationship is Now that we know that if the price of an item increases, its quantity demanded should decrease, and vice versa, the other important question for us to answer is, how much will the demand increase or decrease if the prices of an item change? The answer to that question lies in another important concept, which is called elasticity. The elasticity of demand. What is elasticity? Elasticity, to be defined simply, is the responsiveness, the sensitivity of anything. And in this case, we are interested in knowing how sensitive is demand to prices, which means when prices change, how much will demand change? That is called price elasticity of demand. The price elasticity of demand is the extent to which its quantity demanded is going to change if the prices of that item change. For instance, consider a Coke can. When the Coke can is priced at 40 rupees, in India, the demand for Coke can, let's say, is 10 lakh cans. If the price of Coke can increases from 40 rupees to 50 rupees, how much should the demand of Coke cans decrease? Let's say the demand for Coke cans now decreases to 5 lakh rupees. This is the law of demand in action. As the price of Coke can increases, its quantity demanded should decrease. How much is what is given to us by what is called elasticity. Price elasticity of demand is simply put percentage change in quantity demanded of an item subject to percentage change in the prices of that item. In this case, the example is of Coca-Cola cans. How elastic is Coca-Cola cans will depend upon how much its demand changes when its prices change. Now consider the price change here. Prices have increased from 40 rupees to 50 rupees, which means the percentage change in prices is 50 minus 40 upon 40 times 100. This is 10 upon 40 times 100, which is 25%. Prices have increased by 25%. Now consider the change in demand. What is the percentage change in demand? This is 5 lakhs minus 10 lakhs upon 10 lakhs times 100. The demand has simply halved. This is a reduction in demand by 50%, which means that the elasticity of Coke cans is going to be the change in demand, which is minus 50%, upon change in prices, which is 25%. This is going to be minus 2. Now minus 2, minus represents the direction of change. What happened was prices were increasing, so the direction of change is positive, while the quantity demanded is decreasing. That means the direction of change is negative. Minus 2 represents how much is the demand of a Coke can going to change if its prices change. And in this case, 1% change in the price of Coca-Cola means 2% change in its demand. More specifically, 1% increase in the prices of Coca-Cola means a decrease of 2% of its quantity demanded. This concept is called elasticity, elasticity of demand. Now, price elasticity of demand is typically expressed only in terms of magnitude, which means we will take a modulus here. We are not interested in knowing the direction of change. If we are only interested in knowing the magnitude of change, you will simply take a modulus here, which means it will be modulus percentage change in quantity demanded of an item divided by percentage change in the price of that item. In our example, the quantity demanded reduced by 50%, while the prices had changed by 25%. This is going to be mod of minus 2, this is 2. How do you read this 2? You will read it like 1% change in price leads to how many percentage change in quantity demanded? The answer is 2. Now when you look at price elasticity of demand, you can clearly see there is something in the numerator and something in the denominator. This would be x by y, where x is the percentage change in quantity demanded of an item and y is the percentage change in its prices. Now since this is a fraction, theoretically what values can this take? This can take the following values. Can it take a value of 0? Can it take a value of 1? Can it be more than 1? Can it be less than 1? Can it even be infinite? These are the theoretical values that this fraction can take. A value of 0 would mean that nothing is changing in the demand of an item when its prices change. It simply means that there can be items where if their prices change within reason, their quantity demanded does not change. These are called perfectly inelastic items. A good example of this is essential medicines. When the prices of medicines change within reason, their quantity demanded does not change, which means that if the prices of paracetamol reduce, it's not that you're going to start popping 20 paracetamols a day. Conversely, if the prices of paracetamol increase, it's not that you're going to be stopping the use of paracetamol or reducing the use of paracetamol. What is infinite? Infinity. Infinity has to be interpreted like any minor change in the price of an item leads to a very, very high change in the quantity demanded of an item. Similarly, the value of elasticity could even be 1. This is called unitary elasticity. When the value is infinite, remember the value will not be infinite, it has to be interpreted like minor change in prices, very, very high change in quantity demanded. This case is where we say that the good is perfectly elastic, which means it's very sensitive, it's very responsive to changes in prices. You change prices minimally and the quantity demanded changes significantly. When the value of elasticity is less than 1, what we are saying is that the denominator is higher than the numerator. X by y will be less than 1 only when the numerator is less than the denominator, which means that the prices are changing more, but the quantity demanded is not changing as much. This is where you say that the good is inelastic. It's not very responsive, it's not very sensitive to changes in prices. Similarly, if the value is greater than 1, x by y will be greater than 1 when the numerator is more than the denominator, which means when the change in the quantity demanded of an item is more than the change in its prices. This means that this good is sensitive, it's very responsive to changes in prices. This is where you say that the good is elastic. Now it's for you to think of examples of goods which could be elastic, goods which can display unitary elasticity, goods which can be perfectly elastic, goods which can be perfectly inelastic, or even inelastic for that matter. That's your homework. Try to find out goods who are very sensitive to changes in prices and goods which are not as sensitive to changes in prices. Now, about demand, there is one more thing, one last thing that we need to know. Something which is called factors that can change the demand of an item. Those factors which can change the demand of an item are called their determinants. They are called the determinants of demand. For instance, if people start to make so much more money, imagine your parents, their incomes double up. Will they not now want to buy more items? Consider this, populations. If the population of India decreases from 140 crores to 70 crores, what will happen to to the demand for rice? What will happen to the demand for wheat? What will happen to the demand for electricity? What will happen to the demand for water? Will it reduce? Will it increase? Consider another example. What if the population of India doubles up magically from 140 to 280 crore? What is then going to happen to the demand for rice, to the demand for wheat, to the demand for electricity, to the demand for water? Things which can change the demand are called determinants of demand. Income is a determinant of demand. Population could be a determinant of demand. Consumer expectations could be a determinant of demand. For example, if I'm expecting that this year there's going to be very, very severe summers, what will happen to the demand for ACs? Conversely, if you're expecting that this year the winters could be really harsh, what will happen to the demand for sweaters? Another reason what can change demand is consumer preferences. What if people in India become vegetarian? What if everybody in India becomes vegetarian? What is going to happen to the demand for meat products? Is it going to decrease? Is it going to increase? Conversely, what if more people in India decide to become non-vegetarian? What is then going to happen to the demand for meat products? Will it have any influence or not? That's the question you have to ask. What else can be the reason behind changes in demand? We can say that government policies can also be a reason behind change in demand. For instance, what if government decides to increase income tax? From the money that your parents are making, the government is now going to take a bigger chunk, which means your parents are now left with lesser money to spend on goods and services. What should happen to the demand of goods and services? Maybe you're going to lose that cable connection. Maybe you're going to lose on having a great phone now. Maybe you're going to lose out on going out to movies anymore. Conversely, what if government decides to ban the use of petrol cars? What is going to happen to the demand of petrol cars? Or what is going to happen to the demand of electric vehicles? Government policy can also have an impact on demand. It can both increase it, it can both decrease it. Similarly, we can also talk about technology. Improvements in technology are reasons behind the increase in demand of some items and reduction in demand of others. For example, when trimmers were invented, what should have happened to the demand for shaving blades? Similarly, as iPhones become better and better with technology, what happens to the demand of feature phones? As technology improves, some items are going to be demanded more, some items are going to find that their demand has now reduced. Anything and everything which can have an impact on the demand of an item is going to be called its determinant. What I've given you here is not an exhaustive list of the determinants of demand. This is just an indicative list. I would request you all to think of other factors which could also become the determinants of demand and type them down in the comment section below. We'll discuss about supply and markets. Now, what is supply? Much like demand is defined as the quantity demanded of a commodity given its prices that people are both willing and able to pay for, supply is also defined very similarly. How do you define supply? Supply of a commodity is its quantity given its prices that sellers are both willing and able to supply. If you look at the definitions of demand and supply, the definitions look pretty much similar. Some words have to be changed. The supply of a commodity is its quantity given its prices that producers or sellers are both able and willing to sell. And much like the law of demand, we also have something called the law of supply. The law of supply gives us the relationship between supply of a commodity or quantity supplied as well as its prices. And the law states, ceteris paribus, keeping all else unchanged, the quantity supplied of a commodity should vary directly with its prices. Remember, what is important is the initial few words, keeping all else unchanged or keeping all else constant. The quantity supplied of a commodity varies directly with its prices. If we have to show this relationship between quantity supplied and prices of a commodity, we can show this relationship graphically also with the help of something which we call the supply curve. Now, what is a supply curve? A supply curve is a graphical relationship between two things, the prices of a commodity and its quantity supplied. And since the relationship between prices and quantity supplied is a direct relationship, the graph looks something like this. This is called the supply curve, also called the willingness to sell curve. And if you look at the supply curve, it's upward sloping. This upward sloping curve represents that if the price of an item are lesser, let's say they are P1, the willingness to sell this item would also be lesser at QS1. And if the price of an item become higher or increase to P2, the quantity supplied of that item will also increase to QS2. The other way around is also true, which is if the price of an item reduce from P2 to P1, the willingness to sell this item should also reduce from QS2 to QS1. Now, what could be the reason behind an upward sloping supply curve? The reason is very simple to understand. First, we have to understand, why do producers produce anything? Why do sellers sell anything? One of the prime motivations of selling anything is profits. Why do producers produce anything? They are producing anything only because they want to make more profits. And what are profits? Profits are, simply put, they are revenue adjusted for costs, which means to produce something, producers will have to incur costs. They will have to hire workers, they'll have to set up a factory enterprise, they'll have to buy machines, tools and implements, they'll have to buy many raw materials, inputs to produce something, which means there is a certain cost associated with it. Now, producers do not produce to recover this cost. Producers produce to recover more than this cost, which they do by adding a profit margin to the cost. So, what essentially is profits? Profits is revenue adjusted for costs. And what is revenue? Revenue is quantity of an item which is sold multiplied by its market prices. For instance, if one Samsung television sells for 1 lakh rupees, a sale of 100 of these television units is going to get Samsung a revenue of 1 lakh rupees multiplied by 100, which is a revenue of 1 crore rupees. Now, from these 1 crore rupees, which is the revenue of Samsung from the sale of this TV unit, Samsung will remove the cost of producing the TV unit. Whatever is left becomes the profit of the Samsung or the TV manufacturer. So, this is quantity sold times market prices minus the costs. The law says keeping everything else the same, which means everything else is the same. The only thing which is changing is prices. If the prices of an item increase, what should happen is that the revenue of that item should increase, while the cost will stay the same. And if the revenue of an item increases, cost staying the same, this would mean more profits for the makers. Conversely, if the market prices of an item decrease, keeping all else the same, the revenue of that item should decrease. Cost staying the same, revenue decreasing would mean lesser profits for the sellers. So simply by looking at what profits mean, we can understand as to why the supply curve should be upward sloping. The supply curve is upward sloping precisely because at lower prices, keeping all else the same, this would mean lesser profits. And higher prices would mean higher profits. If you are a seller and if you know that something can sell at a higher price getting you a higher profit, obviously your willingness to sell will increase. Conversely, if you are a seller and if you know that the market prices of that particular item that you are producing are lesser, that should reduce your profit margins, obviously the willingness to sell that item should reduce. It simply means at a higher price, you are getting a higher profit by making this commodity and by selling it in the market. So why should you do something else? Similarly, if that commodity is fetching a lower price would mean a lower profit margin for you, lower profits for you. And if you are making lower profits by making something, why should you not make something else which is going to fetch you a higher profit? This explains the upward sloping supply curve. The upward sloping supply curve is simply speaking a graphical representation of the law of supply, which is that quantity supplied is directly related to its prices. Now, there are independent forces of demand and forces of supply. Both of these forces of demand and supply interact at a place, and this place is called a market. Now, what is a market? Market is a place where buyers and sellers interact to exchange goods and services. Sellers are producing goods and services, buyers are consuming or want to consume those goods and services. And where they two meet, that place is exactly what we call markets. It's a place where buyers want to buy something. Why? Because that something holds a certain use value, some utility for them. While sellers who are making those items which hold utility for these consumers, they will come to the market with their items. Now, in the market, the forces of demand and supply are going to interact and they are going to set prices for a specific item. Consider a market for tables. This would be the supply curve of tables and this would be the demand curve for tables. On the y-axis go price per unit, on the x-axis go quantity. Now, if there are some sellers in this market who want to sell tables at a higher price, what is going to happen? If the price of tables in the market is, let's say, higher, let's call it P1, at a higher price, both the law of supply and the law of demand is going to kick in. At a higher price, the willingness and ability to buy something, to buy these tables, this is lesser, represented by QD1. But at a higher price, the willingness and ability to sell tables is much higher. Let's call it QS1. But obviously, at a high price, suppliers would want to sell more, while at a higher price, buyers would demand less or would want to buy lesser. If the suppliers have come to the market with excess supply, while there is no corresponding demand for it, there is going to occur a situation of what is called a market surplus. Similarly, if the prices for these tables are, let's say, lesser, let's call them P2. At a lesser price, the law of supply and demand is once again going to kick in. At a lesser price P2, the willingness and ability to sell these tables should reduce at QS2. While at a lesser price, the law of demand is also going to kick in and buyers would want to demand more of these tables. Now, this is a scenario where buyers want more tables while the suppliers have come to the market with lesser number of those. This situation is called a situation of market deficit. Now, markets can result in something called a market surplus or something called a market deficit, provided that prices are moving without any underlying change to demand and supply. Now, what happens in the scenario of a market surplus? Imagine that the prices of tables have become much higher than they should be. At a much higher price, there will be many suppliers in the economy who will want to enter the business of tables. And if they do, they will come to the markets with QS1 as supply. While at a higher price, the willingness and ability of people to buy these tables is going to significantly reduce, which means that the quantity demanded of these tables is simply QT1, which is much lesser than QT2, than QS1. This is a scenario of surplus, which means only as many tables will be sold as is the demand. This excess is going to be called market surplus, and market surplus will remain unsold. And if there are some tables which are remaining unsold, quite obviously, for the seller, everything that he had brought together, all the costs that he had incurred in making these tables, if these tables do not sell in the market, quite obviously, all of those costs he will find very hard or impossible to recover. That means all of those costs will become the losses for the seller. So what will he do? He will try to reduce the prices of these tables. And as prices reduce, you will find, let's say the price becomes P3. At a reduced price, the demand for these tables will now increase. While at a reduced price, many suppliers will now not want to be entering into the business of tables. As the suppliers continue to reduce prices, the demand continues to increase. And this process of increase in demand and this process of reduction in supply is going to continue to happen till we reach a point which is where the quantity demanded of items, of tables in this market becomes the same as the quantity supplied, which means no item is now remaining unsold. This point corresponds to a specific price we will call P0 and a specific quantity we will call Q0. This point is called market equilibrium. What is market equilibrium? Market equilibrium is simply speaking a state in the market where the prices have reached a level where the quantity demanded of a specific item is the same as its quantity supplied, which means that this economy is not producing anything extra. In terms of tables, this economy is producing only as many tables as are required by the people or as are being demanded by the people. Conversely, if there is a situation of deficit, what is going to happen? You will find that there are many buyers who want to buy tables, while there are not as many sellers who would want to sell these tables because the prices are low. Because there is an increased demand of these tables, many people want them and cannot find them, many buyers will enter into a price competition with itself and they will try to outbid the others. Those who will find tables more useful will want to pay a higher price for these tables, and this competition is going to push the prices upwards. As the prices get pushed upwards, the demand for tables will going to reduce, as well as the supply of tables is going to increase because of the law of supply and the law of demand. This is going to happen in a series of incremental additions and incremental reductions till the market once again reaches this point which is called market equilibrium. And market equilibrium is the discovery of a specific price at which the quantity demanded is the same as quantity supplied, which means that this market is producing as many tables as are being demanded in the market itself. Now, market equilibrium is what we call allocative efficiency. The other two scenarios, which is what you call a market surplus and a market deficit, these represent what is called a market disequilibrium. What is a market disequilibrium? A market disequilibrium is a condition where prices of commodities are higher or lower than their equilibrium prices, causing suppliers to either supply more than there is a demand or causing suppliers to supply less than there is a demand for those items. Whenever there is a situation of a market disequilibrium, the law of demand and supply is going to kick in. In case of a market surplus, Because producers fear that many of their items will remain unsold, this will induce a sense of price competition in the suppliers, and some of these suppliers will push the prices downwards so that something gets sold. This incremental decrease in price is going to increase the quantity demanded of these tables, and this will happen iteratively till the market reaches this point, which is what we call the market equilibrium. And at this point, the quantity demanded of tables becomes the same as the quantity supplied, which means there is no producer in the market which is producing more than what is being demanded of tables. Similarly, when there is a market disequilibrium in the form of market deficit, this time there will be a price competition, but this price competition will now be amongst consumers because consumers cannot find many of these tables that they want. Some of these consumers who value tables very highly will want to pay a higher price for it. This price competition amongst buyers is going to drive the prices of tables upwards, and at a higher price, there will be many people who will either be unwilling to pay a higher price for tables or unable to pay a higher price for tables, leading to a reduction in demand. While at a higher price, suppliers will want to supply more. Once again, this is going to happen incrementally till the market reaches this point, which is what we call a market equilibrium. And at the market equilibrium, only as many of tables are being produced as is the demand in the economy. The market is creating nothing extra, the market is creating nothing lesser than there is a demand for tables. And hence, it is called allocative efficiency. Allocative efficiency simply means that our resources are very, very limited, while our needs and wants are so many more. Now, because our resources are limited and our needs and wants are unlimited, we have to find ways to allocate our resources in a manner that these resources we get the best use out of. And one way of allocation or optimal allocation of resources is by relying on the markets. The market forces of demand and the market forces of supply will bring the economy to its equilibrium. This is going to happen across each of these product or non-product markets. Markets find their own equilibrium. If the prices of commodities are much higher than the equilibrium level, they will come down. If the market prices of commodities are much lower than their equilibrium, they will come up. Why? Because of the working of the law of demand and the law of supply. Economies at the end will produce only as much of these items as is the demand. Now, markets are not just allocatively efficient, markets are also productively efficient. This is called productive efficiency. Each of these suppliers is supplying tables in the market. Why? Because they want to make more profits out of this. So each of these suppliers, these business owners who have set up these firms which make tables, they will want to ensure that these tables are produced at the lowest cost possible, which means they will want to ensure that there is no wastage of raw materials. They would want to ensure that the workers are working to their fullest potential, that the machines that they have deployed, everything is operating at their fullest potential possible. There is very limited or no wastage of resources at all. Because if there is a wastage of resources, this would mean that the producer will be able to sell a specific product at a higher price. Now, he wants to sell a product at the lowest cost possible, or he wants to bring his prices, his cost to the lowest possible. Why? Because he wants to increase his profit margin. It is in his self-interest to produce items at their lowest cost possible. Now, because it is in the self-interest of a producer to produce at the lowest cost possible, he will want to make sure that his productive capacity, his factory enterprise is operating at its peak efficiency. He will try to ensure that there is minimal to no wastage of anything, of any resources which are happening. Which means not only are markets allocatively efficient, markets are also productively efficient. And this is very, very significant for an economy. Why? Because every economy faces what is called a scarcity of resources. Our needs and wants are unlimited, while the resources which will satisfy those needs and wants, they are limited. Hence, we have to find a way to efficiently allocate those needs and to efficiently allocate those resources. One way of doing this is what we call through the market mechanism. Now, markets are great because they're allocatively efficient, because they're also productively efficient. But are they great all the time? Not necessarily. Markets also fail sometimes. This is a scenario what we call market failure. For example, markets fail when it comes to what we call public goods. Now, firstly, what are public goods? Public goods are technically defined as those goods which display two properties. They are non-rivalrous and they are also non-excludable. What is non-rivalrous? Non-rivalrous means that consumption by one is not rivalrous to consumption by another. Simply meaning that consumption of this good leaves consumption by one of this good by others unaffected. Consumption of this good by one person leaves the consumption of the same good by others unaffected, which means one's consumption of this good does not affect the consumption of the same good by others. If I buy a shirt from the market and if I wear this shirt, will you be able to wear the shirt while I am wearing it? Which means since I am using this shirt, the same shirt you cannot use at the same point in time. This means that my consumption of this shirt is rivalrous to yours. Imagine that this is an apple. If I take a bite from this apple, that bite will leave that part of that apple lesser for you to consume from it. Once again meaning that my consumption of this apple is rivalrous to yours. Public goods are those goods whose consumption is non-rivalrous. That means use by one does not affect the use by another. Public goods are also those goods which display one more property which is called non-excludability. Public goods are non-excludable. What does non-excludable mean? It means that it is either physically impossible or it is prohibitively expensive to exclude someone from using a good or service. Sometimes there are goods whose consumption is non-excludable, which means that we cannot stop those people who are not paying for it from using that good or service. It is either physically impossible for us to exclude some people, or it is prohibitively expensive for us to exclude some people from using that good or that service. Public goods are those goods which display both. They are non-rivalrous in nature, they are both non-excludable in nature also. Consider an example of non-excludability. For example, all of us want, let's say, clean air. Right? Clean air is something that everybody wants. What if you spend some money on cleaning the air? You know that afforestation is going to help air become cleaner, or it's going to purify this air. Now, for afforestation, you will find a public piece of land, you will sow some seeds there, you will go every day to water them and then wait for these trees to grow. That means you are spending not just your effort, not just your time, but also some money on afforestation. Let's say this forest grows, and once this forest grows, the tree canopy is going to purify this air. Now, this afforestation is going to purify air. Now, once this air is purified, can you stop other people from breathing this purified air? Can you stop them? It is physically impossible for you to stop the non-paying people from getting the benefits of your efforts, of your time, and of your money. You cannot exclude them from breathing this clean air, can you? This is where the consumption of a good is non-excludable. You can think of it in terms of river pollution also. If there is a river which is being polluted because industries are discharging their effluents into it, you can spend once again your effort, your time and your money on cleaning this water. Now you can spend it on cleaning this river around your area. But when this river water is cleaned, this river water is also going to flow downstream. Let's say you are based out of Delhi and you spend some money on cleaning Yamuna. The benefits of a cleaner Yamuna are also going to accrue to members based in UP. Those people who have not paid for cleaning of river Yamuna. Can you stop them from using clean water? You possibly can't. Now, public goods are those goods which are both non-rivalrous and non-excludable. The problem lies in non-excludability. If you know that you cannot stop people from, getting the benefits of something, from getting the benefits of your efforts, your time and your money, if you cannot physically stop them, or if it is prohibitively expensive for you to stop them from using the benefits of your efforts, your time and your money, will you want to spend this kind of money? Will you want to spend money on afforestation so that the air gets cleaned, if other people who have not paid for this afforestation can also breathe this clean air? Would you spend your money on rivers, on cleaning these rivers, when you know for a fact that this clean water is also going to flow downstream and other people who have not paid for cleaning this water can also use the benefits or reap the benefits of your efforts? It is non-excludability which hurts the people's willingness to pay for it. If you are spending some money on an item and you don't get to exclusively use that item, other people who did not pay for it also can use it. Will you want to spend the money on that item? Consider a very simple example. You live with your flatmates, you buy food every day. Since you pay for that food, you put the food in a refrigerator. If your flatmates can come and eat that food any time that they want, will you want to spend money on that food article? You take people out for a lunch and only you pay while other people don't pay for it. Will you want to take these people out many times? It is non-excludability which hurts the willingness to pay for something, because you cannot stop other people from getting the benefits of that thing. You cannot physically exclude them, or it is prohibitively expensive for you to exclude them. This non-excludability directly attacks people's willingness to pay for an item, because you do not get to exclusively enjoy that item. Non-payers, what we call free riders in economics, they also benefit from your efforts, from your time and from your money. Because free riders are benefiting from your time, your efforts and your money, this is going to definitely have an impact on your willingness to spend that money, your willingness to pay for that item. Now, if the willingness to pay for that item reduces or gets eliminated, do you think the market is going to produce that item? For instance, if there are companies which spend a lot of money in afforestation and clean this air, and they cannot get people to pay for it because the benefits of clean air are available to all. No company can physically stop me from breathing. If that is going to happen, if no person is paying for this clean air, will any private company want to clean air for you? Similarly, if a private company is spending money on cleaning river Yamuna, the benefits of this clean river Yamuna are also accruing to the non-paying people who are living downstream. That means this company will not be able to charge them for this clean water. Will this company make these goods? In the markets, goods are only made for which there is a demand. This is what we are talking about when we discussed allocative efficiency. The markets come down to allocative efficiency by producing only as much of an item as is being demanded, and demand means both the willingness and the ability to pay. If people are not willing to pay for an item, why will the market produce that item? Now, because public goods are both non-rivalrous and non-excludable, This would mean that people do not want to pay for them. And if people don't want to pay for them, the market is going to create no supply for these items. And if the market creates no supply for these items, how will we then produce these items? Do you not want clean air? Do you not want clean water? Of course we do. Hence, there is a need for government intervention. It is the government which will spend its resources on making these public goods. These goods which the markets will fail to provide, because there is no incentive for the markets to produce these goods, because these suppliers will not be able to recover this money from free riders. Another case where markets fail is what we call information asymmetry. For example, in any market exchange, there is a producer who interacts with a buyer. If the producer gives goods and services, the buyer has to pay for it. The buyer will have to have some trust in these goods and services made by the producer, which means he trusts that the money he is spending is bringing him some value. Now consider an example where the producer, let's say, is selling gold. And if there is no way of knowing whether this gold is pure or not, if there is absolutely no way of knowing whether this gold is pure or not, as a buyer, of course the producer will know how much of real gold is involved in that jewelry piece. If for the buyer there is no way of knowing whether the gold he is buying from a buyer, is it actually gold, is it some other material, is it just gold plated, if there is no way for him to know, will this buyer want to buy this gold from the producer? There is a huge information asymmetry. The producer knows so much about the value of the product that he is selling, while the consumer does not. And if the consumer cannot trust the producer, quite obviously the consumer is not going to be spending this money on buying that particular article. So every time there is an information asymmetry, this information asymmetry also will have to be bridged. And this bridging this information asymmetry can happen, for example, through regulation. The government creates quality standards. The government has some quality standards for the gold that is also sold. So once you trust that this gold is certified by some party who you can trust, only then will there be a market for gold, right? Which is what is necessary for any economy. For the markets to thrive, there has to be bridging of information asymmetry, because this information asymmetry creates a mistrust between the buyers and the sellers. Now this mistrust has to be bridged, and any third party which we both can trust, only when that party intervenes can this information asymmetry be bridged, and in this case this can be done through government regulation. The markets will have so much more incentive to sell impure gold, while the buyers will have no incentive to spend more money on something which is not actually gold. Precisely, there will be no markets for gold. Therefore, to bridge this information asymmetry, the government will create some regulatory standards also. There is a requirement of the government, the markets can fail. The third reason why markets can fail, or where markets can fail, is with respect to ethicality. In a free market economy, only those goods are being produced for which there is a demand. Producers have to have a private incentive in the form of profits in making something. There is a huge demand for livers, right? There are many people who witness chronic failures of liver. There are people who witness an acute failure of liver. And when this liver failure happens, people will want to rely on liver transplantation. And liver transplantation is where you have to find a donor a donor who can give you a part of your liver so that it can be introduced in your body and it will be regenerated into a fully functional liver. Now, quite obviously, there are many people who want livers. There are many people who also are willing to donate these livers. These people can donate livers in respect of a payment. Should there be a market or an unregulated market for livers? If there is an unregulated market for livers, quite obviously, it is to some extent great, because those parties who are witnessing a liver failure can now find ready people who are willing to supply, provided that the liver also matches. But this situation can also lead to ethicality problems. Because there is an unregulated market for livers, this unregulated market creates incentives for people to go for organ trafficking. There are people who will find very poor people who are willing to give a slice of their liver for some market considerations. People can be kidnapped and the liver can be harvested out of them only to be sold to another person. Now, just because there is an unregulated market for liver does not mean that this is a best solution or the best outcome for the entire economy. It can create problems with respect to ethicality. Should there be a market for livers at all? And if it is, should that be unregulated, or will we need a supervisory or a regulatory control over this market? Because if it is unregulated, because if there are only private parties with private incentives in providing these livers, it can create ethical problems. People are going to find very poor people, harvest their livers and sell it off in the market for livers, which is completely unregulated. These are problems with respect to ethicality, once again, can be managed through government intervention. Now, apart from this, are there any other cases of market failures or not? There is one more case of market failure, which is called market power. Sometimes the suppliers can enter into an agreement with each other to limit the supply of a certain commodity. Suppliers can coordinate their actions and create cartels to acquire what is called a monopolistic control over the supply of a specific commodity. For example, there are only a few refined petrol providers in the country. If all of them combine and join hands with each other and decide that they are going to be selling petrol at higher prices, what will you do? You will have no choice but to buy petrol at higher prices from them. Why? Because there is no other supplier. This is called a cartel formation, where suppliers, instead of competing with each other, join hands with each other to limit the supply and hence control the prices of a specific item which is required by you. This is an anti-competitive practice. Similarly, these suppliers don't have to join hands with each other. These suppliers can also lobby with the government to limit the entry of others into the market. For example, many of the telecom operators, before the advent of geo telecommunications, lobbied with the government to make entry into this sector as difficult as possible for geo. They may get the government to press for what is called a license requirement. They may find favors within the government itself and allow the government, or rather request the government, to limit the entry of others to produce the same item. And if that happens, these suppliers occupy what is called a monopolistic control over that particular market. And in a monopoly, the prices will be simply decided by the suppliers because they are facing absolutely no competition. Once again, this is an unfair anti-competitive practice, which means that markets do not always give us the best possible outcomes. Sometimes we have to rely on other forces than just market demand and supply to achieve the best possible outcomes for the entire economy. And that calls for what is called government's intervention. For instance, you require the government to provide you public goods, those goods which the market itself will not create. You will also require the government to regulate some markets. You will also require the government to stop some wrongdoing from happening. You will require the government to ensure that in the markets there is free and fair competition. Now, for the government to do each of these things, the government also is going to require resources. How will the government provide you public goods? How is the government going to provide you clean air, clean water? It requires some money. It requires some resources. Where is the government going to get these resources from? Primarily through the powers of taxation. Government gets these resources from taxation and then spends these resources, called government's expenditure, to cure for what is called market failures. Now, if the government taxes all of us quite a lot, or if the government does not tax us significantly, what is the impact of the government's action on the entire market? How will we ever know? If the government regulates the market for livers, was that good for the economy? Was that bad for the economy? How will we ever know? Now, how do we ever know whether government intervention more specifically, is good for the entire market or not? We will never know unless we have some broader indicators which indicate to us what is the impact of government intervention. These indicators are what we call macroeconomic indicators. In all modern economies, in fact in most modern economies, you will find that there are markets which are producing and distributing items, and then there is the involvement of the government also. Government sometimes involves itself in production and mostly involves itself in governance, in regulation. Now, these are what we call mixed economies. Mixed economies try to correct for market failures because relying simply on the markets is not going to give us the best possible solutions. Now, whether this choice of having a mixed economy, is it the best for everyone? Is it helping the entire economy? Or the choices of many players within the mixed economic system, for example, the choices of government policies, what kind of policies that the government is following. If the government is regulating some sector, what is the impact of that regulation? If the government chooses to not regulate a specific sector, what is the impact of that choice? For us to have a reasonable assessment of each of these, we want to have some macroeconomic indicators for us to understand the impact. These macroeconomic indicators are, for example, GDP of an economy, unemployment rates in the economy, inflation in the economy. There are many macroeconomic indicators that will help us ascertain whether the impact of our choices is good or bad. And in the next class to follow, we will be taking up some of these macroeconomic indicators. What is gross domestic product of an economy? In the last class, we were discussing what do we mean by markets and what can cause market failures. In the events of markets failing, you need an intervention by the government. We are discussing whether a market economy is great for an economy itself, or any government intervention in the economy is good, or when the government intervenes in an economy, it comes out with various policies. Which policies are good for an economy, which policies are bad for an economy? How will we ever know? Or in fact, how will we ever know how big our economy is? The answer to that question lies in the gross domestic product of the economy. Gross domestic product is, simply put, the level of output produced by an economy. But there is a definition to follow. The definition of gross domestic product is, it is the market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of an economy in a given time period. The definition may look very simple to read and even understand, but then this definition carries so many implications. There are many words here which have to be looked at. The first, market value. Another, final goods and services. Third is the domestic territory, and fourth is a given time period. Each of these words underlined in the definition carry a certain implication which you will have to understand if you want to be good in understanding what gross domestic product means. Let's begin with the first word, which is market value. When we speak of market value, what implication does it carry? Market value simply means the value or the price at which goods and services are being sold in the market. The implication that this term carries for the definition of GDP is that GDP is a monetary concept, which means consider a simple economy, and if in this economy the only things produced are, let's say, apples and mobile phones. Let's say this economy produces 100 mobile phones in a year and 3,000 apples in a year. We will not say that the GDP of the economy is 3,000 apples and 100 mobile phones. We will have to express the value of GDP of this economy in monetary terms. By monetary terms, what do we mean? We mean if one mobile phone sells at a market price of 1 lakh rupees and one apple, let's say, sells at a market price of 1 rupees, then in that case, the GDP of this economy will be very simply put 100 mobile phones multiplied by their market price, which is 1 lakh, plus 3,000 apples multiplied by their market price, which is rupees 1. This will give us 1 crores plus 3,000 rupees. We will say that the GDP of this economy calculated at market prices is 1 crore 3,000 rupees. We do not express the value of GDP in terms of quantity or in terms of a description of what we produce. We express the value of GDP in money terms. Why do we express it in monetary terms? The reason is very simple. It is far too convenient to do the same. Imagine that economies are far more complicated. They do not just produce apples and mobile phones. Economies produce thousands and millions of products. If we were to explain the GDP of an economy by expressing what this economy produces or how much, it will be very, very inconvenient for us to do that. So firstly, GDP is a monetary concept. Secondly, GDP's value will include only those items which are produced in legitimate or legal markets, which means any illegal production, any contraband, the value of that contraband or the value of that production will not be accounted for in the concept of GDP. For example, in the state of Bihar, there is a prohibition on liquor. There must be many people who in the underground economy produce liquor, sell it and make some money out of it. Will we account for the market prices of those liquor bottles produced illegally? Not in the concept of GDP. These are the two implications of the word market value. The second implication comes from the term final goods and services. Now, what is the implication of this term? When we say final goods, what do we mean? In economics, there is a classification of goods. Final goods versus what we call intermediate goods. Now, the difference between the two, when you just write it down, is very simple to understand. Final goods are those goods which are meant for final use, while intermediate goods are those goods which serve as inputs for further production. Now, although the definition of the two may appear very simple to understand, but it has to be conceptually understood. What's the difference between a final good as well as an intermediate good? The difference you have to remember comes only from one fact, which is in the cycle of production, which good has exited and which good continues to remain active in the cycle of production. Final goods are those goods which have exited the active economic cycle of production, while intermediate goods are those goods which are still active in the cycle of production. What does it mean? It means that over final goods, there will either be no processing, there will be no value addition, there will be no transformation into something else meant to be resold in the market. Either there will be no processing, no value addition, no transformation, or even if there is any processing, any value addition, or any transformation happening, this processing, value addition, or transformation is not happening with the intent of these goods to be resold in the market. While with the intermediate goods, there is a good chance that there will be some processing, there may be some value addition, there may be some transformation, or maybe not. But any value addition, any processing, any transformation, if done to these goods, will be done because these goods have to be further resold in the market. By us transforming them, adding some value to them, or processing them, we are converting them into something else, and that something else is meant for resale in the market. That is what is meant by being active in the cycle of production, which means it has not exited the cycle of production. There is still some more production, some more value addition, some more processing, some more transformation remaining with the intent of these goods to be resold in the market. Intermediate goods will serve as inputs for further production, while final goods are those goods which are meant for final use. Now understand this with a simple example. When Tata produces the Tata Sampann sugar, for Tata, Sampann sugar in itself is its final good. Now this sugar can be bought by a household. The sugar may even be bought by a cafeteria or a cafe. In the household, you will use this sugar across many items. For example, you may use this sugar to make coffee from it, which means you will add the sugar to your hot coffee and the sugar will get dissolved and will become a part of something else, which is a coffee. But this coffee, is it meant to be resold into the market? No. It's meant for the own consumption by the household, which means that yes, there is some transformation of sugar happening and this sugar gets dissolved into something else which is called coffee, and it's very hard to separate sugar from coffee itself. But this transformation, this processing was not done with the intent of reselling this coffee in the market. This was done with the intent of final use or finally consuming this coffee by the household. So from the perspective of a household, the same sugar becomes a final good. While if you buy sugar, or if a cafeteria owner buys sugar, he will also convert the sugar and dissolve it in his coffee. This sugar has been processed or it has been transformed. It has been dissolved in the coffee, but this coffee is meant with the intent of resale, which means that sugar has now become a part of something else, and this something else is to be sold in the market. This is why, from the perspective of a cafeteria owner, sugar is simply an input for further production, and this production is meant for resale in the market. So the difference between a final good as well as an intermediate good comes from the perspective of who is buying it and what for. If you are buying it with the intent of transforming, processing, or value adding to it, or maybe not, with the intent of reselling it again, then it's an intermediate good. But if you're buying it with the intent of either not processing it, adding no value to it, not transforming it, or even if you do any of those, but you're not doing that with the intent of reselling this item again in the market, then it's a final good. Now, why do we include only final goods and why not intermediate goods? The reason is very simple. The reason is that in the final good, which is the coffee, the cost of this sugar, which was paid by the cafe owner, will automatically be included, which means that if we count the value of sugar and the value of coffee separately, we will be counting the value of sugar twice. This is called double counting. And in the process of estimating GDP of an economy, we do not want to be double counting the value of some item. The value of intermediate goods is already locked into the value of final goods. So if we only take the value of final goods, the value of intermediate goods will automatically be included there. If we take them separately, then we run into the possibility of counting the value of intermediate goods twice. Now, the word is final goods. There is no such thing as a final service. All services are final. Now, what does that mean? It simply means that services have no intermediate stage. Services are consumed the moment they are produced. Ask yourself, can you tell your barber, can you tell your favorite hairdresser, your favorite barber to pack a haircut for you so that you could use that haircut later? If the answer is no, then you understand that all services are final. They are consumed the moment they are produced. For you to get a haircut, you have to be at the barber, and the barber has to cut your hair then and there itself. There is no way you can store this service to be used later. This is the reason why in the definition of GDP, we include only final goods and all services. The next term here is all such final goods and services which are produced within the domestic territory of an economy. Now, what is the implication of this term, which is domestic territory of an economy? The implication of this term is that GDP is a territorial concept, which means in the definition of GDP, if you look at it closely, you will not see that we are concerned with who is producing these final goods and services. What we are concerned with is where are they being produced. So long as these final goods and services are being produced within the domestic territory of an economy, we will include their value, irrespective of who is making it. Whether it's our normal residents, whether it's foreigners, we don't care. The only thing we care about is where are these final goods and services being produced. For example, in India, if you go to Rewari, in Rewari, Honda produces cars. Now, Honda is a Japanese company. Any cars produced in Rewari which belongs to India, the value of these cars, should this be included in India's GDP or not? The answer is yes. Even as Honda is a Japanese company, but because it is producing these cars in India within our domestic territory, the value of these cars shall have to be included in India's GDP. Similarly, if you have an Indian company, for example, a TCS, and TCS opens an office in Texas, Houston, US. Any service produced there in Texas, Houston, US will count towards not India's GDP, but it will count towards the GDP of the US. Why? Because this service is being produced there. GDP is a territorial concept. The only thing we care about is where are these final goods and services being produced. We don't ask of ourselves who is producing them. The next implication in here is, now what do we mean by domestic territory? What shall be included within domestic territory of an economy? Obviously, all areas within our political boundary shall be included. And when we say political boundary, we mean our land borders, we mean our coastal borders, and we mean our airspace. Simply means the region over which India exercises its sovereignty, which means the region over which Indian goods, Indian people, Indian money can flow without asking permission of any other country. All these regions which lie well within our political boundary will automatically be included. The second aspect here is we will also include areas which we call net of territorial enclaves. For example, if in Delhi there is a certain region which is occupied by the Chinese embassy, we will consider the Chinese embassy in India as Chinese territory within India. Remember, it is not Chinese territory within India. We will consider it as Chinese territory within India. Similarly, Indian embassy within China will be considered Indian territory in China. So, in the consideration of GDP, any final good or service produced within Chinese embassy in India will belong to China's GDP. Similarly, any final good or service produced within Indian embassy in China will count towards India's GDP. Territorial enclaves include embassies, consulates, scientific bases, military bases, which means our scientific base, our military base, our embassy, our consulates in other countries of the world, we will consider that territory or the area over which we have our consulates, we have our embassies, we have our scientific bases or our military bases, we will consider that territory as Indian territory. Similarly, other countries' scientific base or a military base or an embassy or a consulate in India, that territory we will consider their territory within India. Since GDP is a territorial concept, which means any final good or service produced in what we consider our territories in other countries shall count towards our GDP and vice versa. The third thing which gets included within domestic territory is any aircrafts, any shipping facilities operated by, I wouldn't say by domestic residents between two or more countries. For example, if Indigo decides to start a flight connecting Thailand with Portugal, since this is an aircraft carrier operated by our domestic resident, even as this carrier is connecting to different countries, we, for the purposes of calculation of GDP, will consider this towards India's GDP. The fourth part which gets included here is any oil and natural gas vessels or rigs operated by domestic residents in international waters or such other waters over which they have gotten an exclusive right to do so. Which means, consider this, if Reliance gets a contract to, let's say, extract crude oil from Venezuelan waters, since Reliance is a domestic company, because it has acquired an exclusive right to extract crude oil from another country, it will still count towards India's GDP. And the reverse is also true. So for the purposes of calculation of GDP, when we use the term domestic territory, we are technically not talking simply of our political boundary. What we are talking about is what we call the economic territory of the country, which will include all these regions as I have mentioned. Let's go back to the definition again. It is the market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of an economy in a given time period. Now, when we say in a given time period, what is the implication of this? When we say that it's a given time period, what we mean is that any production which has happened in a previous time period shall not be counted towards the given time period's GDP. For instance, if we are calculating the GDP of India for the financial year 2025-2026, which will start from the 1st of April 25 till the 31st of March 2026, what we are concerned with is what was the market value of final goods and services produced within this period alone, which means the market value of such goods which are produced in a time period previous to this shall not be counted towards this year's GDP. Why? The reason is very simple, because any production which has happened in a previous time period would have already been counted towards that time period's GDP. One more important thing here is GDP is not the market value of goods and services sold during a time period. It is the market value of final goods and services produced within the time period, which means by default the value of second-hand goods shall also not be counted towards the given time period. One more implication of the same is that this tells you that GDP is not the wealth of an economy. GDP is a flow variable. It has a high correlation with the wealth of an economy, but GDP itself is not the wealth of an economy. Every year, the economy is producing some goods and services. We are only interested in knowing during that year how many final goods and services, or what was the market value of these final goods and services which are produced during that period. Wealth is a stock concept. GDP corresponds to the income of an economy, which is a flow concept, which means we are only interested in knowing the value of final goods and services produced during this time period, corresponding to which people would have generated incomes during that period. GDP itself is not the wealth of an economy, although it may have a decent positive correlation with the wealth of an economy. These are the implications of the term gross domestic product. Once you have understood what is meant by the gross domestic product of an economy, thereafter we will have to understand the various methods of calculating the GDP of an economy. There are three methods of calculating the GDP of an economy. The first method is called the value added method. This is also called the output method, and it is also called the production method. The second method is called the income method, and the third method is called the expenditure method. Understand it well. GDP is the market value of final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of an economy over a certain time period. To calculate the market value of these final goods and services produced within a domestic economy over a time period, there are three methods of arriving at it. Value added method, also called the output method, also called the production method. And the second method is the income method. Third method is the expenditure method, which means we can arrive at the value of these final goods and services produced by simply going to the places of their production. We go to these factories, these firms which produce this output, and we ask of them what was the final goods and services that they produced and what was their market value. Another way of finding the same is by adding the expenditures made by others on the final goods and services produced by this domestic economy over a certain time period. And the third method of estimating the value of final goods and services produced is by adding up the incomes of people which was generated from the production of those final goods and services during a given period. For us to have a good grip on the three methods of calculation of GDP, we have to be a little thorough with what is called circular flow of income. Any economy can be divided into four sectors, and we have to understand the role and importance of each of these four sectors. One sector of the economy we will call households. Another sector of the economy we will call firms. Firms are tasked with the production of output. But for the production of output, firms will require something that we call factors of production. There are four factors of production: land, capital, labor, and enterprise or entrepreneurship. These four factors of production come together to make the production process possible. Who contributes these factors of production? At the end of the day, each of these factors of production comes from the households themselves. For the firms to produce any output in the form of goods and services, they must require these factors of production. These factors of production are contributed by the households, but no person contributes any of these factors of production without expecting a corresponding return from it. For example, I am contributing my labor to physics wala. Because I am contributing my labor to physics wala, we are able to produce this service which you are enjoying watching this video on YouTube. Now, I did not come here for nothing. For me contributing my labor to physics wala, I am expecting a corresponding return. The return that we are expecting for contributing a factor of production is what we call the income. From the perspective of the firms will have to make corresponding factor payments. The factor payment for land or natural resources is called rent. The factor payment for contributing capital is called interest. The factor payment for contributing labor is called wages, while the factor payment for contributing entrepreneurship is called profits. So understand it well. Households contribute factors of production, which makes production of output possible. These firms, for the contribution of these factors of production, will have to make corresponding factor payments, and these factor payments end up becoming the income of the households. Now, these goods and services have some utility for the end consumers, for the households. The firms will be giving these goods and services to the households only when the households will make a corresponding expenditure on these goods and services. Obviously, since the firms are incurring a lot of costs to make this output, they would want to recover this cost alongside some profit margin, which means that these goods and services will not be provided by the firms to the households for free. These goods and services will be provided by the firms to the households in expectation of the households making an expenditure on these goods and services. The money for this expenditure primarily should come from the incomes that the households have generated for contributing factors of production. Households in an economy are primarily tasked with what is called consumption, which means that the expenditure that they have made on these goods and services shall be called consumption expenditure. The circular flow of income simply says that one person's expenditure becomes another person's income. The expenditure made by households comes together as revenue to these firms, and from this revenue the firms pay out factor payments which become the income of the households. The expenditure of households becomes the income of the firms. The expenditure of the firms becomes the income of the households. Now, this is a two-sector economy. You add to these two sectors what we call the government. I don't know, something has happened here. Okay, let me just try to use a different colored pen. In any economy, you will also find there is a role of the government. Now, what does government do? Government, from an economic standpoint, taxes people. Why does it tax people? We are discussing this in the last class, that when the markets fail, the governments have to intervene. For example, the markets fail in the provision of public goods. Now, somebody has to produce these public goods. It is the government which we expect to be producing these public goods. But for the production of public goods, the government also will require some money. Where is this money going to come from? The government is going to collect taxes from people. Not just will it tax people, it will also tax these firms. In addition to asking for taxes from the people and from the firms, the government sometimes also gives subsidies, not just to people, but also to the firms. If you have heard of something called an LPG subsidy, this is part of the payment that the government pays on behalf of people who should have otherwise been paying a market price. The government takes away taxes from you, but sometimes also gives you subsidies. So net, it collects what is called taxes minus subsidies. This is what we call net tax payments. It collects some net tax from the households. It collects some net tax from the firms also. Now, this tax money is spent by the government. Firstly, this tax money will be spent by the government in providing compensation to the people who comprise to form the government. At the end of the day, the government, which will include your legislators, which will include your parliamentarians, which will include the judiciary, will include the executive also. All of these are people and they belong to some household. So from the tax money, the government has to pay compensation to these people. Similarly, the government also has to produce public goods. The government has to create what is called public provisioning. That also requires money. For instance, think about the government deciding to set up a public hospital. Now, the public hospital will require tons of cement, it will require so many bricks, it will require X-ray machines, CT scanners, MRI scanners, right? In addition to the people who work there. How many of these items are produced by the government itself? The answer is none. Which means for public provisioning, the government will buy goods and services from the firms and in lieu of this will make an expenditure to the firms. This expenditure is going to be called government's expenditure. In addition to the government as a sector, there is also the fourth sector, which we call the external sector. The external sector, simply put, is the rest of the world, which means the output produced by the rest of the world sometimes gets imported by the domestic economy. Sometimes the output produced by this domestic economy gets exported to the rest of the world. Exports and imports. Some members of the households, they provide factors of production they produce in the rest of the world. Corresponding to them providing these factors of production, they receive factor payments which will add to the income of these households. Any economy can have four sectors. If it's an open economy, the four sectors would be households, the primary task of which would be consumption. Firms, the primary task of which would be what we call production of output. Government, the primary task of which would be, from an economic perspective, public provisioning. And the external sector, which sometimes supplies output to an economy, sometimes also imports output from an economy. This is what a general economy is structured like, into four sectors, which means any output produced by the firms in the form of final goods and services can either be bought by the government or can be bought by the households or can be bought by other countries or can be bought by other firms. How can an output of one firm be bought by another firm? We just discussed intermediate goods. For example, there will be a company that produces steel. Steel would be used by companies which make bikes. Steel would be used by companies which are construction companies. Steel would be used by companies which make automobiles. That means production of one firm can also serve as an input for another firm. Similarly, some firms produce what we call capital goods. Capital goods being such physical objects which contribute towards production, which add to the productive capacity of any firm. For instance, the buildings where these people sit. For instance, machines, tools, and implements that firms normally use for production purposes. For example, this shirt was bought from Uniqlo. Now, Uniqlo is an apparel manufacturing company, but there will be many power looms within that company or within their factory premises more specifically. Do you think Uniqlo itself produces those machines? The answer is a clear no. When you look around and you look at various companies and their offices, if you go to Gurgaon, you'll find the office of Airtel in the middle. Do you think Airtel produced that building? There was a construction firm which produced that building for Airtel, which means the output of firms can also be consumed by other firms. When capital goods produced by some firms are bought by other firms, these capital goods have a tendency of increasing the productive capacity of other firms. This kind of expenditure made by firms on the output produced by other firms is going to be called investment expenditure, which means that over the output produced by the firms, some of these output is meant to be used by consumers. We will call them consumer goods and services. Some of the output produced by firms such as machines, tools, implements, buildings, this output is used by other firms to add to their productive capacity. This kind of goods we call capital goods. Of all the goods and services produced by firms, some goods and services will be meant for use by end consumers, while some will be meant for use by other firms. Which means if you think about the output of an economy, who can really make an expenditure on this output? This expenditure can come from the government, it can come from the side of the households, it can come from the side of the external sector, it can even come from other firms. In the calculation of GDP, in the production method, we can simply go to these firms and ask of them how much was the market value of your output produced. To arrive at the market value of output produced by these firms in a given time period, we can take an indirect route also, which is where we are going to be asking each of these four sectors how much was the expenditure that they made on the output produced by other firms during this time period. The expenditure made by firms, by government, by households or consumers, and by the external sector. There is a third method of arriving at the value of final goods and services itself, which is called the income method, where we ask these firms how much did you distribute factor payments to your factors of production? What were the incomes which you distributed for the production of goods and services, final goods and services during this time period? That method is called the income method. These are the three methods of estimating or arriving at or calculating the gross domestic product of an economy. In the last class, we did discuss what the meaning of GDP is, each phrase in the definition of GDP and the implications thereof. We had started off as to what could be the possible ways of estimating the value of GDP of an economy. Now, I will take you back to the circular flow of income once more. And in the circular flow of income, there are firms, there are households, there is the government, and there is the external sector. Now, the firms are in charge of production, which means any output produced by an economy in the form of goods and services will be done by entities that we call firms. Imagine that there is an economy, and in this economy, the only final good which is produced are cricket bats. The firm is going to produce these cricket bats. Let us say it has produced a total of 1,000 cricket bats, and out of these 1,000 cricket bats, the market price for each of these is rupees 100. This is the market price of cricket bats. Very simple economy. The only final good that it produces, let's say, is cricket bats. It has produced 1,000 of these. Each of these bats is priced at 100 rupees. So if I simply tell you to calculate for me what the GDP of this economy would be, what will be your answer? Take a moment. It's very simple. You will simply multiply the quantity of final goods produced with the market price, which is 100. The GDP of this economy should be 1 lakh rupees. When we go to these firms and ask of them the amount of output that they have produced and what is the market price of this output, this is going to help us calculate the value of GDP through a method which is what we call the production method, also called the output method, also called the value added method. In this method, we simply go to these firms whose task is to produce these final goods and services. We ask of them how much, and we ask of them what is the price of each of these. And we arrive at the value of GDP of an economy. The other way of finding out the same value, 1 lakh rupees, is going about it but a little indirectly. Which means what? Which means that these bats which have been produced, they have been produced essentially to be sold in the market, which means some of these bats can be bought by the households. Let us say, for the sake of simplicity, 200 bats were bought by households. Let us say the government also raises a cricket team of its own and it buys 100 of these bats. This economy also exported 500 bats. Now, in terms of the production of bats, 1000 were produced, but this economy or these firms were able to sell only 800 of these. 500 as exports, 200 to households and 100 to government. Now, if we only look at how much money was spent by others on these bats, we will arrive at government's expenditure. Government has bought 100 of these bats, so it has paid 100 times 100, which is 10,000 rupees. The expenditure of government on these bats is 10,000 rupees. Similarly, households have bought 200 bats. That means they have spent 200 times 100, which is 20,000 rupees on these bats. This we will call consumption expenditure, expenditure made by households on goods and services produced by firms. Similarly, the economy has also exported 500 of these bats, which means other countries have bought 500 of these. How much money have they spent on these bats? This will be rupees 50,000. Now, if we add up each of their expenditure, you will have 10,000 plus 20,000, 30,000 plus 50,000, 80,000. Consumption expenditure plus expenditure made by firms plus the external sector, all of them combined. Sorry, the expenditure by government and that of the other firms. Consumers has spent a total of 20,000. Government has sold a total of 10,000. And export value in this case is 50,000 rupees. This comes out to be 80,000 rupees. Now, is 80,000 the GDP of the economy? Certainly not. What is missing? What is missing is that part of the output which was unsold. And this part of the output which was unsold is going to add to the stock of unsold goods which remain with the firms, something that we call inventory. That means the inventory of these firms has increased by the total number of unsold bats, which in this case is 200. Now, since nobody else, neither the external sector, nor the households, not even the government, nobody else spent any money in buying this output, does not mean that this output was not produced. And GDP of an economy is not the market value of goods and services sold. It is the market value of final goods and services produced within this economy. These 200 bats were produced, just that nobody else made any expenditure, nobody else bought it. Which is why the value of change in inventory, which is 200 bats multiplied by the market price of each of these, 20,000 will also have to be included, and we will treat it as the investment expenditure made by who? Made by the firms. So now do you arrive at a value of 1 lakh rupees? Certainly yes. This is the other way of coming down to the same value. This method is called the expenditure method. In this method, we only add up the expenditure made by all the agents in an economy over a certain time frame on final goods and services purchased by them. That should also lead us to the same value of GDP. The other way of finding the same is, now imagine that if all the bats were sold, which means this 1 lakh rupees has been received by these firms as revenues. Now, out of these 1 lakh rupees, the firm will have to pay its workers. Firms will have to pay for the capital that they borrowed. Firms will have to pay on rent also. The remaining part will accrue to the firms as profits. Imagine that the wages to the workers was 20,000 rupees. The interest paid on capital borrowed was, let's say, 10,000 rupees. The rent paid was, let's say, another 20,000 rupees, which means from this 1 lakh rupees, 20,000 plus 20,000 plus 10,000, which is a total of 50,000, has been given off as factor payments to whoever contributed the factors of production. The remaining part, 1 lakh minus 50,000, that means 50,000 is profits, and profits are also the incomes of firms. Other way of looking at the GDP of an economy is by adding up the incomes paid for the production of these final goods and services. There are three ways of looking at and calculating the value of GDP of an economy. The first method is called the output method, where you simply go to the firms and ask of them how much final goods and services did they produce and what was the market price of each of these. The other way of arriving at the same value is by adding up expenditure on these final goods and services produced within the year by others. This is called the expenditure method. And the third method is that when these goods and services were sold, the firms would have received a revenue, and revenue would have been distributed as incomes to various factors of production, including the entrepreneur. So if we add up the incomes which were distributed for the production of these goods and services, we will be able to arrive at the same value, which is 1 lakh rupees. These are the three methods. The first method, like I said, is called the output method, also called the production method, also called the value added method. What do we do in this method? In this method, we go to each productive firm in the economy and we ask of them what is the value of their output produced. Keep in mind that in this case, the output we have to factor in is only going to be final goods and services. Now, there is a fundamental problem here, which is how do we ever know that whether a good produced by a firm is the final good or not? Consider an example. Let us say that a farmer grew some cotton. This cotton was bought by a yarn maker. The yarn maker bought this cotton, converted this cotton into yarn, and his output is yarn. This yarn is then bought by a fabric maker, and the fabric maker in his factory converts this yarn into fabric. Now, this fabric is bought by an apparel maker, some person who makes, let's say, shirts, and he uses this cotton fabric to make a cotton shirt out of it. Imagine that the cotton produced by the farmer was worth ₹50 and he sold it all off to the yarn maker. The yarn maker bought this cotton as input, and in his factory, he deployed workers, he deployed machines, and he converted this cotton into yarn. Since he is deploying a factory where there are workers, there are machines, there's a lot of cost involved here, he will not be doing it for free. Quite obviously, he will also be looking for some profits. So when he prices his yarn will be definitely a higher market price than the input that he has gotten. Let's say that he sold off his yarn for 80 rupees. Now, this yarn was bought by the fabric maker. The fabric maker in his factory, where there were workers and machines and tools and implements, converted this yarn into fabric, and he sells off the fabric for 100 rupees. This fabric goes to the apparel maker, where there will be many tailors sitting in a factory enterprise. They will be converting this cotton fabric into shirts, and they sell the shirt off at 200 rupees. Now, from our perspective, it's very easy to understand that yes, in this economy, the final good produced has to be the shirt. Therefore, the economy, GDP, should be the same as the final good produced, which in this case should be the value of a shirt. But imagine you having to go to each of these productive enterprises and asking of them what their output was. For the farmer, his cotton is his final product. He does not know that when he has sold this cotton off, whoever bought it, is he going to use this cotton as swab in his household? Is he going to use this cotton to convert it into yarn? He does not know that. Similarly, the yarn maker who has bought this cotton will convert it into yarn. When he sells off this yarn, he does not know whether this yarn has been sold to a fabric maker or to any other person. How does he ever know? He does not know whether this yarn would have been used to produce something else or not, whether this yarn was the input for some further production or not. Similarly, a person who's making fabric, once he has made his fabric and he has sold it off, he does not know whether this fabric was bought by a person for personal use or for producing something else which he would have sold in the market. Similarly, the production may not stop here. Maybe a designer is going to come and buy this shirt and convert this shirt into a designer shirt of sorts and then sell it off at an even higher market price. There is no practical way of ascertaining where the production would have stopped. Hence, there is no practical way of knowing which of these goods is actually the final good in an economy. And we have devised a method to get over this practical possibility. This method is one where we do not even have to know whether a producer is making a final good or not. This method is what we call the value added method. In the value added method, we go to each of these productive enterprises and we ask of them what is their value addition. How do we do this? We simply have to go to each of these firms and ask of them two questions. First is, what is the value of your output? The second question is, what is your input cost? For example, when the surveyor goes to the farmer, he is only going to ask of him, how many bushels of cotton did you produce? The person is going to say 10. Then you will ask him, what was the market price of each of these? He will say 5 rupees. That means the value of his output is 50 rupees. Then the surveyor is going to ask the farmer, did you use any inputs? And if you did, what was the cost of these inputs? How much did you pay for these inputs? Imagine, for the sake of simplicity, that the farmer here used no inputs. So his input cost was, let's say, rupees 0, which means that the value addition done by the farmer is value of output minus the input cost. Rupees 50 minus rupees 0, it is 50 rupees. That means he has from nothing created something worth rupees 50. You go to the yarn maker, you also ask of him the same two questions. Firstly, you ask of him, what is the value of your output? He is going to tell you the value of my output was 80 rupees. Then you ask him the next question, which is, what was your input cost? And he is going to mention that, yes, I had bought cotton from a farmer for rupees 50. That means the value added at his step is going to be the value of his output minus the input cost. This is going to be 30 rupees. You ask the same question from the fabric maker too. What is the value of your output? He is going to say 100 rupees. Then you ask of him, what was your input cost? Since the fabric maker has used this yarn as an input, he is going to tell you that my input cost was 80 rupees, which means that his value added will be 100 rupees minus 80 rupees. This will be 20 rupees. You go to the shirt maker, you ask of him, what is the value of your output? He is going to tell you that the value of my output is 200 rupees. The next question you ask of him is, how much did you buy the input for? And he is going to tell you that I bought the input for 100 rupees. That means the value added at his stage will be value of output minus the input cost. This would be a total of 100 rupees. Now, if you only add up the value added at each stage, 100 rupees plus 20 is 120, plus 30 is 150, plus 50 is 200, you arrive at this value. This is what is called GVA, gross value added. The method is very simple. The method presents a practical problem, which is no person will ever be able to tell which goods are final goods and which ones are intermediate goods. So to get over this problem, you don't even have to know whether the output produced by a productive enterprise was the final good or not. You only have to go and ask of them what is the value of their output, the market value of their output, and if in the production of that output they required any inputs to be bought from the market or not, and if they did, what was their input cost. You subtract the input cost from the value of output, you get the value added at the level of that productive enterprise. You do this for all the firms in an economy, what you get is called the GVA, the gross value added for the entire economy. This is the first method. The second method is the income method. Now, what is the income method? The income method is very simple, which is this time you're going to be arriving at the value of GDP from the side of distribution, which means towards the production of final goods and services by firms, they would have distributed incomes. So you'll go to each of these firms and ask of them how much incomes did you distribute through this cycle for which I am computing the GDP. This income would be distributed in the form of wages, in the form of interest payments, in the form of rent, and in the form of profits. Now, the wages could be in cash, wages could be in kind. For example, when you become an IAS officer, you will be given a house to live in. You will be given a driver alongside a car. You possibly might also be given a security guard. Now, these are all payments which you would have paid for from your own pockets. The government is paying for those things on your behalf. They are compensating you not in cash, but also in kind. Similarly, if the firm has borrowed any capital, on that capital, how much interest did they pay during this financial year? Similarly, if you have rented a certain property, right, how much was the rent that you had to pay? But if you are owning your own property, self-owned property, the value of rent shall be imputed. What does this simply mean? It simply means that consider that you have a factory, this building is of your own, so you don't have to pay any rent here. But what if this building was not your own? In which case, how much rent would you have had to pay if this building was not your own? That is called the imputed value of rent. For self-owned property, the value of rent is imputed, while for property which does not belong to you, quite obviously you will have to pay a rent there. Similarly, we are going to ask the firms how much profits did they have to distribute. Now, each of these, wages plus interest payments, if any, plus profits, plus rent paid, this should also total to the GDP of an economy. This method is called the income method. The third method is what is called the expenditure method. What is the expenditure method? Now, in the expenditure method, we arrive at the value of GDP by totaling the expenditure made by all agents in an economy over the final goods and services produced during a given year. Now, this expenditure can come from one or all four of the given agents. The expenditure can come from the side of households. The expenditure can also come from the side of firms in an economy, from the government, and from the external sector. The expenditure made by the households, we will call this consumption expenditure, because typically households will buy consumer goods and services. The money that they spend on it, we will call it consumption expenditure, denoted by C. Similarly, the firms, the expenditure that the firms make, we call this expenditure investment expenditure, sometimes simply investments. This will be denoted by I. The expenditure that the government makes, we call it government's consumption expenditure. This will be denoted by G. And the expenditure that the rest of the world has made on output produced by you, this is going to be called exports. Now, when we are going and surveying households, firms, the government and the external sector, asking of them how much money has been spent on final goods and services produced by this economy over a certain accounting period. Now, in the expenditure of the households, some expenditure may have been made on goods and services produced elsewhere. Since GDP is a residential concept, it only includes the value of goods and services produced within the domestic territory. We will have to exclude any expenditure made on imports. Therefore, from the value of C, we will have to deduct expenditure made by the households on imports. CM is the expenditure or that part of the consumption expenditure which goes towards imports. For example, you may have imported a perfume from UK. Now that is also a part of your total expenditure, but because we are trying to calculate the GDP of an economy, which is strictly about final goods and services produced within the territory, this value of perfume should not be there. Hence, we will have to subtract it from your total expenditure. Same is the case with firms. Firms have imported some capital goods from the rest of the world, not have spent all their money on capital goods produced within the territory, in which case we will have to subtract the value which has been spent on imports. Same thing in the context of government also, which means the government may also have spent some money on imports. We will have to deduct that amount. Exports will be denoted by X. Now in this case, the GDP of the economy should be very simply put C minus CM plus I minus IM plus G minus GM plus X. Now you can write this down as C plus I plus G plus X minus CM plus IM plus GM. This is the expenditure made by the economy on import of final goods and services. You can write the same thing down as C plus I plus G plus X minus M, or C plus I plus G plus N of X, where NX stands for net of exports, which means the money that you have spent on exports minus the money that you have received from exports minus the money that you have spent on imports. This is the third method of arriving at the value of GDP. Now that you have arrived at the value of GDP, remember this very clearly. The value of GDP in essence is the market value of final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of an economy. That means we have arrived at the value of GDP at market prices. Here we have to note two things. From the value of GDP, we will have to arrive at national incomes, which is the income earned by our domestic residents, normal residents. Now, in the value of GDP, there are two things which are included but are not distributed as factor payments to the factors of production. What are those two things? One thing is called depreciation. The other thing is called indirect taxes. Mind you, in the market price, there may be a component called depreciation, there may be a component called indirect taxes. Both of them are included in the market price, but none of them is distributed amongst the factors of production. Since this is not distributed amongst the factors of production, quite obviously, this cannot be a part of anybody's income. Hence, when we have to go from GDP to arrive at the value of national incomes, we will definitely have to subtract these two. Firstly, what is depreciation? Now, depreciation simply is an accounting concept. What is this accounting concept all about? Whenever a firm makes expenditure on machines, tools and implements, on capital goods per se, over the course of time, these capital goods Capital goods being all physical objects which aid or assist in production without they themselves getting consumed in the process. Buildings, machines, tools and implements over the course of time are going to suffer from wear and tear. And since they are going to be suffering from wear and tear, there has to be some money which has to be spent on their maintenance and on their eventual replacement. Similarly, the same capital goods may also lose their value from any improvement in technology. Engines that you find today are much more refined, much better than engines of 10 years back or maybe 20 years back. So over the course of time, because of wear and tear, because of continuous and repeated use, because of improvements in technology, these capital goods will gradually lose value. They will witness what is called gradual loss of value. Mind you, capital goods can also witness sudden loss of value. For instance, the factory may catch fire, in which all the machines, tools and implements get decimated. That is called a sudden loss of value. We are not talking about that. We are talking about gradual loss of value happening. Why? Happening because these machines will be used continuously and they are going to be suffering from wear and tear. Similarly, there may be improvements in technology where the same machines are going to turn out far too inefficient compared to the modern ones. So eventually, they will have to be replaced also, which means through gradual wear and tear, there may be some maintenance and overhauling costs, and eventually these machines and tools and implements may have to be replaced. So what firms do is that every year, whenever they receive their revenue from the sale of their output, a part of this revenue is kept aside as provisioning. These are funds which have been kept aside to cover for what? To cover for these costs, to cover for the maintenance costs and the eventual replacement costs of these capital goods. Now, since the firm received a certain revenue from the sale of its output, from all the money, they have put aside some part of this money to cover for these two. Since this has been kept aside, that means this no person is going to get. This the firm is going to retain to cover for any gradual loss of value of its capital goods. Since this is kept aside, this is why it is not going to be distributed, not even to the owner of the firm as profits. This money is just not distributed, and since this is just not distributed, it cannot be a part of anybody's income. Depreciation is simply put provisioning or funds kept aside from the revenue of a firm to cover for gradual loss of capital, gradual loss of value of capital because of wear and tear, because of improvements in technology. Now, what part is net indirect taxes or indirect taxes? Now, there are two types here. One is called production taxes. The other one is called product taxes. Both of these are indirect taxes collected by the government from who? From these firms. Production tax is a one-time payment. For example, if you have decided to set up a factory to make cars, now because you have to buy some land, you have to convert this land towards commercial use, you will have to pay a certain registration duty, you will have to pay a certain stamp fee, depending upon the commercial use of land, residential use of land, agricultural use of land. If you are using land for commercial purposes, the registration fee, the stamp duty may be higher for that matter. Now, it's a one-time payment, which means if you have to buy a certain land, you will have to make this payment to the government. Now, whether you use that land to make a factory or not, if you make a factory there, whether you produce 1 car, 10 cars, 20 cars, 300 cars, it is immaterial. This registration duty, this stamp fee will have to be paid to the government. That is an example of a production tax. An indirect tax which is levied on a producer just because he wants to produce something, and the tax is volume independent, which means it does not matter whether you actually use that land to produce something or not, and if you did, whether you produced 1 unit of that item, 10 units of that item, 1 million units of that item, that's not going to change the quantity of taxes that you have to give to the government. Similarly, there is another indirect tax which is called a product tax. A good example of this would be the GST, goods and services tax. Every time output is sold, the output has also to be levied. There is a certain tax which is levied by the government on the sale of this output also. In fact, not just on the sale, also on the production of this output, excise for that matter. Now, this tax the government collects from the firm, but the firm is going to pass on the tax burden to the eventual consumer. Now, you can imagine this with a very simple example. Consider that there was a car maker, and this car maker, let's say, bought a certain land over which he paid a certain stamp duty and a certain registration fee. For example, the stamp duty, let's say, was 1 crore rupees, registration fee was, let's say, 2 crore rupees. That means 3 crore rupees he has paid to who? To the government. This is an example of a production tax, because whether he'll use his land to produce anything, and if he does, whether he produces 1 car, 2 cars, 10 cars, 1000 cars, does not matter. The registration fee and the stamp duty continue to remain the same. It's a one-time payment. Now, when this car is produced, let's say that the total cost of production of the car is 10 lakh rupees. The producer at his factory gate is able to produce this car for 10 lakh rupees. Over and above this, he is going to add his profit margin. Let's say he wants a profit of 1 lakh rupees. That means he wants to sell this car at 11 lakh rupees. But the government says every time you sell something, there is one more tax we are going to levy. This tax is going to be called, let's say, a GST. Let's say the GST is of 10%, which means the price of this car before taxes was 11 lakh rupees. A GST of 10%, this would be 10% of 11 lakh rupees. This is going to be 1.1 lakh rupees, is going to make the price of this car after taxes to be 11 lakhs plus 1.1 lakh rupees, which is going to be 12.1 lakh rupees. Now, this 1.1 lakh rupees will be collected from this car maker by the government, but the car maker is going to pass on this tax burden to the eventual customer. Quite obviously, this 1.1 lakh rupees will be built into the market price of the car. This you will have to understand. This part that the firm does not keep with itself goes to the government, but is included in the market price. You can also imagine that if the government has levied a stamp duty, a registration fee on this business, the business will also want to recover this cost. So they are also going to add these towards the market price of their produce. Now, these production taxes, these product taxes, both of them are not retained by the firm, and hence the firm cannot distribute it to the factors of production. Hence, they cannot become a part of anybody's income. Now, these two things will have to be removed from the value of GDP itself. One is depreciation, the other one is indirect taxes. If this is clear, then let us move to one more important concept, which is one that of GNP of an economy. Now, we want to arrive at the value of national income. We want to know how much do our national factors of production get paid for in return for them contributing their factors of production. Now, since GDP is a territorial concept, GDP only cares about how much was produced within the domestic territory of an economy. Did it any time ask who is producing it? Not at all. For example, in India, Honda makes cars in Rewari. Is Honda an Indian company? It's a Japanese company. But in the production, it is producing those cars in India. Hence, the market value of those cars will be a part of India's GDP. But will that be a part of India's national income? This you will have to understand. In the notion of GDP, since most economies today are open economies, that means you will find that your factors of production go and produce elsewhere. The factors of production belonging to other countries also come and produce in your territory. GDP does not care about who is producing this. It only cares about how much is being produced within our territory. Therefore, we cannot rely on GDP simply or solely for the purposes of calculating national incomes, because this should be income of our nationals. Hence, from GDP, we have to move to another important concept which is called GNP, standing for Gross National Product, which is simply put the market value of all fine goods and services produced by the normal residents of an economy. From the purposes of taxation, we call them normal residents. For your sake of simplicity, just imagine them to be your nationals. Now, GNP is a residential concept. It cares about who is producing these goods and services. It does not care about where are they producing these goods and services. Very different from the concept of GDP. GDP cares about where is it being produced. It does not care about who is producing it. GNP, on the other hand, cares about who is producing it. We are looking out for our nationals. How much are they producing? It does not care about where are they producing it. How do we arrive at GNP? This you do. GNP of an economy is simply put GDP plus one more factor which is called net factor income from abroad. What is net factor income from abroad? This is simply put factor incomes earned by domestic residents abroad minus factor incomes earned by foreign residents domestically. This is this factor. Now let me expand this. We said we are calculating the value of GDP at market prices. This would mean that we will include the value of depreciation. We will also include indirect taxes. The rest of the part will be distributed amongst the factors of the production. This means GDP essentially should be what? It should be factor incomes earned by our residents domestically and also factor incomes earned by foreign residents domestically. Because in India, you have Indian people, Indian companies manufacturing in India. You also have foreign people, foreign companies manufacturing within India. All of this will be included in the concept of GDP at market prices. Over and above this, we are adding what is called NFIA, net factor income from abroad. That means to this value, we are adding something called factor incomes earned by our residents abroad minus factor incomes earned by foreign residents domestically. This is what NFIA is. You add this plus this, you will find this and this gets cancelled out. What you are left with is, very simply put, factor incomes earned by our residents domestically plus factor incomes earned by our residents abroad plus depreciation plus indirect taxes. This is what GNP is, and this GNP will be at market prices, since it has two components in there, depreciation and indirect taxes. Now from GNP, we have to come down to national incomes. How do we do that? We will have to only look at that part of GNP which gets distributed amongst the factors of production. That means we will have to exclude these two components. So first thing we will do is, we will remove from GNP at market prices depreciation. This is going to be called NNP at market prices. That means we will first take out depreciation. When we subtract depreciation from GNP at market prices, we are left with factor incomes of residents domestically plus factor incomes of residents abroad plus net indirect taxes. This is going to be called NNP, net national product at market prices. Now from net national product at market prices, we will remove what is called net indirect taxes, and this is going to give us NNP at factor cost. And this part, NNP at factor cost, this is what we call national incomes. Get this? From this value, we have to remove these two components. First, when you remove depreciation, gross becomes net. Since this is NNP at market prices, right? This is going to be NNP at market prices. From NNP at market prices, you remove indirect taxes. What you get is NNP at factor cost, and this is what you call national incomes. So we used a very roundabout methodology to go from GDP to national incomes. Get this? I hope this is clear. Now, in addition to now you understanding what the notion of GDP is, what is meant by GNP, what are national incomes, one more thing which has to be absolutely clear to you if you have to be a very good civil services aspirant is the concept of what we call real GDP and nominal GDP. Now, what is nominal GDP? Very simply put, nominal GDP is the value of gross domestic product GDP arrived at by factoring in the current prices. Very simply put, nominal GDP for the year 2025 is going to be the quantity of output produced in the year 2025 multiplied by the prices of that output in the year 2025. This is called nominal GDP, which means we are arriving at the value of GDP at the current prices. What is real GDP? Real GDP is the value of GDP arrived at by factoring what we call base year prices. For example, the current base year is 2011-12. This may change very soon. It has been in the news, right? When you have to arrive at real GDP for the year 2025, you will include the quantities of 2025 multiplied by the prices of those quantities, those commodities in the base year. Now, why do we have to have these two things separately? Imagine that there is an economy, and in this economy, let's say the output produced is shirts and pants. In 2025, the economy produced 100 shirts and 100 pants. Each shirt was produced or was sold at a market price of 10 rupees. Each pant was sold at a market price of 20 rupees. These are prices in 2025, which means that the nominal GDP for 2025 will be 100 multiplied by 10, which is 1000, plus 100 multiplied by 20, which is 2000. Nominal GDP for 2025 would be 3000 rupees. This is the nominal GDP for 2025. Now consider this economy was hit by a war event. Many of the factories were destroyed. In 2026, because of the destruction of many of its factories, the quantity produced by the economy reduced to half, 50 shirts and 50 pants. Now you can imagine if the availability of goods and services gets reduced while the demand stays the same, typically the prices are going to go up. Let us say each of these shirts was now sold for 20 rupees and each of these pants was now sold for 40 rupees, which means that the nominal GDP of the economy will be quantity multiplied by the current prices, 50 multiplied by 20, which is 1000, plus 50 multiplied by 40, which is 2000, the nominal GDP is going to be 3000. Now imagine a major leader came in and the major leader said that we have to recover this entire economy, we have to build back these factories. And let's say in 2027, this leader succeeds and he creates a huge productive capacity of the economy. And now we are producing 200 shirts and 200 pants. Since the supply has increased, typically should have a declining effect on the prices. Now let's say each shirt is being priced at ₹5, each pant is being priced at ₹10, which means that the nominal GDP of the economy should be 200 multiplied by 5, 1000, plus 200 multiplied by 10, 2000. It should be once again 3000 rupees. Now imagine some person tells you that there is an economy, this economy's GDP has remained 3000 rupees in 2025, it was still 3000 rupees in 26, again is 3000 rupees in 2027. What would you believe? What has happened to the economy? You will think that nothing in this economy has changed. That is the impression that nominal GDP may create on you. You may think that this economy fundamentally changed absolutely nothing. But in reality, what you're witnessing is that this economy's productive capacity was reduced to half from 2025 to 2026. And from 26 to 27, the economy's productive capacity boomed 4 times. In reality, a lot has changed during this time frame, just that the nominal GDP is not reflecting that. Why? Because nominal GDP can change because of 2 reasons. It can change because of changes in quantity. It can change because of changes in prices. Now, prices change all the time. Quantities may change all the time. We are interested in knowing only and only how much has changed in quantity terms. We are only interested in knowing what is happening to the economy in volumetric terms. What has happened to its volume of output produced? Has it increased? Has it decreased? That we can do by negating the effect of this price rise or price decline. Because market prices can change anytime. We want to negate the effect of these price changes. We only want to understand what is happening to the economy in quantity terms. Is it producing more quantity or is it producing any less quantity? How do we do that? We hold these prices constant. We select a year which is called a base year. And for every year, we calculate its real GDP at base year's prices. For every year, we calculate its nominal GDP. We also calculate for the same year its real GDP. Nominal GDP is calculated at the current prices. Real GDP is calculated at base year prices. Now, imagine that the base year selected by the economy was 2011-12, and in the base year, one shirt was priced at 2 rupees, one pant was priced at 4 rupees. Imagine that this was the prices of the output in 2011-2012. Now, for each of these years, calculate the real GDP. Real GDP will be quantities of the current year multiplied with the prices of the base year, which means 100 times 2, 200, plus 100 times 4, which is 400. Real GDP for the economy should be 600 in 2025. In 2026, real GDP should be quantity of 26 multiplied by the price of the base year. 50 multiplied by 2, this is going to be 100, plus 50 multiplied by 4, this is going to be 200. The real GDP has dropped to 300. Now for 2027, calculate the real GDP. 200 multiplied by 2, this is going to be 400, plus 200 multiplied by 4, this is going to be 800. The real GDP for the year 2027 is 1200. Now draw a comparison. The real GDP from 2025 to 2026 reduced to half. What had caused this reduction? A decline in the volume of output. The output produced had halved. That caused the reduction in real GDP of an economy. From 26 to 27, real GDP has increased 4 times. Why? Because the volume produced has increased 4 times. The quantity of output produced has increased 4 times. This is the real reflection of what is happening to the economy in output terms. And this is the reason why economic growth is simply defined as an increase in real GDP. Every time you hear the growth numbers of an economy, this growth will be coming from real GDP numbers. Economic growth is a reference to the volume of output produced by an economy. Economic growth is simply an increase in the volume of output produced by an economy, also defined as the increase in the real GDP of an economy. This is the notion of real and nominal GDP. For every year, we calculate both. We calculate the nominal GDP, we also calculate the real GDP. Normally, every time you hear the word that India wants to become a $5 trillion economy by 25, we want to become a $10 trillion economy by 27, that is the reference to nominal GDP. But every time you find in the news that Indian economy's growth has increased to 6%, that growth number is coming from real GDP, not from nominal GDP. Because growth is simply put what is happening to the volume of output produced by an economy. If that is increasing, that is when we say that the economy is growing. With that said, the discussion on national income, gross domestic product is over. For you, I will request you all to please read up the limitations of GDP as a concept. What is it that the GDP tells? What is it that the GDP hides? If you get a question asked around the limitations of GDP, you have to point out to the shortcomings of the notion of GDP. What does it not really include? That part is something for you to read. Now, firstly, let's try and understand what money essentially means. We began our discussion on economics from the roles of various economic agents. For example, the most important of them all will be producers and consumers. The task of producers is to engage in the production of goods and services. These goods and services hold a certain use value, or what we also call utility, for the end consumers. Now, in the production of goods and services, there are many factors of production which are required. The entrepreneur, the business owner, has taken so much effort to create these goods and services. And these goods and services will satiate one or the other use cases for the end consumers. So these producers will give these goods and services to these consumers, provided the consumers also give something back which holds some value for the producers. This is what is called exchange. Not only are goods and services produced, these goods and services are also consumed. But for the production and consumption to happen, there is one very important economic activity, which is that of distribution and exchange, which also has to happen. And money is essentially that commodity which facilitates this exchange process. We typically define money as something which is commonly accepted as a means of payment. This is the definition of money. Anything which is commonly accepted as a means of payment, anything that facilitates this important economic function, one that of exchange. Now, this whole exercise is also what you can think of as trade. There are people who make things and they exchange these things in return for money. But was the concept of money always there to begin with? The answer is no. Trade predates the concept of money. In fact, this trade used to happen through a system which is what is called the barter system. What happens in the barter system? In the barter system, there is no concept of money. Why is there no concept of money? The reason is very simple, because there is nothing which is commonly accepted as a means of payment, which means goods and services are exchanged for other goods and services. You are a milkman, you want to buy some shoes from a cobbler. So you'll go to the cobbler, ask of him for shoes. The cobbler is going to ask of you, what is it that you have which could be of value to me? And you will tell him that you have milk to offer. So in exchange for your milk, the cobbler may give you shoes. In these kinds of economies, there was no single commodity, there was no single something which was commonly or universally accepted as a means of payment, and hence these economies were also called non-monetized economies. Now, the barter system presented several problems, the first of which is what is called the problem of double coincidence of wants. What is the problem of double coincidence of wants? Double coincidence of wants simply means that it's a coincidence that what I want is with you and what you want is with me. For instance, in our previous example, we said that if there is a milkman and he wants to buy some shoes from a cobbler, the cobbler has shoes that the milkman wants, and the milkman has milk that the cobbler wants. But what if the cobbler is lactose intolerant? What if the cobbler generally does not like milk? If he does not like milk or does not want to accept milk in exchange for his shoes, then there is a possibility that this transaction may not happen. Why is this transaction not happening? Because sure, the cobbler has shoes that you want, but what you have, the cobbler does not want. One possibility is that this transaction may just not happen. The other possibility is you may ask this cobbler, what is it that you would want? And let's say the cobbler tells you that I would like some wheat. So you as a milkman will now have to go to a farmer who produces wheat, and you ask of this farmer to give you some wheat, and the farmer will of course ask you, what is it that you have to offer? And you will tell him that I have milk to sell. Only when the farmer is willing to accept milk from you, only then will he give you some wheat. And then you will take this wheat to this particular cobbler and get shoes in return. Which means one possibility is simply that the transaction may just not happen. The other possibility is that this transaction may take a lot of time and a lot of cost. This is one specific problem of the barter system, which means a transaction will only and only happen if there is a double coincidence of want. What you want is with the other person, what he wants is with you. The second problem presented by the barter system is the problem of divisibility. What if you wanted one pair of shoes, but the cobbler has two pairs of shoes remaining and he wants to sell them both to you? You ask of him that how much is the price for these shoes, and the cobbler tells you, I will take 3 goats in exchange for these 2 pairs of shoes. Now you are a goat herder. You have many goats available, but you only want 1 pair of shoes. In which case, the price of 1 pair of shoes would be 1.5 goats. Now 1.5 goats would simply mean that 1 goat will be alive and kicking. The other one will have to be cut open into half. Now you have to ask, is a dead goat the same as a living goat. This is the problem of divisibility. Some items are just not divisible, or some items, when they are divided, they tend to lose value. They are not the same as undivided items. The third problem which was presented by the barter system was the problem of perishability. Now, what exactly is the problem of perishability? The problem of perishability is that some goods are perishable in nature. For example, as a farmer, your entire wealth is the production of the crop that you produce. Let's say you are a wheat farmer. The wheat is not going to stay with you forever. Now, this wheat is going to last you probably a year, maybe 2 years, but it is definitely going to start decomposing thereafter, which means that the stock of something which was valuable to you, and wheat is going to be valuable for everyone. People will accept wheat in exchange for what they produce, but they also understand that this wheat is not going to stay with them forever. That means they will have to quickly consume it. And if they don't, this wheat is going to rot, which means that those items, those goods which are perishable in nature, these items are going to lose value over time. One more problem which was presented by the barter system is the problem of what is called valuation. Now, what is the problem of valuation? The problem of valuation is very simple. In any economy which is based on the barter system, there are different kinds of goods and services which are produced. There are farmers, there are cobblers, there are ironsmiths, there are carpenters, there are jewelers. There are numerous things which are produced in an economy. From the perspective of a farmer, let's say he produces wheat. He will think of all the other goods and services and their value in terms of wheat, because this is the only thing that he has to offer if he has to get other goods and services. He will think of the prices of shoes in terms of wheat. He will think of the prices of iron gates in terms of wheat. He will think of the prices of a gold chain in terms of wheat. He will think of the prices of furniture in terms of wheat. Similarly, the cobbler will have to think of the prices of every other item, wheat, gold chains, tables, iron gates in terms of their produce, which is shoes. The ironsmith will think of the prices of all other goods and services in terms of what he produces, which means that in these economies, there were too many exchange rates. Every producer would have to think of the prices of other items in terms of what their output is. There are far too many exchange rates, which makes it very, very hard, very, very inconvenient for people to remember the value of all other items. These four problems were standard problems created by the barter system. Once again, for revision purposes, the first problem is the problem of double coincidence of wants. The second problem is the problem of perishability. The third problem is the problem of divisibility. And the fourth problem is the problem of valuation. These were the problems presented by the barter system. And hence, from the barter system, economies evolved to accept a commodity which could solve all of these problems. That means economies had to come up with one or the other commodity which could solve these problems presented by the barter system. The solution to these problems is what is called the functions of money. First is what is called medium of exchange. Medium of exchange solves the problem of double coincidence of wants. What is medium of exchange? Medium of exchange simply means that there is one singular commodity which is going to be commonly accepted as a means of payment. Which means now as a farmer, as an ironsmith, as a cobbler, as a carpenter, as a goldsmith, you do not have to think of your produce and the value of other items in terms of your produce. If you have that one single commodity which is going to be accepted by everybody as a means of payment, then there is no problem of double coincidence of wants. Similarly, the second solution to the other problems of perishability, divisibility and valuation is store of value. The economies had to find such a commodity which does not lose its value when it's divided, which is also going to have a much longer shelf life than all other commodities. This is what is called the store of value, which means the item which will be chosen as money should be able to hold value for a much longer duration of time. It should be valuable today, after a month, after 3 months, after 6 months, after a year, after 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, so on and so forth. And the third solution is what is called the unit of account. This solution is the solution to the problem of valuation. If we accept one single commodity, which will be universally accepted as a means of payment, then that means that the prices of every item will have to be expressed in terms of that commodity itself. Now you do not have to think of the prices of all commodities in terms of what you produce. If you have that singular commodity which is going to be accepted as money everywhere, then the prices of everything will be expressed in terms of that common measuring rod. Now, money, fundamentally speaking, is that common commodity which serves these three functions. This is what is called the functions of money. And the functions of money are nothing but the solution to the problems presented by the barter system. Money is that one common commodity which will have these three functions. It will be a universal medium of exchange. That means it will be commonly accepted as a means of payment for all other goods and services. It will hold value for you across time. And it will also be a unit of account, meaning that the prices of every other item will be expressed in terms of money. This common commodity is what we call money. And economies evolved from barter system, a type of non-monetized economy, to what is called monetized economies. Now, monetized economies started from what is called commodity money, where multiple commodities such as salt, such as grains of sand, food grains, etc., they were accepted as money, which means that in an economy where sand is money, the prices of everything will be expressed in terms of sand. And if you have sand, nobody will stop you from paying for their goods and services in terms of sand. This is that common commodity which is going to be accepted as a medium of exchange. Sand is going to be valuable today, sand is going to be valuable after a month, after 3 months, after 10 months, after a year. And the prices of every item will be expressed in terms of sand. This became money to begin with. This is what is called commodity money. From commodity money, economies moved to metallic money, where numerous metals were selected as money. The most common of these metals, which eventually came to be accepted across the world, is bullion, more specifically gold. Now, gold serving as money would mean what? That gold will perform all the three functions which are necessary. Gold will be the medium of exchange. That means you can buy every other item by paying in terms of gold coins. Similarly, gold will be the unit of account, which means the prices of every other item will be expressed in terms of gold. And third is that gold would be the store of value. since gold has value today, it will have value tomorrow, it will have value 3 months down the line, 5 months down the line, a year down the line, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. Gold becomes money. Now, this gold used to be minted by goldsmiths. The task was to mint gold coins. And since gold is accepted as money, quite obviously, gold will be very valuable. That means in an economy where gold is accepted as money, obviously gold is going to hold a lot of value, a lot of importance. This has to be kept safe. As they would mint these gold coins, they would also offer what is called vault services. They will have these big vaults where you could keep your gold safe. Now, in these economies, there were many people who started using gold coins as money. And now, since they wanted to keep their gold coins safe, what they would do is that they would take these gold coins to the goldsmith, and the goldsmith against these gold coins would give them something which is called a depository receipt. Many people who are now using gold coins to pay for other goods and services, they also get paid in terms of gold coins. They want to keep these gold coins safe. So you can keep them safe in your house, but your house is not going to be the most safe of all places. So you're going to be taking your excess gold coins to the goldsmith. You deposit your gold coins, and the goldsmith is going to issue you a depository receipt. Now, in these economies, very soon people realized that if they have to buy goods and services from others, they have to pay in terms of gold coins. That means they will take these depository receipts to the goldsmith, redeem these depository receipts, get their gold coins back, take their gold coins to another person, buy goods and services from them. Now, this person has received these gold coins. What is this person going to do? He's going to go to the goldsmith, give these excess gold coins, and in return get depository receipts in exchange. Very soon did they realize that it is quite a cumbersome process, that every time I have to go to the goldsmith, I have to deposit my depository receipt, I have to ask them to help me redeem it. The goldsmith is going to redeem my gold coins. So he's going to accept my depository receipt, he's going to give me gold coins in exchange. I will take these gold coins to another person, I will give them gold coins, get their goods and services. This person has now received these gold coins, he will go back to the goldsmith, deposit it, and get a depository receipt in exchange. And this is quite a cumbersome process. Why can't I go to the other person, and instead of giving them gold coins, why can't I simply give him a depository receipt? So long as this person believes that this depository receipts is a valid claim on the gold kept with the goldsmith, and the goldsmith is not going to deny this person gold coins if he produces this depository receipt to the goldsmith, this person should have absolutely no problem in accepting depository receipts as money. And this was the evolution of what is called paper currency. These depository receipts eventually turned into what is called promissory notes, which today serve as paper currency. Far more convenient than having gold coins. Now, during this entire process, one very interesting thing started to happen. Now, as economies moved from gold to paper currency, goldsmiths witnessed that there is something which is happening, which is that people's requirement for gold is coming down. Why is the requirement for gold coming down? Because it is far more convenient to be paying for other goods and services or receiving money in exchange for your goods and services in terms of paper. You don't have to worry too much about the safety of the gold. Now, as paper currency started being accepted as money, the requirement for gold withdrawal started coming down, because now people are using this much more frequently compared to gold. Now, imagine a scenario where the goldsmith has 1,000 grams of gold kept with him by people against which he has issued depository receipts. He knows that on a daily basis, around 10% of this gold is typically withdrawn. Now, some people may still want to withdraw gold in gold format only because they may want it for a jewelry purpose, or they have to travel to any other destination which is not going to accept your paper currency as money. So, they may want to withdraw gold. But as some people withdraw gold, many people come to deposit gold also. Which means so long as the goldsmith keeps this certain minimum requirement of gold reserved, he will be able to push more currency against the remaining gold. If the goldsmith knows for a fact that of all the gold that people have deposited with him, only a fraction of gold will be withdrawn on a daily basis. Now, if I keep this fraction separately as a reserve, this would mean that the remaining 90% of gold is kept idly with me. And since it is kept idly with me, can I issue new paper currency against it? Of course, I can. Because I know for a fact that 10% gold is normally withdrawn. So, if I have 1000 grams of gold kept with me, if I keep 100 grams of this gold separately as reserves, the remaining 900 grams of gold, I can print more paper currency against and offer this paper notes as loans to other people. Now, this loan may be taken by a person 1. He will use this money to set up a business. This business will produce some goods and services, and he will be selling these goods and services and getting some paper currency back. He is going to be earning some income. From this income, he will be paying back my loan alongside some interest payment. Now, this was a really good business for the goldsmith, so long as he knew that some part of the gold which is normally withdrawn in the form of gold itself, so long as I maintain this as reserves, I can print extra currency against the remaining gold which is lying idly with me. Now, imagine a circumstance where one paper currency note is backed by 2 grams of gold. Imagine that this is a circumstance where the goldsmith issues paper currency and 1 unit of paper currency is represented by 2 grams of gold, or you can say 2 grams of gold are represented by 1 unit of this paper currency, which means every paper note, 1 unit of this will be backed by 2 grams of gold. If the goldsmith has 1000 grams of gold kept with him, this would mean that he has printed 500 of these promissory notes. Now, he knows for a fact that only 10% of these people, that means people are going to come, 50 promissory notes are going to come back to me, right? And they would want to withdraw gold against it. That means I have to keep only and only 100 grams of the gold with me in the gold format to maintain the withdrawal requirements of people. The remaining 900 grams of gold, 90%, 900 grams is kept idly with me. And against this 900 grams of gold, I can print new paper notes. Since each paper note is backed by 2 grams of gold, I can print 450 new paper notes. I will issue them as loans to people. They will set up their businesses. They will make goods and services. They will sell these goods and services. They will get some incomes, some profits. They will pay me back my loan alongside some interest payment. Now, in this economy, can you clearly see that one paper note was to be backed by 2 grams of gold. The amount of gold kept with the goldsmith is 1000 grams only. That means in the beginning, he had published only and only 500 notes. But as he discovered this mechanism, he has now in addition printed 450 grams of notes extra, 450 paper notes extra. That means in this economy, the total notes issued are 500 plus 450. 950 paper notes have been published, have been printed. These idly should have been backed by 1900 grams of gold, but the amount of gold kept with the goldsmith is only and only 1000 grams. this 450 notes, these notes have been created out of thin air. That means there is no gold which is backing these notes, and the system is going to work just as fine. This currency has now been created. It's been created out of thin air. This is what is called money creation. And technically, this money creation is happening because of issuance of loans or issuance of credit. This is what is called the mechanisms of money creation, also popularly called credit creation. Get this? Now, if there is credit creation which is going to happen in a certain economy, in this economy, the money supply shall be affected. The more paper currency you print, more will be the money supply, and vice versa. Money creation starts to happen through the process of what is called credit creation. The more credit you create, the more there will be money supply in the economy. The more currency you print, the more will be the money supply in the same economy. Now let us try and understand what money supply essentially means. What really is money supply? To put it very simply, money supply is defined as the total stock of money of all types, which means currency and deposits, which are held by the public at any point of time. This is how we define money supply. Money supply is nothing, it is the total stock of all types of money, meaning currency as well as deposits, held by the public at any given point in time. Few things have to be understood here. First is currency, the other thing is deposits. Now remember this, that currency is also what is called primary money. What is currency? Currency is a specific type of money. This is what we call a specific type of money which is tangible and also a legal tender. Meaning what? Because it's a legal tender, no person can deny you payment in the form of currency. Secondly, because it's tangible, that means it is available in a physical format. For instance, the paper notes that you have is currency. The coins that you have is currency. Both of them are tangible, both of them are legal tenders. A specific type of money is what is called currency, and we call currency primary money. It is two things, it is tangible and it's a legal tender. What are deposits? Deposits are also very simple. Deposits are also called secondary money. This is nothing, this is just a balance that you see in your net banking accounts, in your UPI balance. You can say if you go to UPI where you see the, check your own balance, the number that you see, that deposit balance, this is also money. We call it secondary money. Now, why are deposits money? Deposits are money because you can also use your deposit balances to pay for other goods and services. Now, as you think of money supply, you have to first think that we are not talking just of currency, we are talking of currency as well as deposit balances held by the public. That means we are not talking about the money of the government, we are not talking about the money of the banks either, at any point of time. Money supply is simply put currency plus deposits of the public. There are four monetary aggregates that we have to look at, which is also called the concepts of money supply, the aggregates of money supply. Four aggregates we have to know. One is called M1, M2, M3 and M4. What is M1? M1 is very simply put the currency of the people plus the demand deposits that they hold in the banks. This is C. C stands for currency held by the public. What is DD? DD, you will say net demand deposits with banks. When we say net demand deposits with banks, which simply means that we are only speaking of the demand deposits held by the people with the banks. We are not talking about the deposits that other banks hold with a certain bank or the government holds with a certain bank. We are only and only talking of the deposits, demand deposits held by the people with the banks. What is M2? M2 will be M1 plus net, you would say not net, you would say deposits, M1 plus demand deposits held by the people with post office banks. M3 will be M1 plus net time deposits with banks, and M4 will be M3 plus total deposits with post office banks, excluding national savings certificates, Kisan Vikas Patras, etc. There are four aggregates of money supply which have to be kept in mind all the time. First is called M1. M1 is simply going to be currency held by the people at any given point in time, plus their money which they are holding in the form of demand deposits with the banks. Now, when you speak of demand deposits, what are demand deposits? Demand deposits are a type of demand liability on the banks, which means this is your money and the bank is liable to pay you your money on demand. For instance, current accounts that you hold with the banks is an example of demand deposits, which means it is your money. Whenever you want to withdraw this money, the bank cannot apply any restrictions on you. Savings accounts that you keep with the banks is an example of demand deposits. The bank is liable to pay you your money back on demand. Here we are only talking of net demand deposits of banks, which simply means that the demand deposits which people hold with the banks in the country. The second one is called M2. M2 is M1, that means currency of the people, their demand deposits with the banks, plus their demand deposits that they hold with PO banks. You have to remember, PO banks are very different from commercial banks and other types of banks in the country. PO banks are in essence the banks created by leveraging the infrastructure of post offices in the country. They do not issue any loans. This is one way that the government directly borrows from the people. From your perspective, you will see that you have opened a deposit with the PO bank or with the post office, but this money will directly be lent to who? To the government. Any interest earned on the post office banks, the government has to give you. Third one is called M3. M3 is M1 plus net time deposits with the banks. When we say net, it simply means we are not talking of all time deposits with the banks in the country. We are only talking about such term deposits, time deposits, what is also called fixed deposits, that people hold with the banks, not interbank deposits, not government's deposits with the banks. And M4 will include M3 plus all deposits held with who? With the PO banks. The first two are also what we call narrow money, and the next two are also what we call broad money. And the most commonly used indicators of money supply are M1 and M3. In fact, the most commonly used is M3. This has to be first understood. The next thing you have to know is what is called reserve money also called high powered money, also called monetary base. This is denoted by M0. Now mind you, M0 is very different from money supply, because what is M0? M0 is simply put all the currency in circulation at any point of time. This is simply put only and only currency which is in circulation in the economy at any given point in time. This is denoted by M0. And there is a relationship between M0 and money supply. This relationship is that money supply in an economy will be small m times M0, where small m is what is called the money multiplier. Which simply means that money supply in an economy will usually be more than the amount of currency which has been printed in an economy. This happens precisely because of what is called credit creation, or what we may want to call money creation. Now, how does this simply work? Imagine that you receive rupees 10,000 in the form of cash. You go to a bank, you go to State Bank of India, and you tell the State Bank of India to open a deposit in your name. The deposit is now going to be rupees 10,000. Now, since this is a deposit with the State Bank of India, the State Bank of India will also have to give you some interest on this deposit. Now, this interest State Bank of India shall have to earn. How will it earn this interest? State Bank of India will create loans from this money. But imagine if State Bank of India creates a loan worth rupees 10,000 and gives it to another person, person 1. What if this person comes and withdraws all of this 10,000 rupees in the form of cash? Now tomorrow if you go to SBI and ask of it that give me my cash back, or I need some amount of cash back, will SBI have the amount of cash to give it to you? The answer is certainly a no, which is where the requirement for reserves comes in. The central bank of an economy, in our case the Reserve Bank of India, RBI mandates that banks have to maintain what is called reserves. Now, what are essentially these? It simply means RBI mandates that all banks in the country, every time they open a deposit, a small portion of this deposit shall have to be maintained in certain prescribed formats. For example, one format is cash. What is the requirement for this? If you can now draw an analogy between this example and this example of the goldsmith. The goldsmith had X amounts of gold kept with it, but he discovered over the course of time that all of this gold will not be withdrawn by people in the form of gold. That means, yes, there are some people who come daily, they come to withdraw some amount of gold, but there are other people also who come to deposit their gold. The amount of gold withdrawn is typically a portion of the total gold kept with me. And so long as I can maintain this proportion of gold, which is normally withdrawn in the form of gold, in what is called gold reserves, I'll be good to go. So long as I'm taking care of the gold requirements of people, which they want to withdraw in the physical format of gold, which I'm maintaining in the form of reserves, I am good to go. Replace gold here with currency and you will understand what this essentially means. What are these reserves? every time some person puts currency in a bank and opens a deposit in his name, now some part of his deposit will have to be maintained in the form of some prescribed formats. One of those is cash. This has to be maintained in the form of cash reserves. Why? Because this person may come back tomorrow and may want to withdraw cash. And if he comes to withdraw cash, the bank has to have sufficient liquidity to cover for that withdrawal requirement. Which is why RBI is typically going to mandate all banks that every time they open a deposit, a portion of this deposit has to be maintained in the form of reserves. For the sake of our simplicity, let us just say that the reserves which have to be maintained is in the form of cash. This has to happen for every account that they create, including the loans. Now see how things are going to work. If you look at SBI's balance sheet, on the side of liabilities and on the side of assets, let us say that the reserve deposit ratio is 10%, which means that RBI is mandating all banks that every time they create a deposit, they have to maintain 10% of this deposit in the form of, let's say, cash. Now, you gave to RBI cash worth rupees 10,000. Out of this cash, RBI created a deposit 1 of rupees 10,000, which is a liability on SBI. SBI will have to earn an interest on it and also pay it back. Now, against this deposit, 10% has to be maintained in the form of cash. This we will call required reserves. The remaining we will call excess reserves. That means since a new deposit has been created, D1, I will write deposits here and I will write total deposits here. In the first step, first deposit has been created worth rupees 10,000, which led to an increase in the cash kept with SBI by 10,000 rupees. Now, against this deposit, 10% has to be maintained in the form of cash. That means 1,000 out of this has to be maintained in the form of cash, and this cash has to be kept with the RBI. Now, this means that out of this 10,000, 9,000 is the excess reserve. Now, this 9,000 is the amount of loan that SBI can create. If it manages to find another borrower who wants to borrow 9,000 rupees, then it is going to create a loan in the name of that borrower, and the loan will also be a deposit. It's going to create a deposit in the name of that borrower and put this number 9,000 rupees in his deposit balance. Which means in the first step, total deposits increased by 10,000 rupees. In the second step, now there are two deposits here. The total deposits will increase to 19,000. Now, since this is also a deposit, 10% of 9,000 rupees, which is 900 rupees, will also have to be maintained with RBI in the form of cash. Which means in the first step, 1,000, which was 10% of this. In the second step, 10% of this plus 10% of this. That will be 1.9 thousand will be required to be kept with RBI in the form of cash, meaning that you will have only 8.1 thousand as excess reserves. If State Bank of India manages to find another borrower who is willing to get another loan of 8.1 thousand rupees, it is going to create another deposit in the name of that borrower, give him a loan of 8.1 thousand rupees, taking the total deposits to 27.1 thousand, and 10% of 27.1 thousand, or you can say 10% of D1 plus D2 plus D3, which is 2.71 thousand rupees, now will have to be kept with RBI, leaving this bank to only have 7.29 thousand as excess cash. Now, this process is going to continue to happen till all the cash which had increased because somebody had put a deposit in here, till all of that will have to be maintained with the RBI in the form of cash, meaning that the excess reserves have become zero. This process is going to continue to happen. The bank is going to create more and more loans, and eventually the total deposits will reach a certain number. What will the maximum number be? The maximum number V will be 1 upon RDR times. The value of money multiplier will be 1 upon reserve deposit ratio. This would mean small m would be 1 upon 10%. This would be 10 times, which means the initial deposit was 10,000 rupees. The process will stop when the total deposits reach to 1 lakh rupees. This was the M0 component. Somebody had earned 10,000 rupees as cash, deposited this 10,000 rupees with SBI, and SBI created loans worth how much? These loans will be 1 lakh rupees minus the initial 10,000, 90,000 rupees of credit or loans that SBI created against the deposit of 10,000 rupees. That means M0 is 10,000, MS money supply is 1 lakh. Out of this 1 lakh, only 10,000 is the cash kept with SBI. The remaining 90,000 is in the form of deposit balances, which means money supply MS is money multiplier times M0. Money multiplier in this case is 10, M0 was 10,000, that means money supply will be rupees 1 lakh. This entire thing is what is called monetary expansion. You have witnessed money supply in the economy increasing. And why is money supply in the economy increasing? Because banks are engaging in the process of credit creation. Now, the problem here is that if money supply increases too much or decreases too much in relation with the demand of money. The demand of money comes from three particular purposes. First is what is called transaction motivation, which means we require to keep cash with us. Why? Because we want to spend this cash, buy other goods and services. The second motivation for holding some cash on us all the time is what is called a precautionary motivation, which means we always want to keep some cash with us all the time. Why? Because anything unforeseen can happen. And what if we do not have cash for that unforeseen circumstance? You may break a leg, you may have to get to the hospital. There are many unforeseen things that can happen for which we have to always be prepared. So we typically tend to keep some money with us for precautionary purposes. And the third one is called speculative purposes, which means that I will keep some liquidity on me depending upon the interest rates. If I believe that the interest rates banks are promising me are going to increase in the future, then why would I park my money with the bank for a lesser rate of return? This is called speculative motivation. Three motivations create the demand for liquidity. That means create a demand for cash. Now, depending upon how much is the requirement for cash, how much is the demand for cash, money supply can be more, money supply can be less. If money supply increases and increases too much compared to the demand for money, what will happen? This is going to create inflation. And inflation means that the purchasing power of this currency is going to reduce. More money chasing fewer goods and services. Almost everybody in the economy has money, but the amount of goods and services are limited. The prices of these goods and services is going to climb up because of price competition amongst the people who hold the money. They want to buy these goods and services. That is called inflation. And inflation means what? That the purchasing power of your money is reducing. Something that used to cost 1 lakh rupees is today costing 1.5 lakh rupees, which means previously you wanted to have 1 lakh units of your currency to buy that thing. Now you will require 1.5 lakh units of your currency to buy that thing. Essentially meaning what? Essentially meaning that whatever you are holding, the currency, its purchasing power is eroding. And the exact opposite is going to happen if the money supply in the economy reduces or decreases in comparison with the demand for money. This is going to cause deflation. Deflation, to put it very simply, is less money chasing more goods and services, which means these producers who have produced these goods and services are desperate for their goods to be sold off. People do not have as much money. Therefore, the prices of those goods and services are going to reduce. And if the prices reduce, it would mean that the purchasing power of your currency is going to increase. Both inflation and deflation are bad for an economy. Now, to control inflation and deflation, the money supply in an economy is very, very critical. And therefore, we have to have an expert body which decides how much should be the money supply in an economy. That expert body is what we call the central bank of any economy, or which is also called the monetary authority of an economy. In our case, the central bank is the Reserve Bank of India. And Reserve Bank of India at its disposal has what is called monetary policy, through which it influences the money supply in an economy. If the money supply is lesser, the RBI will tweak its monetary policy to increase the money supply. If the money supply is more, the RBI will tweak its monetary policy to reduce the money supply. What are the various tools that it has at its disposal to increase or decrease money supply in an economy? You have something called cash reserve ratio. You have something called statutory liquidity ratio. Both of them combined are what we call our RDR, reserve deposit ratio, reserve requirements. Cash reserve ratio is a proportion of the net demand and time liabilities of banks. That means the demand deposits of public with the banks and the time deposits of public with the banks. A portion of these demand and time liabilities has to be maintained at all times in the form of cash. With who? With the RBI. A certain percentage of a bank's net demand and time liabilities has to be maintained on a daily basis in the form of cash. With who? With the RBI. That is called CRR, cash reserve ratio. Similarly, a certain proportion of a bank's net demand and time liabilities have to be maintained, this time not with the RBI, this time with itself, at all times in the form of either cash, gold or government securities. That part is called SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. Both of them combined are RDR. And you can simply imagine that money supply equals small m times M0, where small m is 1 upon RDR, which means if the reserve requirements increase, if the RBI tells the banks to maintain a greater proportion of deposits in the form of cash or in the form of SLR, money supply in the economy should reduce. If RDR increases, money supply should reduce. If RDR reduces, money supply should increase. This is one way the RBI can control the money supply in an economy, by increasing or decreasing the reserve requirements. The other tools available to the RBI are what is called repo rate. What is repo rate? Repo rate is a mechanism through which banks borrow money from the RBI in the short term. In this case, what banks do is banks go to the RBI, banks offer some GSECs to the RBI, government securities to the RBI, and against these government securities, RBI gives some lending to the banks. But because the name is repurchase obligation, it means the moment banks sell these government securities to RBI, at the very same moment, banks promise to repurchase these securities from the RBI at a future date and at a future price. Obviously, the future price has to be higher than the current price. The difference between future price and the current price is going to determine what the repo rate is. There is one more mechanism which is called reverse repo rate. And what is reverse repo rate? Exactly the opposite of this. This time, RBI sells securities, GSECs, to the banks, and because RBI is the seller of securities, the repurchase obligation is borne by the RBI, that it will buy these securities back from the banks at a future date and at a future price. Repo mechanism is a mechanism through which RBI injects liquidity or cash into the system, and reverse repo mechanism is a mechanism through which RBI absorbs this excess liquidity from the banks. There is one more rate which is called the marginal standing facility rate. Now, for the banks to borrow money from the RBI for a short term, they have to have some GSECs. These GSECs have to be in excess of the GSECs that they have kept for their SLR requirements. If they use up all the excess GSECs for repo mechanism, they will have no more GSECs to offer as a collateral against which RBI can give them some funds. So what the RBI does is, the RBI permits the banks that they can dip into their SLR requirements. If they have maintained statutory liquidity ratio in the form of GSECs, they can dip into their SLR, take out GSECs from their SLR requirements and offer it to the RBI, and the RBI is going to give them funds. Now, because SLR and CRR are both mandatory requirements on banks, quite obviously, this time the RBI is also going to charge a certain penalty on the banks for having dipped into their SLR requirements. That penal rate of interest is what is called the MSF rate, the marginal standing facility rate. These are all the quantitative tools which are available with the RBI to control money supply in an economy. And this is a policy prerogative of the central bank, the Reserve Bank of India, which is what we call monetary policy. With that, the discussion on money and central banking is over. I hope you had a good time. Our topic of discussion will be public finance management. In your NCERTs, this chapter is what you call budgeting. Now, to understand this chapter, we will go back to our previous discussion on what the role of the government is. And here we have to speak of the role of the government from an economic perspective. Last time we had discussed what markets are, what optimal allocation of resources is all about, how do market forces of demand and supply operate to ensure that resources get distributed optimally. The central concern of economics is the optimal allocation of scarce resources. And free market enthusiasts, they argue that it is the market forces of demand and of supply which together will optimally allocate our resources. But the problem is that we cannot always rely on markets. Markets are also prone to failures, something that we call market failures. We had discussed this previously also as to what are the various instances of market failures. One instance of market failures is what is called public goods. Markets fail to provide adequate quantity of public goods. Firstly, what are public goods? Now, in terms of classification of goods, when we look at two properties, one is called excludability and one is called rivalry. When you look at two properties of goods, excludability and rivalry, on the basis of these two properties, we can classify goods into several types. One type is what is called public goods. What are public goods? Public goods are those goods which display these two characteristics. They are non-excludable, they are non-rivalrous. What do we mean by non-rivalrous? Non-rivalrous means that use of these goods by one does not affect use by another. For instance, if you can imagine this to be an apple. If I buy this apple and if I take a bite of this apple, my bite is going to leave one bite lesser for you to consume, which means my consumption of this apple is rivalrous to yours. If I buy a shirt and if I use this shirt myself, my consumption of this shirt is rivalrous to yours. So long as I am wearing that shirt, you cannot wear the same shirt. There are goods whose consumption is rivalrous to each other. That means use by one affects the use by another. But there are goods whose consumption is non-rivalrous in nature. Which means what? Which means if you use some of these goods, it will leave nothing lesser for others to consume. For instance, the class that you are consuming at this point in time. Just because you are watching this video lecture does not mean that other people are getting so many minutes lesser. Everybody can sit and enjoy the class, and the consumption of this class by one is not going to affect the consumption by others. You go to watch a movie in a theater. When you watch the movie, does not mean that this movie is going to be available lesser for others to watch. All of these people who are sitting in the theater can all experience and enjoy the movie all at once. Use by one does not affect the use by other. Similarly, air. If you breathe clean air, does it mean that other people have that much air lesser? Certainly not. So consumption of air, once again, is non-rivalrous in nature. Public goods display the first characteristic, which is that they are non-rivalrous in nature. Their consumption is non-rivalrous. Consumption by one does not affect consumption by the other. The other property that public goods display is that they are non-excludable in nature. Now, what do we mean by excludability or non-excludability rather? It simply means that it is either physically impossible or it is prohibitively expensive to stop the non-payers, also what is called the free riders, from using the good. Which means it is extremely difficult. It is going to be either physically impossible or it is going to be prohibitively expensive for us to stop those people who have not paid for the same good from using it. That part is called non-excludability. For instance, consider that there is an 8-lane highway connecting Delhi to Mumbai. This 8-lane highway has enough space for people to be plying their vehicles. If you are driving on this highway, it does not mean others can't drive on this highway at the same time. That means the consumption is non-rivalrous. Secondly, is the consumption excludable? Certainly, it can be excludable if you fix 2 toll booths here. You can imagine that we will allow only those people to ply on this highway, those people who have paid any taxes, toll taxes. But from Delhi to Mumbai, there is about 1,000 kilometers of a road journey. In these 1,000 kilometers, there will be many areas which are unmanned, unsupervised. And in those areas, you will find people, they have destroyed the side railings, they get onto the highway, and then they take off at another place where the side railing has been destroyed. Can you stop these non-payers who are avoiding a toll tax, who have destroyed the side railing, who are using this highway for free? Can you stop them from using it for free? In that case, you will have to deploy so many forces to stop these free riders from using this specific highway without paying a toll tax. And can you imagine how much force is it going to take for you to ensure that no person uses this highway for free? It is going to be extremely, extremely expensive. This property is what is called non-excludability. And keep in mind that if a good displays non-excludability, it simply means that you cannot stop free riders. You cannot stop the non-paying users from consuming this good. And if a good is non-excludable in nature, it simply means if a good is non-excludable, it simply means that it is going to face a free rider problem. That means there are people who are using this specific good for free, or you can say without paying. And when you see other people are using the same good without paying for it, will that induce a willingness in you to pay for the same? Imagine that you are paying a toll tax for using this 8-lane highway every time, but you know that there are some people who are avoiding the payment of a toll tax and are still using this specific highway. Will you not feel like I should also not be paying? If a good is non-excludable, it simply means that your payment for the same good does not make that good exclusive for your consumption. Other non-payers are also going to be using it. And what does this hurt? This free rider problem hurts the willingness to pay. Imagine this, that you order food in a flat for yourself. Your flatmates can eat this food any given time. Will you then want to order food in your house? You took them out to a restaurant where you thought everybody is going to be making a contribution and people will enjoy a meal outside. But other people did not pay for the meal. Only you had to pay for the meal. Is that going to make you more willing to do this more often? Same is the scenario here. When you are paying for something and others without paying for that thing are enjoying the same, then it induces an unwillingness to pay for the same amongst others also. What does the free rider problem hurt the most? It hurts the willingness to pay. And now remember that if consumers are unwilling to pay for a specific good, will there be any market demand for it? There will be no market demand for it, because demand is what? Demand is the quantity of a commodity given its prices that consumers are both able and willing to pay. If there are consumers who are unwilling to pay for a specific good, that means there will be no demand for this good. There may be a desire, everybody may want to have this good, but there will be no demand for it because there is a specific technical definition of demand. And if there is no demand for these goods, quite obviously, no person, private person, will be willing to supply the same, which is what is the first instance of what is called the failure of markets. The first failure of markets is in terms of providing public goods. Public goods are both non-rivalrous and non-excludable. Since they are non-excludable, people don't want to pay for them, and if people don't want to pay for them, which supplier will then want to supply these goods? Now this is one instance of market failure where complete reliance on market forces of demand and supply will mean that the economy will not have adequate number of public goods. Therefore, some person will have to produce them. Similarly, there are goods which carry externalities. The other cause of market failure, or the other case of market failure, is externalities. Some goods carry negative externalities, some goods carry positive externalities. Externality simply means the effect of consumption or the effect of production of these goods lies not only on the two parties between which there is a contract of buying and selling the same goods. The impact falls on others also. For example, production as an activity. Let's say we are talking about production of cars. Now, suppliers produce cars. Why? Because there is a market demand for it. They produce cars, they sell these cars to the willing buyers, but in the process of production of cars, the air gets polluted. There is pollution of air that may happen. This industry may discharge effluents in water sources too. For example, water pollution may also happen. And air pollution and water pollution is not going to affect only and only the suppliers and the buyers of the car. It is going to affect everyone. And it is going to affect them in a bad way. Therefore, this is called a negative externality. If there is a negative externality, these negative externalities have to be controlled. They have to be reduced. Now, will the producers or the buyers on their own volition control this pollution, control the amount of effluents which are being discharged both in the air and in the water? On their own volition, you cannot depend on them to voluntarily control this. Therefore, there is a requirement of an external regulation of the same. Who will do this external regulation? This will be the task of the government. Similarly, some goods have positive externalities, which means that the benefits of these goods do not remain constrained to those people who are selling them or to those people who are consuming them. The benefits of these goods are available or accrue to the general population at large. For example, education. For example, healthcare. Mind you, both education and healthcare are not public goods. Education is surely non-rivalrous, but education is excludable. We can stop people from sitting in our classes without paying any fees for it. Therefore, education is not a public good. Similarly, healthcare is both rivalrous in nature as well as excludable. If you are seeking a healthcare consultation from a doctor, another person at the same time, another patient cannot be simultaneously seeking consultation from the same doctor. It means the consumption of healthcare as a service is rivalrous to each other. Similarly, a doctor can tell patients that if they don't pay for his service, he is not going to give them any advice. So healthcare is also excludable in nature. Both education and healthcare, they are not public goods. Are they public goods? Certainly not. Yet, education and healthcare do not benefit only those people who are selling the service or who are buying the service. The benefits are available to the general population at large. A healthy workforce will also mean a workforce which has sufficient cognitive abilities, which has sufficient developmental abilities. A healthy workforce also would mean that the burden on the healthcare system, more specifically the public healthcare system, is also lesser. A healthy workforce will also mean that workers become far more available and they will be more efficient compared to sick people. So the benefit is for a general economy. Similarly, an educated workforce, educated people, you may have sought education, let's say university education or college education, to make yourself employable. The college benefits from your fees, but the benefits of educated people in the society accrue to just about everyone. Educated people will have far more civic sense compared to illiterate people, uneducated people. Educated people will also contribute so much more to innovation, which is going to benefit everybody across the society. These goods carry what is called positive externalities. The benefits of these goods, their consumption or their production, does not remain constrained only to the sellers or the buyers of these goods. They are available to the general population at large. And if you have such goods which carry positive externalities, these goods should be made available to all, because the society is going to benefit from them. Making these goods with positive externalities available to all is what is called public provisioning, which means that although these goods are not public goods, yet the government, knowing that these goods carry positive externalities, is going to finance the production of these goods and making sure that these goods are available to all. The financing of these goods through budget exercise by the government is what is called public provisioning. This again is the role of the government. Similarly, one more instance of market failure is called market power. What does it mean? It means sometimes producers may engage in restrictive practices, in unfair practices. They may display what is called monopolistic tendencies. And when this happens, this means that the benefits are cornered by a few. Plus, it hampers any innovation. If there is only one supplier of some item, it means that this supplier faces no competition from any other person, which means that this supplier has got no incentive to improve his good, improve his service. If there is only one supplier, it also means that this supplier is going to determine what the prices of these goods is going to be. This is called monopoly. A monopoly makes sure that only the producer benefits and benefits the most. Secondly, it also makes sure that producer has got no incentive to improve his good or improve his service. Now, a cure against each of these is what is called free and fair competition. Somebody will have to ensure that markets are thick, which means the number of buyers should also be very high. The number of sellers should also be very high. For instance, if we as a coaching institute start displaying monopolistic tendencies, we resort to restrictive trade practices. Let us say we book all of these spaces which are available in Delhi and we rent them out. We buy all of these properties and we do not allow any other competitive player to also give you the same coaching service. Then that means we are restricting trade. We are restricting trade. If we are the only suppliers of education to you, it means we are facing no competition, which means one, we can price our service any which way we want. Secondly, we may be willing to, or we may be able to sell you a low quality service even at a high price. And you will have no choice because there is no competition for us. Therefore, to ensure free and fair competition also, there is the requirement of a third party. This third party is going to be the government. Now, the cases of market failure build the case for government intervention. How will the government intervene? This government intervention is going to be in the form of production of public goods. It is going to be in the form of public provisioning of goods which may or may not be public goods. It is also in the form of general governance and regulation of markets. Now, each of these three functions will require resources. Public goods cannot be produced for free. Similarly, other goods which carry positive externalities such as healthcare, such as education, cannot be produced for free. This will require money. The government will require people who make laws, people who implement these laws, people who enforce these laws. These people will have to be paid. So this governance and regulation is also not going to be produced for free. The government is going to require resources for this. And where does the government get these resources or mobilize these resources from? The main way of mobilizing these resources is that the government gets the power of taxation. It is going to levy taxes on people, collect the resources, mobilize these resources, and then deploy these resources to perform its economic roles. That means the government will have to earn this money or get this money. Then the government will have to spend this money also. And budget is what? Budget or budgetary exercise is an exercise through which the government performs both of these functions. The function of taxing people to mobilize resources which the government is then going to use to produce public goods, to create public provisioning of other goods also, to regulate markets, to generally govern people. This is called redistribution function of the government. And spending money on the production of public goods, spending money on the provisioning of other goods, spending money on governance, on regulation of markets, all of this is what is called the expenditure function of the government, also called the allocation function of the government, which means the resources which have been mobilized by performing the redistribution function will then have to be allocated towards various uses. Both of these functions are what are called the functions of the government from an economic perspective. There is one more function of the government from an economic perspective, and this function is called the stabilization function. Now, what is the stabilization function? Remember, when we discussed GDP, we discussed something which is called aggregate demand. And aggregate demand is essentially speaking demand that comes from the agents of a society, which could be consumers, which could be firms, which could be government, and which could be the external sector. For some reason, consumption expenditure may decline, expenditure made by firms, investment expenditure, this may decline, or the external sector may witness some sort of a shock. All of these conditions will plummet the aggregate demand of the society, and when aggregate demand lowers, this will mean that supply of output in the economy shall also now be lower, which simply means the economy will produce less output. And if the economy is producing less output, simply means what? Simply means that the factors of production, they will be required lesser in volume, meaning that people will lose employment. There will be a problem of unemployment in the society. There may even be a problem of poverty in the society that may result from it. The other way around is also true. For some reason, consumption expenditure may increase beyond expectations. Investment expenditure may increase beyond expectations. The demand from the external sector may be increased beyond expectations. All of this will lead to a very high aggregate demand. And very high aggregate demand can put an inflationary pressure on the economy. Now, in these circumstances, we cannot rely completely on private forces such as consumers, such as firms, such as the external sector to automatically stabilize the economy. The government will have to enter and the government will have to stabilize the economy, bring back your aggregate demand to a level where the economy becomes a little stable. Which means when the aggregate demand is being lowered, the government may increase its own expenditure, or the government may cut taxes on consumers, may cut taxes on firms so that they increase their expenditure, bringing the aggregate demand upwards. Similarly, when the aggregate demand is very high, in this circumstance, what the government can do is that the government may reduce its own expenditure, or the government may start to tax consumers, tax firms so much more, so that consumers and firms, they spend lesser. All of this is being done for the government to stabilize the economy. This function of the government is called the stabilization function of the government. Now, what is budget? Budget is essentially that exercise through which the government performs its three functions. It performs its allocation function, it performs its redistribution function, and through which it performs its stabilization function. The budgetary exercise is that exercise of the government through which the government performs its economic role. It mobilizes resources by performing its redistribution function. It allocates those resources, and then it also, through its expenditure and its taxation functions, tries to stabilize the economy itself. This is what the economic perspective on budget as an exercise is all about. Now let us get into the details of what budget essentially means. Article 112 puts a constitutional obligation on the central government to present in the House of the Parliament every year something which is called an annual financial statement. What will this statement contain? The annual financial statement is going to be a statement of the government's estimated receipts and the government's estimated expenditure in the upcoming financial year. Now, what is a financial year? From accounting perspective, a financial year begins from the 1st of April, year X, to the 31st of March, year X plus 1. Which means the Constitution puts an obligation on the government that the government will have to present before the houses of the Parliament a statement annually. This annual statement shall be a financial statement because it is going to contain the estimates of how much money the government is estimated to receive in the upcoming financial year and the estimates of how much money it is going to spend in the upcoming financial year. Which means normally a budget is presented on the 1st of February of every year, which means that there is an ongoing financial year. In this ongoing financial year, on the 1st of February, the finance minister is going to present before the houses of the Parliament an annual financial statement stating that the government expects to receive so much money in the upcoming financial year, which it plans to spend on so and so items in the upcoming financial year. This annual financial statement is what we popularly call budget. Mind you, the word budget does not appear in the Constitution. The technical name for it is annual financial statement. Now, next thing we have to know is the classification of items, or you can say the components of budget. The classification of items, meaning receipts and expenditure in the budget, or the components of budget. Now, what can be the components of budget in here? When the finance minister presents a statement of estimated receipts and estimated expenditure, these estimated receipts and expenditure are classified under two heads. One head is called the revenue head, and the other head is what is called the capital head. Which means the government is going to do what? The government is going to classify all its receipts and all its expenses broadly across these two heads. The revenue head will contain two things. It will contain estimates on revenue receipts. It will also contain estimates on revenue expenditure. And what will the capital head contain? The capital head will contain estimates of capital receipts and also estimates on capital expenditure. Now, receipts simply mean where the government is going to receive money from. And expenditure or expenses simply means where the government is planning to spend this money. Same is the case with capital receipts. This will be the different sources of money where the government is going to receive the money from, and capital expenditure would be expenditure of the government, which means where the government is going to plan to spend this money. Now, what is the difference between the two? We have a positive definition for the capital head. The positive definition is all such receipts, all such expenditure of the central government which will have an impact on the asset liability structure of the central government, those will be classified under the capital head. Meaning that for the revenue head, we have a negative definition, simply meaning what? Those receipts, those expenditures which do not impact the asset liability structure of the central government. Now, what are assets? You can think of assets as those things which promise a future benefit to the government. What are liabilities? Liabilities are something that the government owes, the government has to pay back. Those receipts, those expenditures which will impact the asset liability structure of the government will be called capital receipts and capital expenditure. They will be classified under the capital head. While those receipts, those expenditures which do not have any impact on the asset liability structure of the government, those will go under the revenue head. Now, what goes under the revenue head? What are your revenue receipts? And which are your revenue expenditures? There will be two types of revenue receipts. One is called tax receipts. The other one is called non-tax receipts. Tax receipts will include both taxes, direct as well as indirect taxes. While non-tax receipts will include firstly user charges. The government is providing public goods. The government is creating a public provisioning of goods, which means that the government may sometimes impose on you some user charges. The government collects, for example, money on rail transportation, right? The government sells tickets. The government also collects some money or imposes upon you a fee if you are using the postal service of the government. The government imposes upon you user charges for using water. All of those are what you call user charges. Similarly, the government may receive dividends from the companies where it has shareholding. There are many companies which are government-owned companies, such as public sector undertakings. When these companies make any profits, that part of the profit which they distribute to the government will be called dividend. And these dividends will also be a source of money for the government, creating no obligation on it. Apart from this, the government has also given loans to the state governments, to union territories. Any interest money received on the loans that the government has given away, that will be a part of non-tax receipts. Apart from this, any gifts, grants, aid or donation that the government is not obliged to return back will also be a part of non-tax receipts. Similarly, what will be the revenue expenditure? Such expenditure which will not impact the asset liability structure of the government. Now, this expenditure can be made on the following heads: expenditure made on salaries, expenditure made on pensions, expenditure made on what is called transfer payments, such as scholarships. In fact, pension is an example of transfer payments itself. Scholarships, subsidies, gifts, donations,
etc. Such payments which originate from the government, when they are received by the beneficiary, those people do not have to do anything for the government. Those will be called transfer payments. They will be included as part of revenue expenditure. Apart from this, the government has also taken loans. On those loans, the interest payments, or what you may want to call the interest obligations on loans taken, those will be classified under the revenue expenditure. Apart from this, expenditure made on defense. Mind you, defense expenditure is classified across both heads, one capital head, the other one the revenue head. Here the defense expenditure is defense revenue expenditure, meaning what? Meaning salaries, allowances, canteen stores departments, transportation, etc. This means the general working capital requirements of the defense forces. Not just this, one more thing which is going to be included here is going to be what is called administrative expenses, which simply means the maintenance of assets that the government has acquired. All of these expenses get classified under what is called the revenue expenditure. If you look very closely, revenue expenditure is the expenditure which the government requires for its day-to-day functioning, for its own survival. The government cannot survive if it is not paying salaries. The government cannot unilaterally stop pension payments. The government has to make interest payments on the loans that it has taken. The government has to spend working capital on defense forces also. This is money which is required by the government to exist, to perform its core activities. Without this, the government's day-to-day survival is going to become very, very difficult. Now, let's go back to the capital head. What comes under the capital head? As part of the capital head, we have what is called capital receipts, as well as capital expenditure. Now, what are capital receipts? This is where the government is going to get money from. Capital receipts can be fundamentally of two types: debt receipts, also called non-debt receipts. Two types: debt receipts, non-debt receipts. Debt receipts meaning what? Debt receipts meaning money that the government is going to borrow from internal as well as external sources. Non-debt receipts means what? This will be the repayment, principal on loans granted by the central government. That means the government has given loans. When the borrower is returning the principal amount to the central government, the government has received the principal on the loans that it had granted. This will be one source of money. The other source of money is called proceeds of disinvestment. Now, what is proceeds of disinvestment? It means that the government is selling off the shares in its own companies. For example, privatization of BSNL. If government tomorrow wants that it wants some more money, it can sell off its shareholding in LIC. It can sell off its shareholding in BSNL. It can sell off some part of its shareholding in NTPC and collect money from that sale. This is what is called proceeds of disinvestment, which means offloading shareholding, offloading equity investments across many companies that the government has equity in. Then capital expenditure. Fundamentally, capital expenditure will be of two types. One, the government also has to give back the principal on the loans that it has taken, which means repayment of the principal on the loans taken by the central government. This will be one kind of a kharcha, one kind of an expenditure. Apart from this, the government may use money for investment purposes. And investment here would be of two types: investment to build real assets, investment to build financial assets. For example, if the government is spending money on bridging, on bridge infrastructure, on roads, on ports, on airways, this is investment in infrastructure, and infrastructure is a real asset. If the government is buying, let's say, Rafale jets for its defense forces, Rafale jets are real assets. The government is spending money on assets which are going to increase the productivity of our defense forces. This is going to be called investment in real assets. Similarly, the government may subscribe to financial instruments or financial securities. It may buy shareholding in some companies. It may nationalize some companies. Right? It may buy debt securities. When the government is spending money on acquiring financial assets, this is also investment, but investment in financial assets. Now, when you look very closely, you will find that capital expenditure has the impact of doing what? If the government is repaying the principal on the loans taken, which means the government had a liability, the loan was a liability on the government had to repay this liability, the government is reducing its liabilities. Or the government is spending the money to build real assets or to build financial assets, which means this expenditure is going to increase assets. When you look at the receipt side, on the receipt side, where is the government collecting money from? The government can take a borrowing. That means the government is increasing liabilities onto itself. The other ways of government getting capital receipts is when it proceeds to disinvest some of its companies, when it proceeds to sell off the shareholding of some of its companies, meaning that government had some assets and it is selling off those assets. When you get a question in your examination, you only have to think whether a receipt or an expenditure is going to have an impact on the liabilities, on the assets of the central government, and if they do, they will be classified under the capital head. Capital receipts are those sources of money which increase the liabilities on the government or reduce the government's assets. Similarly, capital expenditure is that kind of money spent by the government which will reduce its liabilities or build its assets. So all of these expenditures or receipts which impact the asset liability structure of the central government will be a part of capital head, simply meaning the residual items go where they go under the revenue head itself. Now, one more important thing that you have to know in this chapter is the concept of deficit. Now, the word deficit arises from the word deficiency. And since we are talking about public finance, this is going to be deficiency of funds. What is a deficit going to mean? A deficit simply means that the government plans to make some expenditure, but this expenditure requirement is more than the government's receipts. You can think of it like this, like in your case, if you want to buy a bike, the bike costs you 7 lakh rupees, but you only have 5 lakh rupees. Meaning what? Meaning that you are facing a deficiency of 2 lakh rupees. You have a deficit of 2 lakh rupees. Same applies in the context of public finance management too. When the government plans to make a certain expenditure and the government does not have as much money to make that expenditure, the government is said to be facing a deficit. It has a deficiency of funds. And whenever it faces a deficit, this deficit has to be bridged by borrowing money. A few types of deficits that you have to remember for an exam perspective. First deficit that you have to know is what is called revenue deficit. What is revenue deficit? To define it very simply, it is a deficiency of funds. It's a deficit on the revenue account of the government. Simply meaning what? If the government's estimated revenue expenditure is going to be more than the government's estimated revenue receipts. This means that the money that the government requires for its day-to-day functioning, the money that the government may require for this is less than the money that the government is collecting from its revenue receipts, which is going to include tax revenue and non-tax revenue receipts. This kind of a deficit is going to be called revenue deficit. Revenue deficit simply equals revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. And it simply means what? It simply means that the government is unable to collect as much taxes, it's unable to collect as much user charges, it is unable to get this kind of money to make an expenditure which is absolutely critical for its day-to-day functioning. Therefore, any kind of revenue deficit is bad for the government. The government does not have enough money from its revenue receipts to carry out an expenditure which is critical to its day-to-day functioning. It is unable to pay off salaries, it is unable to pay off its pensions, it is unable to pay interest on the loans that it has taken. This kind of a deficit is going to be called revenue deficit, and any type of revenue deficit is simply bad because it indicates that the cost of running the government is more than the amount of money that the government can rightfully collect from you in the form of taxes or in the form of non-tax receipts. Which simply means that if the government has to make this kind of expenditure, it will then have to get this money from the capital head. Can you imagine a circumstance where the government is saying that we want to spend 100 crore rupees in the next year, but from our tax receipts and our non-tax receipts under the revenue head, we only have 50 crore rupees, which means we are facing a revenue deficit of 50 crore rupees. This money is absolutely critical for the day-to-day functioning of the government and therefore will have to be sourced. Where will you source this revenue deficit from? You will source this revenue deficit from your capital head. You will have to get this money to capital receipts. And what are capital receipts? They are fundamentally either debt, the government may have to borrow this money, or the government may have to sell off some of its assets or expect to get the principal on the loans that it had taken back. Simply meaning for the day-to-day functioning of the government may even be forced to sell off its assets or to even borrow money to carry out its day-to-day functioning. Therefore, any kind of revenue deficit is bad for the government and for the general economy. The second type of deficit that you have to be sure of is what is called fiscal deficit, gross fiscal deficit. And what is gross fiscal deficit? It is defined as the excess of government's total expenditure over its non-debt receipts. To understand it simply, it means how much money is the government collecting without borrowing and how much money does the government plan to spend in total in the upcoming financial year. If the government's total expenditure, which is going to be a sum total of government's revenue expenditure plus capital expenditure, if the government's total expenditure is greater than its non-debt receipts, the government is then said to be incurring what is called a fiscal deficit. And a gross fiscal deficit simply would be total expenditure of the government minus the government's non-debt receipts. Now, once again, total expenditure will include what all? It will include revenue expenditure plus capital expenditure, and non-debt receipts will include all revenue receipts, because no revenue receipt is a borrowing on the government and it is going to include only one part of the capital receipts, which is called non-debt capital receipts. Because capital receipts are of two types, debt receipts and non-debt receipts. Non-debt capital receipts will include what all? It will include proceeds from disinvestment plus any principal amount that the government gets back on the loans that it had granted. If the government's total expenditure is more than the amount of money that the government is going to collect without borrowing, it simply means that the government is incurring a gross fiscal deficit. For instance, if the total expenditure requirement of the government is, let's say, 100 crores, and its revenue receipts and non-debt capital receipts total to up to, let's say, 80 crores, then the government is going to face a gross fiscal deficit of 20 crores. And what is going to be the source of this 20 crores? How is the government going to get these 20 crores? Of course, the government is going to get this 20 crores by borrowing this money. Gross fiscal deficit is an indicator of the fresh borrowing requirements of the government, which means in the upcoming financial year, the government wants to make a total expenditure of 100 crores. Without borrowing any money, it is going to collect 80 crores. That means it is facing a fiscal deficit, a deficiency of 20 crore rupees, which it will finance by issuing fresh loans, by borrowing this money. Simply meaning what? How do we finance this fiscal deficit? Or what do they indicate? They indicate government's fresh borrowing requirements. Get this? Now there is one more type of deficit that you need to know, which is primary deficit. What is primary deficit going to mean? Primary deficit is going to be gross fiscal deficit minus the interest obligations on the government, which means the gross fiscal deficit, this is a representation of the government's fresh borrowing requirements, how much money the government is going to borrow in the upcoming financial year, and what part of this money is going to be paid to make interest payments on the loans that the government had already taken. Fresh borrowing requirements minus interest obligations on the central government. That means loans that it had taken previously, on those loans the government will have to pay a periodic interest. When we deduct these interest payments, which the government has to make in the upcoming financial year, from its fresh borrowing requirements, what we get is what is called a primary deficit. It indicates what? It indicates how much of the fresh loans will be spent on the current expenditure requirements of the government. Because interest obligations are past obligations. Remember, these are interest obligations on the central government for loans it has taken previously. Which means if I am going to, in the upcoming financial year, going to borrow, let's say 20 crore rupees, how much of these 20 crore rupees, this deficit is going to be spent on one type of revenue expenditure, which was interest payments. And interest has to be paid on loans which have already been taken, simply meaning what part of the government's expenditure requirements are going to go on the government's present obligations. This is what the representation of primary deficit is all about. Now, with that said, you have covered the chapter on budget as an exercise. We have covered the role of the government. We have covered what budget as an exercise means. We have covered the classification of budgetary items. And then we have covered the deficit. What do they mean? How do we finance those deficits? What are the implications? This is our last and final video in our series on NCERT necessary for UPSC preparation. This chapter will be around
open economy macroeconomics. There is a couple of things which are there in the class 12th NCERT here that we have to talk about. One thing we'll have to talk about is what is called balance of payments. And the other thing that we'll have to talk about is going to be exchange rates. So let's start our discussion. Firstly, when we speak about open economy macroeconomics, what is meant by an open economy? Remember, we discussed some bit about the circular flow. We said that any economy will have the following agents. They will have households. Any economy will have firms. Any economy also has what is called its financial markets, as well as its government. Each of these agents has a specific role to perform. Households contribute factors of production to the firms. Firms in exchange give them money, which is called factor payments. These factor payments become the income of the households, which they either spend, becoming their expenditure, or some part of it they may save. The savings are routed through the financial market, and the financial market will give these savings either to the firms, back to the households, or to the government, either in the form of loans or in the form of investments. Similarly, the task of the government is to perform the necessary functions which will not be performed by the market, the most important of which is public provisioning. Now, the government also requires factors of production which come from the households, and the government gives them compensation. The government buys goods and services from the market. The government makes an expenditure which is called government expenditure. The government also taxes both the households as well as the firms. This is exactly what happens in any economy. There will be three major agents: households, firms, and the government. When this economy in its simplistic model does not interact with the rest of the world, we call this economy a closed economy. But when this economy interacts with the rest of the world, that is when we call an economy an open economy. So we can have another sector here which we will call the external sector, or I can also call this the rest of the world. What will this external sector include? Different countries will have their own households, will have their own firms, will have their own governments. You can think, for example, in the US, there will be consumers in the US, there will be the US government, there will be firms in the US. You think about UK, you think about Germany, you think about Japan, you think about Bangladesh, you think about Sri Lanka. Every economy will have these three agents. And when our economy interacts with the rest of the world, taken together, this is when the economy becomes what is called an open economy. Now, what kind of an interaction can a closed economy have with the rest of the world? The transactions between any economy and the rest of the world can primarily be around trade. They can be around transfers. They can be around borrowings, investments, or the flow of what is called the banking capital. You think of any transaction which can happen between India and any other country, you will be able to place that transaction in any one of these five heads. It could either be a trade related transaction, it could be a transaction with respect to transfers, it could be a transaction with respect to borrowings, or with respect to investments, or with respect to the exchange of banking capital. When an economy interacts with the rest of the world, we always maintain a systematic account of all economic transactions happening between one country and the rest of the world. A systematic account or a systematic record of all economic transactions between an economy and the rest of the world. This record, this systematic account is what we call the balance of payments. It is as simple as that. Much like the government comes out with its own annual financial statement, which is what we also popularly call budget, every time one nation interacts with the rest of the world, and this interaction is economic in nature, we maintain a systematic record of all of these transactions between a country and the rest of the world. This record is what we call the balance of payments. Under the new IMF classification, the balance of payments contains two major components. Either a transaction can be recorded under what we call the current account, or a transaction can be recorded under what is called the capital account. Meaning that whenever a nation interacts economically with the rest of the world, this transaction can either be classified as a current account transaction or it can be classified as a capital account transaction. Now, what is the difference between the two? The capital account transaction here is exactly the same as the capital head under the budget component, which means that any such transaction which will have an impact on the assets or the liabilities of an economy. And keep in mind, this is very important, any such transaction which can change the assets, which can change the liabilities of an economy, not the government alone, but the entire economy, that is what is called a capital account transaction. And when we say change in assets and change in liabilities, it can either mean an increase in the assets of an economy or a decrease in the assets of an economy. Similarly, change in liabilities here would mean any increase in liabilities or any decrease in the liabilities of an economy, not just the government as well as private parties. These transactions will be called capital account transactions, which means that the residual transactions, all such transactions which have no impact on the asset liability structure of an economy, they will be a part of your current account. Meaning, such transactions which do not impact the asset or the liability structure of an economy, we will classify them where? Under the current account. Now we will open up both of these accounts individually. The current account can broadly be classified under two heads. One is called the visibles account and the other one is called the invisibles account. Similarly, capital account transactions broadly include three things. One is investments. The second is what you may want to call banking capital. And the third is what you call borrowings. Broadly speaking, any current account transaction can either go under the visibles head or the invisibles head. Similarly, any capital account transaction between an economy and the rest of the world can go either as a part of investments or an exchange of banking capital or borrowings. Now, let us talk about the visibles account. What is included in the visibles account? When an economy trades in goods with another economy, that part goes under the visibles head. It is very commonsensical to understand as to why this will be called the visibles head. It is because goods are tangible, they are storable, they are transferable, and you can see the trade happening in goods, which is why the trade in goods always goes under the visibles head. And when we say trade in goods, what does this mean? It could mean export of goods It could even mean import of goods. When an economy sells goods to the rest of the world, or when an economy buys goods from the rest of the world, both of them will be included under the visibles head under the trade in goods. This is also what you call merchandise trade. Keep in mind that when you are selling your goods to the rest of the world, you will earn some money, which is why these type of transactions will involve a net inflow of funds. Similarly, when you are buying goods from the rest of the world, this will mean that an economy has to spend money. This would lead to an outflow of funds and hence is recorded in negatives. Similarly, what will come under the invisibles account? Invisibles account will include, broadly speaking, two things. One is what you call trade in services. The other one is what you will call transfers. Now, trade in services, why does trade in services go under the invisibles account? Because services are intangible. They are economic activities. These are not physical objects. All services are economic activities which have utility for somebody. Services are consumed the moment they are produced. They are intangible. You cannot store them. So you cannot witness trade in services happening really, which is why trade in services is going to go under the invisibles account. This is going to include both the export of services as well as the import of services. Once again, if you are exporting services, this is going to lead to an inflow of funds into an economy. And if you are importing certain services, this is going to lead to an outflow of funds from an economy. Now, what gets included under the transfers? Remember, we have discussed this previously also. Transfers or transfer payments are a specific type of economic transaction where funds flow from one party and are received by another party, but the party which is receiving these funds has no reciprocal obligation to give something back to the party sending these funds. These are unilateral transfers. So what will be included here? You can talk about gifts, aid, grants, donations, remittances. These are what you typically call transfer payments. For example, what is a remittance? A remittance is, consider that your brother, let's say, is living abroad. He wants to study abroad, so he receives or he requires some money to be sent. Your parents will be sending money from India to this person, to your brother, let's say he is living in the US. This is a unilateral transfer of money because your parents sent money to your brother. Your brother does not have to send something back to your parents. This type of a unilateral transfer happening privately is going to be called a remittance. Now, when you look at it closely, trade in goods does not create any assets, does not reduce any assets. It does not create any obligation, any liability. It does not reduce any liability either. Similarly, trade in services, any export or any import of services is not increasing your assets. It's not decreasing your assets. It is not increasing your liabilities or decreasing your liabilities. Same is the case with transfers. Therefore, these transactions will be categorized under the current account. Those transactions which have no impact on the asset liability structure of an economy. Now, what goes under the capital account? Capital account, first thing, will include what is called investments. Now, investments can be two-sided. You can have your normal residents investing their money abroad. Similarly, you may have foreigners investing their money in India. One is called offshore investments. What are offshore investments? This is where domestic residents are investing money abroad in the rest of the world. Similarly, when your economy receives investments from the rest of the world, that is what is called foreign investments. Once again, if your residents are making investments abroad, this would mean that there is an outflow of funds from this economy. Similarly, if foreigners are making investments in India, this would mean that there is an inflow of funds into your economy. Another part is what is called banking capital. Now, what is meant by banking capital or net banking capital? You may have your domestic residents who want to open up bank accounts abroad. Similarly, foreigners, non-residents, they may want to open up their bank accounts in India. The difference between the two, the difference between non-resident deposits in India versus domestic resident deposits abroad, that is what is called net banking capital. You can talk about non-resident deposits. Now keep in mind that there are three types of accounts that we allow, or our banks allow foreigners to open in India. One is called non-resident ordinary account. The other one is called non-resident external account. And the third one is what is called foreign currency non-resident account. Now apply your mind and think, what is going to happen if a non-resident opens a bank account in India? Let us say any foreigner opens a non-resident external account with HDFC Bank in India. Will that be registered in the balance of payments? Take your time, think about it. The answer is yes. Why? Because this is an economic transaction. Secondly, it's a transaction that is happening between one nation and the rest of the world. A private individual in the US wants to open a bank deposit in India. So there is an economic transaction happening between two nations. Secondly, what kind of a transaction is this? Remember that deposits are liabilities on banks. That means banks will have to pay this money back alongside interest. Therefore, any non-resident opening a bank deposit in India is creating liabilities on our domestic banking system. Similarly, when our residents open bank accounts abroad, those banks are taking liabilities onto themselves. Since it impacts the liability structure of an economy, therefore this type of a transaction will be included under the capital head. Net banking capital, keep in mind, means domestic residents opening bank accounts in the rest of the world, and it is also going to include non-residents opening bank accounts here in India. Third part is borrowings. Now, borrowings, once again, are liabilities. Borrowings create liabilities because borrowing has to be returned back alongside interest. Now, borrowings, since they impact the liability structure of an economy, therefore, borrowings will be included under the capital head. What kind of borrowings will we include? We will include government borrowings. We will include borrowings by commercial entities, or you may want to say non-governmental borrowings, private borrowings. You may have government borrowings or private borrowings. Government borrowings happening from the rest of the world is going to be a part of India's external debt. However, it will be one part of India's external debt. This is going to be called sovereign external debt. This is debt taken from external sources by our governments. These could be central government, this could even be state governments. Since the government is taking a liability onto itself from external sources, therefore, one, that this is external debt, yes, and this is sovereign external debt, debt taken by the government. Similarly, commercial entities, private entities, they can also borrow money from abroad, or non-residents can also borrow money from India. When private entities borrow money from abroad, this is what is called external commercial borrowings. This could be commercial borrowings done by foreign residents from India. This would also include commercial borrowings done by domestic residents from abroad. Keep in mind, the balance of payment is a record of both types of transactions, transactions involving inflow of funds as well as outflow of funds. When we talk about trade, we are not counting only the things that we sell to the rest of the world. We will also include things that we buy from the rest of the world. Similarly, when we are talking about trade in services, we are talking not just of the services that we sell to the rest of the world, we are also talking about the services that we buy from the rest of the world. When we talk about transfers, we are not talking only of the transfers sent by the economy to the rest of the world. We are also talking about the transfers received by the economy from the rest of the world. Come down to the capital head. Once again, investments include both types of investments. Investments done by domestic residents abroad. Similarly, investments done by foreign residents in India. When we talk about net banking capital, the word here is net. That means banking capital received by the economy, banking capital that has outflown from this economy also. When we are talking about borrowings, it's not just the borrowings that we have taken, it's also the borrowings that we have given. All of these transactions can either come as part of the current account or the capital account. I hope this is clear. Both of these transactions are included in a nation's balance of payments. The key word, and a lot of people make mistakes here, is keep in mind that this is not like the budget. The budget is a statement for the government only. But when we are talking about the balance of payments, it is a statement for the entire economy. That means it of course is going to include the government, but also all other private entities. Right? Now, let us chart the balance of payments down as to how it is presented normally. The first head will be what you may want to call balance on the visibles account. What will visibles account include? Visibles account is going to include export of goods, and it is also going to include import of goods. This is also called merchandise trade. These are the components of the visibles account. But when you are saying balance on the visibles account will always be the export of goods by value minus the import of goods by value. The second part will include what is called the invisibles account. And invisibles account includes two things we have spoken of. One, it is going to include trade in services. That means it is of course going to include the export of services, and it is also going to include what is called current transfer receipts. Both of these will lead to an inflow of funds into an economy. Much like the export of goods is going to lead to an inflow of funds in an economy, similarly export of services, current transfer receipts, what you have received, this is going to lead to a net inflow of funds in the economy. This minus the import of services and current transfer payments. Import of services means that you are buying services from the rest of the world. That means you'll have to spend money. This is going to lead to an outflow of funds. Similarly, current transfer payments, when you are sending remittances abroad, when you are giving donations abroad, when you are sending gifts abroad, when you are giving aid to the rest of the world, all of this is going to lead to an outflow of funds and hence is going to be included here. Balance on the invisibles account is going to include the export of services plus current transfer receipts minus import of services plus current transfer payments. Now, the third head will be what is called the current account balance. And what will current account balance be? It's very simple. Now that you have understood it pictorially, current account includes two things, visibles account and invisibles account. Therefore, current account balance here would be what? It would be as simple as A plus B. A plus B. Balance on the visibles account plus balance on the invisibles account. So can I write it down like
export of goods and services. This is going to lead to a net inflow of funds plus current transfer receipts. Since you are receiving this money, this is going to lead to a net inflow of funds. Export of goods plus export of services, export of goods and services, current transfer receipts, minus import of goods and services, import of goods plus import of services, plus current transfer payments. Both of these are going to lead to a net outflow of funds. A plus B gives you current account balance. The next head would be what is called capital account balance. And what will capital account balance be? This would be very simply put, capital receipts minus capital payments. What will capital receipts include? How is India or the economy receiving capital? This could be receiving capital in the form of foreign investments, so foreign investments coming in. Similarly, non-residents making deposits in India, this is you receiving money. Similarly, the government receiving debt from the rest of the world or commercial entities receiving debt from the rest of the world. These will be capital receipts. Capital receipts are what is going to lead to an inflow of funds into an economy. What will capital payments include? Capital payments will of course include when your domestic residents want to make investments abroad, so offshore investments, or foreigners want to withdraw their investments from the economy. Similarly, when your domestic residents want to open deposits in the rest of the world, or when the non-residents want to withdraw their money from banks here in India. Similarly, when the government has to pay back this money, or private parties in India when they have to pay back their loans, or when they are giving loans to the rest of the world. This is going to be included as part of capital payments, and capital payments is going to lead to an outflow of funds. The next part here is what is called errors and omissions. Now, errors and omissions means what? Keep in mind that India follows what is called a double entry bookkeeping system. It is an accounting practice. What this means is that we will have an official record of a transaction and we will have an actual record of a transaction. For instance, when you are, let's say, selling your goods, you want to export shirts to UK. At the port, the customs authorities are going to ask of you what is the value of these items. Let us say the value of your items was 1,000 pounds. We will register this in the negatives. This will be the official record. Right? When you sell these goods abroad, maybe that you did not receive 1,000 pounds, you actually received 990 pounds. So when you receive 990 pounds, we will record this as positive. This is the actual record, which means the authorities, when they registered it officially, they registered the value as 1,000 pounds, but what was received against it was actually 990 pounds. Therefore, there is an error in the official record. You add both of these, you will get minus 10 pounds. This is the error. And the error and omissions can be across the capital account, they can be across the current account. So the next entry is called the errors and omissions. Finally, what you have is what is called the overall balance of payments. Overall balance of payments. And what will overall balance of payments include? It's very simple now. It is going to include the current account balance plus the capital account balance plus errors and omissions. This will always be C plus D plus E. C means current account balance, D means capital account balance, and E means errors and omissions. Or we can talk about this like We can say it is going to include exports of goods and services plus current transfer receipts plus capital receipts. This and this minus import of goods and services plus current transfer payments plus capital payments. This is what is going to be called the overall balance of payments. We can take a scenario where we can talk about what is meant by a BOP surplus, BOP equilibrium, or a BOP deficit. Consider a scenario where the export of goods that happened in this year, let us say, was 100 billion US dollars. By value, we exported 100 billion US dollars worth of goods. We also imported goods, and we imported, let us say, 150 billion US dollars worth of goods. For example, India's major import heads will include gold, this will include crude oil. This year, we imported goods worth 150 billion dollars, while we exported goods worth 100 billion US dollars. This would mean that what is happening in the visibles account balance, also called the trade account balance, in the trade account balance, we have $100 billion minus $150 billion. We have a deficit of 50 billion US dollars. Whenever this value is negative, this will be called a deficit. On the trade account, we have a deficit, meaning that this year, $50 billion left the open economy, left the economy because of trade in goods. Similarly, under the invisibles head, since we export a lot of our services, let us say we exported services worth 300 billion US dollars, and we received, India is one of the highest recipients of remittances from the rest of the world. It has crossed $130 billion. Let us say we received $150 billion as current transfer receipts. We also imported services. Let us say we imported services worth 100 billion US dollars, while we had to send money abroad in the form of current transfer payments. And let us say we sent $100 billion abroad also as part of current transfer payments. Then on the invisibles account, what do we have? We have a 300 plus 150 is a 450. 450 billion US dollars minus $200 billion. This means we have a surplus of a 250 billion US dollars. That means owing to trade in services or current transfers between India and the rest of the world, this year there is a net inflow of funds. How much? 250 billion US dollars. Therefore, what will the current account balance be overall? This would be A plus B. This should be minus 50 plus 250. That means on the current account, we have a surplus of 200 billion US dollars. Let us say this year we did not receive a lot of investments. This year a lot of investments had to be paid back. Let us say the capital receipts this year was 300 billion US dollars, while capital payments this year were, let us say, 500 billion US dollars. It can either be because domestic residents wanted to make a lot of investments abroad. For example, Tata bought JLR, or Reliance bought another foreign company, or the government thought of investing abroad. This could be because of that. This could be because of the economic conditions which were not looking very great. So a lot of foreign investments in the economy, they were withdrawn. That can also happen. Because of any reason, the capital payment may be higher than the capital receipts. This means that on the capital account, we have a deficit of how much? 300 minus 500. We have a deficit of 200 billion US dollars. Whenever the outflow is more than the inflow, this is a situation of a deficit. Whenever the inflow is more than the outflow, we have a situation of a surplus. Whenever the inflow and outflow balance each other out, that is a scenario of an equilibrium. In the overall balance of payments, let us say there are no errors and omissions. Therefore, the overall balance of payments will include what all? It will include export of goods, $100 billion, plus export of services, $300 billion, plus current transfer receipts, $150 billion, plus
$300 billion, which is capital receipts. This could be 100, 400, 550 and $850 billion minus $150 billion plus $100 billion is 250 plus 100 is 350 plus 500 is 850. Yeah, 150, 200, 350, 350 plus 500 is $850 billion. That means in the overall balance of payments, you have $850 billion minus $850 billion. You have a zero here. This means in this year, the economy received as much foreign exchange as it had to pay back. This scenario is called an equilibrium scenario. This means our payment obligations were balanced by our incoming. You can also do this way. You can say this is C plus D plus E. That means current account, we have a surplus of a $200 billion. Capital account, we have a deficit of a $200 billion. That means this plus this is going to be zero, and errors and omissions were zero. This would mean we have an equilibrium on the overall balance of payments. It is as simple as it gets, nothing more than this. Now keep in mind that all of these transactions are also what is called autonomous transactions. Why do we call them autonomous or independent transactions? We call them autonomous transactions. There is only one reason behind this, and the reason is that whenever these transactions are happening, whoever is engaged in these transactions does not care or does not worry about what is going to happen to the overall balance of payments at the end of the year. If you want to send a gift to your sister in the UK, do you worry about what is going to be the state of the balance of payments of India at the end of the year? I doubt you will. Similarly, when let's say any domestic company is receiving foreign investments, does it care about what is going to happen to the overall balance of payments at the end of the year? When Tata wants to buy JLR in the UK, does it care about what is going to happen to the overall balance of payments across the year? All of these transactions are done independently, autonomously of what is going to happen to the overall balance of payments at the end of the year. Therefore, these are called autonomous transactions. And if I could draw a dotted line here, I can call the left side of the dotted line, this I can call autonomous receipts, because this is us receiving money. And on the right side of this dotted line, I can call them autonomous payments, because this is money that has to flow out of this economy. If I have to define a BOP surplus, a BOP deficit, or a BOP equilibrium, I can define it in one more way also. A BOP surplus is a situation where an economy receives more, where the autonomous receipts are greater than this economy's autonomous payments. That means this year the economy received more than it had to pay. A BOP deficit will be the exact opposite. This means when an economy's autonomous receipts are less than its autonomous payments. This year, the economy received less compared to what it had to pay to the rest of the world. And a BOP equilibrium will simply be a scenario where an economy's autonomous receipts are equal to its autonomous payments. That means the economy received as much money from the rest of the world as it had to pay back. There is no change to the reserves of this economy. This is also how you can define a BOP surplus, a BOP deficit, or an equilibrium. Remember, surplus would only be when you are receiving more than you have to pay. A deficit would be when you have to pay more than you are receiving. And an equilibrium will be when you are receiving as much as you have to pay back. Below this dotted line, there is one more entry. This entry is what is called reserve movement. And what is reserve movement going to be? If, let us say, we had a BOP surplus, if this year the economy received more than it had to pay back, the RBI, who is the custodian of forex reserves in the economy, is going to buy that extra forex and build reserves with it. Since this year, in our example, the economy received as much as it had to pay, there will be no change in the reserve movement. Consider a scenario, let us say, if the capital payments, let us say the capital payments were not $500 billion, let us say the capital payments were $100 billion. In which case, we would also have a surplus on the balance of payments. We would have 300 minus 100. We will have a surplus of $200 billion. That means on the overall balance of payments, we would have a surplus of $400 billion, 200 plus 200. These extra dollars will be bought by the RBI and the RBI is going to build reserves with it. Keep in mind that the symbol used with reserve movement is the exact opposite of what the overall state of the balance of payments is. If you have an overall balance of payments surplus, reserve movement will be recorded in negative. If you had a BOP deficit, reserves will have to be used to make that payment and reserve movement will be shown in the positive. This confuses aspirants a lot. The sign of reserve movement is exactly the opposite of the sign of the overall balance of payments. I hope things are clear to you now. What is the balance of payments? It is simply a systematic record of all economic transactions between an economy, which means the government and private parties, with the rest of the world. Any transaction can broadly be classified under these two heads, the current account as well as the capital account. The current account can further be divided into the visibles account as well as the invisibles account. So all of you who are making your notes, if you remember this schema, you will be very easily able to place and solve almost all of your prelims-based questions coming from this chapter. Similarly, the capital accounts will have investments, it will have banking capital, it will also have borrowings. Keep in mind, we are talking about an exchange between an economy and the rest of the world. So it's not going to be only those transactions which help an economy earn more. It will also be an economy spending its money. So you will record in trade in goods, you will record both exports and imports. Similarly, trade in services, both exports and imports. Transfers, both receipts and payments. Investments made by domestic residents abroad and by non-residents in India. Similarly, net banking capital, which means non-residents opening deposits here, your residents opening deposits in the rest of the world. Borrowings, the loans that you give to the rest of the world versus the loans that you are receiving from the rest of the world. Everything will be included under the balance of payments. I hope this part is clear. The next part is about exchange rates. In your NCERT, you will have one more scenario of what is called exchange rates. Now, how do we define exchange rate? Exchange rate, to think of it very simply, is nothing. It is just defined as the units of domestic currency required to buy 1 unit of foreign currency. How many units of domestic currency, our currency being rupee, how many rupees, from India's perspective, how many rupees will be required to buy 1 unit of any foreign currency? For example, as of now, $1 in India is closer to 90 rupees. This you are talking about is the exchange rate. You require 90 units of home currency to buy 1 unit of the currency of the United States. This is the exchange rate. You can also think of this as the price of foreign currency in the home economy. Can you also not think of exchange rate simply as what is the price of a dollar in India today? What is the price of the pound in India today? What is the price of a Japanese yen in India today? What's the price of the Chinese renminbi in India today? What's the price of 1 dirham in India today? The price of foreign currency in the home economy is what is also called exchange rates. Keep it very, very simple for yourself. The units of domestic currency required to buy 1 unit of foreign currency is how you define exchange rates. And if you can understand it here, you can clearly see that what is exchange rate? Nothing but the price of foreign currency in the economy. Today, if you have to buy a dollar, how many rupees is it going to take you to buy a dollar in India? Now, there are two mechanisms through which exchange rates are determined. One is called the fixed exchange rate mechanism, and the other one is also what is called the floating exchange rate mechanism. It is also called the market exchange rate mechanism. We'll start with the floating exchange rate mechanism or the market exchange rate mechanism. The simplest thing for you to understand is very simple. Think of it this way. If exchange rate can also be defined as the price of forex in the home economy, when the price of forex is being set by the market forces of demand and supply, this type of an exchange rate mechanism is called a floating exchange rate mechanism. Consider a very simple example. For example, if we have to talk about the price of dollar in India today, if the price of this commodity, of this dollar, is being decided by market forces, meaning if the price of this dollar is being defined, is being, you can say, derived through the market forces of demand and supply, then we are talking about the floating exchange rate mechanism. Meaning, come back to your demand and supply model, the demand of dollars in the economy versus the supply of dollars in the economy. This is the demand of dollars, this is the supply of dollars, this is the price per dollar, and this is the quantity of dollars. The demand can increase, it can decrease. Similarly, the supply of dollars in an economy can increase or it can decrease. Think of it, what can create the demand? The demand of dollars versus the supply of dollars. Who will demand dollars or who will supply dollars? The demand for dollars could come from importers. Let us say you want to import a Tesla in India today. Musk would want to be paid in dollar terms. So you will demand dollars in India because you want to buy a Tesla from abroad. Importers, they can be importers of goods, importers of services. For example, when you are traveling abroad, when you are going to Europe, let's say for a vacation, you are importing a service. This is a service. Tourism is a service. Hospitality is a service. You going abroad, let's say you want to go to, let's say for that matter, France, you will require euros. Because you will require euros, you will create a demand for euros here in India. You will want to convert your rupee into euros before you go to France. You are creating a demand. You want to travel to the US for educational purposes, that again is a service. So you will want to convert your currency into dollars before you can secure an admission in the US and travel there. You are creating a demand. Importers of goods and services will create a demand. Similarly, domestic residents making investments abroad, offshore investments. For example, our healthcare player, Piramal, let us say they want to buy Abbott, which is a foreign firm. If they want to buy Abbott, they will have to buy the shares of Abbott, and the shares of Abbott will be expressed in foreign currency and Piramal makes their money here in India in rupees, they'll have to convert their rupees into foreign currency before making any investments abroad. So they will create a demand. Outflow of foreign investments. When foreign investors want to take their money back, this is going to create a demand for foreign currency in the economy. Similarly, think from the side of borrowings. When you have to pay your debt obligations, you have received, let's say, Reliance took a loan of $1 million from the US. Reliance will have to return the $1 million as well as some interest in dollars back to US. When you have to make your debt obligations or pay your debt obligations back, you will require forex in the economy. Similarly, when non-resident deposits are seeing a withdrawal, when people who opened their bank accounts here in India, when they want to withdraw their money, this is going to create a demand. Or you can also think of you sending or giving loans abroad. When you are giving loans to the rest of the world, you will require dollars sometimes, right? All of this is going to create the demand. Where will the supply of foreign currency happen from? If importers create a demand, exporters of goods and services, they create a supply. Foreign investments. When Facebook wanted to invest in Geo in India, they are going to bring their dollars back to the economy. Similarly, when your domestic investments are being received, debt obligations, when you are taking loans, this could be external debt. External debt will include two things: sovereign external debt, that means when the government is taking a loan from external sources, or when the commercial entities are taking loans from the rest of the world, this is going to create a supply of foreign currency in an economy. Similarly, when you have non-resident deposits in domestic banks, this is going to bring foreign currency in an economy. When you get your loan repayments of loans granted, the loans that you had given to the rest of the world, when you receive the principal and the interest back, this is going to create a supply of forex into the economy also. These are the factors which will create the supply. These are the factors which will create the demand. When the demand and supply interact with each other, you will have a price. This price is what is called the exchange rate. And since this price is being decided through the market mechanism, through the market forces of demand and supply, therefore, this type of an exchange rate mechanism is also going to be called the market exchange rate mechanism or the floating exchange rate mechanism. Get this? Now, what can happen to demand? Demand can either increase or demand can even reduce. When demand increases in relation to the supply, what is going to happen to the price? The price is going to move up. When the demand reduces in relation to the supply, what is going to happen to the price? The price is going to reduce. Any increase in the price of foreign currency means that your currency is losing value. Let us say the equilibrium price was 50 rupees to a dollar. Because demand for dollars increased, in comparison to the supply, the new exchange rate, let us say, was 100 rupees to a dollar. The price of dollars increased. The price of dollar is increasing, meaning that your rupee is becoming cheaper. Since your rupee is losing value, this is going to be called depreciation. An increase in the exchange rate means that the price of foreign currency is increasing. And the price of foreign currency is increasing in relation to your home currency. That means the foreign currency is gaining strength, your currency is losing strength. Since your currency is losing strength, therefore, this is going to be called depreciation. Similarly, if the demand had reduced in relation to the supply, the price of foreign currency in the economy will reduce. Let us say the new price comes out to be 40 rupees to a dollar. Since the price of foreign currency has reduced, you can say that the foreign currency is losing value, and it is losing value only because your currency is gaining value. Foreign currency becoming cheaper or becoming weaker means that domestic currency is becoming stronger. Therefore, any decrease in the exchange rate is going to be called appreciation, an increase in the strength of home currency. This is what is called the floating exchange rate mechanism, when the price of foreign currency is being decided through the market forces of demand and supply. What is the fixed exchange rate mechanism? It's very simple. Fixed exchange rate mechanism simply means when the price of foreign currency is decided not by the market forces of demand and supply, but by authority. And in our case, the authority would be the RBI. When we don't allow the market forces of demand and supply to decide what the price of foreign currency in the home economy be, this type of mechanism is called the fixed exchange rate mechanism, meaning that the authority is fixing the price of foreign currency in the economy. The price is not being decided on the basis of demand and supply, but on the basis of authority. This type of mechanism is called the fixed exchange rate mechanism. Now, what kind of a mechanism does India follow? India follows a mix of the two. This mix is what is called mixed float. You may also want to call it managed float. You may also want to call it dirty float. Typically, the words used are managed floating exchange rate system or dirty floating exchange rate system. What does this mean? It simply means that under normal circumstances, when there is nothing extraordinary happening in the economy, under normal circumstances, the exchange rate will be determined by the market forces of demand and supply. However, if there are extraordinary circumstances, meaning that if for some reason the exchange rate has become volatile, it is changing and changing ever so frequently. Either it is changing suddenly or it has changed very sharply. When this happens, in case of a sudden or a heavy depreciation or appreciation of the home currency, then the RBI will intervene and stabilize the exchange rate. Under extraordinary circumstances, RBI will enter and stabilize the exchange rate. This type of a system is why it is called the managed floating system. That means we don't allow the exchange rate to float as per the demand and supply of foreign currency in the economy. Sometimes we have to manage these exchange rates also. And when do we have to manage these exchange rates? In case of sharp or sudden appreciation or depreciation of the home currency. Only then will the RBI intervene to stabilize exchange rates. Otherwise, it's the market forces of demand and supply that are going to determine what the exchange rates in the economy will be. Now, this is the end of NCERT macroeconomics. Here onwards, whatever you have learned so far, you will have to apply this language to the subject which is called Indian economy. I hope these videos were very helpful for you. Keep your comments flowing. Your feedback is always appreciated. Thank you and best of luck.